In this video, I will show you the step-by-step process on how to build a six-figure phone flipping business. Now, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Boston Miller, and as a 21-year-old, I will make over $100,000 this year flipping phones. Let me show you how to do it. Welcome to the Phone Flipping Masterclass. You are now one step closer from going to $0 to $100,000 a year as a full-time phone flipper. You are now currently in the week 1 section of this 3-week breakup of the Masterclass. I divide it into 3 weeks: launch, scale, and operate. In this week 1, which you're watching now, you're going to learn how to get this off the ground and launch your phone flipping business from scratch. Now, here's what we're going to cover today. 1, the power of phone flipping, how it's helped me, my story, what it's done for others inside my community as well, and what it can do for you. Why phone flipping? Why this model over other business models? What do you have to gain from phone flipping, right? What is the real why behind why you should do this? Am I just sitting up here to say it, or is there a good reason for you to actually do it? We'll cover that for sure. We'll break down the course curriculum. There's a lot of different modules and things in here, so it's good to have it in the table of contents type setting for you to know where to navigate when you're looking for certain information. We'll talk about the goal and rewards, why you should do it, what kind of goals you should have, what's the whole point behind this, why am I doing it, what are some of the potential benefits and some of the other free rewards I've added as a bonus for those who join my community and actually stick through to the end and, put this business model to work. That will all be gone over in that module. Important things to remember. We'll talk about just some key reminders, because a lot of the very beginning stuff is some mindset stuff, some key information. So it's important to just have the basics down right from the jump, because this is made for total beginners to go to absolute experts. So maybe you're coming in somewhere in between. That's fine, but there's still good nuggets of wisdom to grab from that. And then how to get help and support. I'll make sure to give you guys all that, because there's obviously a lot of information. Things can get confusing, and I just want to make sure you guys have the maximum help and support possible when navigating this, so it doesn't feel like I've just thrown a bunch of information at you and then there's just nowhere to go and you're scrambling trying to do it all on your own. That's the last thing I want. So we'll talk about how to get help and support as well. And as always, please join the phoneflippers.com newsletter. I'll be giving out a ton of secrets, ton of free info, a bunch of tips and tricks that maybe I didn't get super deep into in the course, but outside of that, it'll just be like small little tactics that can end up making you more money. So you have nothing to lose. phoneflippers.com/newsletter. Like I said, important updates regarding the course, and subscribe to my YouTube channel, exclusive content. You can find me at boston.miller. You might be watching this from there, and share the course. The whole point of it is to make a huge impact, help people make money, go from bad financial situations to financial freedom. So if it has an impact on you, share it. Maybe it'll help a friend, and it's always better to go with someone else as opposed to just going alone. Let's start a revolution and change people's lives together. Now, fair warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. So watch the entire video. Don't fast forward. Don't skip any part of it. And a pro tip, watch the video in 2 times speed, because there's going to be a really long course. Obviously, it's a lot of information to process anyways. So if you have to go in double speed and then even go back, it's honestly a better way to do it, because you'll retain a little bit of information and then remember where to go back to get it when you really need it. But trying to watch it in single speed will take just way longer, obviously twice as long. And to sit through an entire video this long will be very difficult. So whenever I'm watching a long video like this, always put it in double speed. It's definitely the best way to do it. With that being said, let's get into it. So the power of phone flipping. I want to go over just how powerful this business model is with some detailed examples. So first of all, who is this guy, right? Steve Jobs. And he's the GOAT for, many reasons, but one, Apple's like the biggest company in the world. And it's because they have the best product in the world. It's the most used. Almost everyone has a phone, specifically an iPhone. Obviously, it's the best smartphone in terms of numbers. I know a lot of Android users would disagree, but it's the most popular. It's the most used. And the great thing about this guy is he's created this insane product. And so instead of going out there and trying to build our own, we can literally just resell these, right? And there's a huge market for it. It's the best product in the world, so you don't have to worry about it like crashing and burning. There's always going to be demand for it. And that's what makes it so great for us. As you can see, Apple, it's like a 3 trillion market cap now, biggest company in the world as of today. And I know this isn't your average course about like some sort of online marketing or copywriting or drop shipping or whatever the popular, new fad that all these course sellers are selling. But even Iman, in one of his videos about how to change your life in 6 months, noted that flipping phones on eBay was a way that you could do that when he was talking about online business models. And that's exactly the case. And I can speak from personal experience. Everyone wants the time, location, and financial freedom. And it's all these other, laptop business models where you're just stuck behind a screen all day. And I think this one's so cool because you get all of those things, right? Because you can go anywhere in the world and find phones. Even if you're on vacation, you can use this blueprint I'm about to tell you, and you can always source new phones and devices to resell, and gives you that freedom to travel, gives you more of your time. You can work whenever you want, right? You can pick up phones any time of the day. And obviously the finances come with that as well. But what is phone flipping? Well, let me show you. I've actually put together a short compilation, and a little disclaimer before you watch this. It is from a while ago, so some of the numbers may be off or look a bit weird to you. And that's because that's true. I mean, it was from a while back. I had bought these devices at least like over a year ago now, but I just recorded the videos of me flipping them. But I thought it'd be good to show you guys just to give you like an actual real life example of what this looks like. So let me go ahead and roll that video for you. Again, like I said, it is an older video, but hopefully you get the idea, just kind of how the model works, what an average profit margin might look like for you. And we'll get into my story and results with phone flipping right here. So I actually started off door dashing. I was a college student. I was playing football. So that's like 2 full-time jobs in one. And I had bills to pay, rent, food, and I just wanted to have like money for a social life as well. So I had to find some sort of solution to that issue. And the best idea I had was just to go out door dashing. And, it helped, but $100 a week or whatever it was, that's me putting in like a fair amount of effort in my free time, is just not what I needed to pay off all those things. So it was nice to have a little bit of spending capital, but I quickly realized it just wasn't sustainable. And then you're putting so many miles on your car as well for just very little return. at the end of the day, you're really just not making that much money. And I didn't enjoy it at all. So I knew I had to get out of there, but I didn't really know where to go. So I was like, all right, I'll just start with TikTok account. And I thought that was going to be my way out. And I actually had a ton of luck with this. I blew up an account to 100K plus followers within 3 months. And I thought I was like about to make it big until I realized the creator fund actually pays next to nothing. And so I know they have like some new creativity program now. I was in before then, so I didn't really reap the benefits of that, unfortunately. But here's the numbers here. When you're making like $5-6 a day, and those were honestly good days, a couple, $10, $17 days. But overall, it just wasn't sustainable at all. It was actually worse than door dashing. And I ended up actually selling that TikTok account. I grew it up to over 100,000. Sold it for around $1,000. I actually have some videos on my channel from a while back discussing that. I was like, you know what? I'm going to try and start some sort of an agency. And I tried to niche down. I thought that clipping Twitch clips was going to be my best way to do it. So like reformatting Twitch clips rather, so they could go on TikTok or Instagram. So I put together a list of like a bunch of mid-range streamers because I knew I wouldn't be able to contact any big dogs. But I figured, okay, well, at least these guys probably want to blow up their brands, and I'm sure they'd be into this. And I was just offering them like free videos just to try and get my foot in the door. And I sent probably over like 100 emails, which really isn't that crazy, but just to make this entire list, send out over 100. And I think I got like one response back, and the guy was like, sorry, I already have someone. So pretty devastating. Definitely not how I expected it to go. And I also was just in a situation where I needed money now. And a lot of people are probably in that same situation as well. And you can't just sit around and outreach forever and forever and just hope someone finally takes you up on your offer. Like I was in a situation where I just needed capital immediately. And so that's when phone flipping began. And a little disclaimer, I had actually started phone flipping a few years prior in high school. I had learned about it from a family member. It made maybe like $1,000 or $2,000 from doing it, but it was never something that was a ton of money, and that was spread out over a really long period of time. And I just didn't think it would be enough, but I knew I had made money from it. So I was like, okay, well, for the time being, until I figure out something, I'll just get back into this. Because I knew it was like something I could make money on, didn't take up a bunch of time, and I figured I could just flip a couple phones a week, make, that $100-$150, not have to DoorDash, and just keep doing what I was doing financially. But then the potential became realized because I actually started going out and like really putting more effort into this than I ever had before. All of a sudden I'm picking up, 5, 6, 7 phones a day. And when you're making like at least $50 a phone, that adds up a lot. So it was way more money than I had ever made. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to have to go all in on this. And so June 2023, literally every second of my free time, I was trying to flip phones, went all in on it, and I made over $3,000 in profit. And that was absolutely insane. That was like a life-changing moment for me. Super eye-opening because I realized, okay, this is something I can do and potentially make a full-time income from. And at the time, it wasn't quite there, but it was something that I was like, there's just got to be a way I can expand this a little more than I currently am. And so that's exactly what I tried to do, right? Because I had a couple months very similar to that, around the $3,000, $2,500 mark, but I got stuck. I couldn't expand past there. I was just trying desperately to. I was even putting up, flyers in apartment buildings. I put stickers up on gas pumps, and then I would come back and they'd been scraped off and no one was contacting me from those. So I just hit a complete dead end for months on end. And it was still a nice amount of money coming in, but I had to just find a way to expand it because I wasn't satisfied with just, $2,500, $3,000 a month. So what I did was I improvised and I started running paid ads. Launched my first Facebook ad campaign, only ran it at like $10 a day. In my first full month of running these Facebook ads, I had $7,800 in profit before ad spend. So it ended up being like $7,500 in profit after. which was absolutely game changing. I mean, I couldn't believe that I had done 7,500. And it was just another one of those months where I was going crazy. And this was actually June 2024. So a year after. And so it was just crazy to see how things could change that quickly. Literally 2.5x the business in just another year's time. And to even look at where I was from the June before, I was probably making like no money that month. So it was like from 0 to 3,000 to 7,500, which was just absolutely insane to me. I would have never thought it was going to happen, but it was just like the constant pursuit of trying to improve the business, and it finally paid off for me. And now I get plenty of phones. It just continues to snowball on itself because I have so many people that just will sell to me over and over. These are some screenshots from January and February of this year. And I think June this year will have another record-setting month. As you know, the trend of June has been for me. But yeah, the 9,200, 9,400 profit will make well over $100,000 this year from flipping phones. And 21 years old. Can't complain at all. And now I'm just trying to give back, help people do the same thing because it's pretty untapped and there's a ton of potential for pretty much anyone to get into the business. So I just want to help people who were in a similar situation to where I was. And you don't have to just take my word for it either. We have students who have been in my free group, so they haven't paid me a dime and they've made a bunch of money. Mercer, for example, came in the group, bought a 12 Pro Max for $280. At the time, they were selling for $450. Tom came in, told us he's been flipping a lot more this year. So far, he had made over $4,000 in profit in just the last couple months. Juan said, bro, I've been busy buying phones like crazy, hitting $2,000 a week since we last spoke. I just been DMing him, helping him a little bit. He hit $2,000 a week in literally no time at all. It was crazy. And there's many, many more of these situations and stories of people who have really benefited from this information. And the goal is just to grow it even more than it already has. And so think about that. Seriously, the quick start, right? Because I needed money now. Like I wasn't trying to wait and build up like some really slow moving business. And in 3 months, I literally went from $0 to a business model that was consistently generating me $3,000 a month with like 1 to 2 hours of work a day, just me driving and picking up the devices. And it was very scalable. So a year after that, I was able to generate 7,500 profit in a single month. And then also it was very repeatable. So many others have had similar results from my free community and the videos I've put out as well. Now let's discuss my phone flipping setup. Leads. Lead generation is essential for any business. So this is how I get phones at a cheap price to resell later. If you don't have leads, you don't have customers, you don't make money, you don't have a business. So that's the most essential thing. It's also the essential point to get out of those dead ends. Like when I was stuck at $3,000, it was because I had a lead issue. And so I went in and fixed that by running ads, selling. So my avenues of selling are to ensure the most profit per device without sacrificing time and tying up capital. We'll get into that in just a second, but that's very key because sometimes you trade a little more profit that you would get to get more time, and it ends up just moving things quicker so you can actually buy more devices. There's trade-offs for sure. Systems then. So how I automated the process, buy back time, and ultimately make more money. So first of all, leads. Facebook Marketplace, OfferUp, any sort of local marketplace is going to be really good because people just list their stuff on there and you can go negotiate it down. Facebook ads, I also run Google ads, and both of those are really good. I run them both at like $15 a day currently, and that brings me in a bunch of devices every single month. Google Business Profile is another thing I put up. It's another thing I teach. And you can get a ton of free leads from this, literally phone calls every day of people asking to sell their device. It takes a little while longer to build up, but once you do and get reviews up and get established, if you can become like the first person in your area when people look up to sell their phone, you can really start printing off of that. And then repeats, referrals, word of mouth, all huge parts of the business. There's systems in place I have for these as well. But word of mouth, especially for like local businesses, is huge. And then there's systems I have for referrals, so to help, people share your business with their friends and family. And then repeat customers is really the big one. At this time of this recording, I actually make like $3,000 plus every month just off of people who have already sold me devices. So they just come back and sell me more. And that's what's so nice about it. Over time, it just snowballs on itself because people just keep coming back and back and back. Now, selling. So there's a couple different avenues of selling. You can sell to direct buyers. You can sell on eBay, Facebook Marketplace, or again, you can sell to repeats, referrals, and word of mouth, people who want to buy locally. That being said, currently I only sell to direct buyers and to eBay, so only online. And you do sacrifice a little bit of profits for that, but there's way more buyers online. And since I'm getting a lot more devices now, it just helps to get them out very quickly, get them out the door. I don't like sitting on inventory. It just makes so much more sense to sell it immediately. Facebook Marketplace is where I started, and it's actually where I recommend beginners start, just to kind of get your feet wet, get in the game, kind of understand how things work, start, understanding what could go wrong with devices. So you just learn the basics, learn the ropes, and you can still make very good money doing that. That June 2024, when I made that first $7,500 a month, I actually was selling exclusively on Marketplace. So there's a lot of money to be made selling on Marketplace. It is more of a pain because obviously you have to meet up with people to make the sale as opposed to just shipping it off. But very beginner friendly, very easy to start off. And I would highly recommend that for anyone who has no prior experience. As you get more advanced, I will show you how to sell to direct buyers and sell to eBay. All of those are actually covered in this course. But again, if you've never done it before, just start on Facebook because it's so easy. I guess a lot of people have sold stuff on eBay, so if you've done that, then you might as well just do that. But either way, just a lot less things can go wrong when selling on Facebook. And then systems. So I have a few softwares, as well as the school community group, obviously. And these are all made exclusively for phone flippers to try and help them scale their businesses. Snipa is my marketplace monitor app, basically. So it just scans Marketplace for new phones and then will shoot you a notification every time there is one. And you can snipe it off the Marketplace, hence the name. Super helpful, super cheap too. If you literally buy one phone, you'll get an entire return on investment from that. So that's been huge for me. I use it myself. Super beneficial. The school community. Super helpful, guys. When you're networking with like-minded people, you're just going to grow that much faster. You want to be in a community of people who are trying to grow, and especially grow in the same way you are. You can bounce ideas off of each other, maybe even sell devices if you guys have different buyers or different needs or whatever. There's just so many ways you can benefit from that. Get help from me, other people who have been in the game and understand things that maybe you don't, or just share your wins with people. And motivate others to grow, whatever it is. There's literally no downside to joining the community. And then FlipBomb. FlipBomb is basically like a CRM, everything in one phone flipping software that I've created. I'll touch more on it later, but it is like the single greatest thing for trying to scale a phone flipping business. Again, there's just so much to unpack in there. I'll get to it later, but it is like the greatest thing ever. And I use it, and I don't know where my business would be without it. I'd probably be screwed, honestly. It's just that helpful. It automates so much stuff. Helps me run my ads. So host my website. There's just countless things it does, and it's amazing. So, and then again, systems. There's systems for affiliates. I have an affiliate system, follow-ups and automations. A lot of that runs through FlipBomb as well. It's just so helpful. It's literally like an everything software. So it's fantastic. And again, results are everything and numbers don't lie. You can pause this video now and check for yourself. I've got a bunch of videos on my YouTube channel of me doing this exact thing, flipping phones, like actually going through the process, going out, buying them, and then selling them. So if you don't believe me, you can literally just go watch it on my channel. I have it all documented for you. Now, continuing on with phone flipping, the impact. Absolutely huge. Like I said, it's completely changed my life. Don't know where I'd be without it. It allowed me to drop out of school and pursue this full time, which was my dream. I wanted to be a business owner, an entrepreneur, work on my own thing, not have to work for someone else. And it's absolutely done that for me. And it's also allowed me to help a bunch of people in my local community. Believe it or not, this is actually a very beneficial service when you're buying people's phones and devices. So many people are broke out there. It's actually super sad, whether it be just a lack of financial management or issues with substances or whatever it is. There's a lot of people who just need money desperately when bills come up because they're just not prepared for it. And a lot of times they've got old tech sitting around that they can sell to you. And compared to like a GameStop or Eco ATM where they're getting absolutely ripped off, you can make a huge impact in your community. I have a bunch of really good reviews and people who are super happy just that I exist, because it allows them to make a little money when they're in a pinch, and they can always fall back on that as somewhat of a security blanket when they haven't set it up for themselves, right? Second, YouTube. So I've grown my YouTube to over 1,000 subscribers, documenting just some basics of the business. I haven't even gone all out on YouTube. I've like very sparingly put in effort, and it's helped me grow my YouTube channel. And if you start phone flipping, hopefully you start a YouTube channel showing how you flip phones too. And I think that'd be a super great thing just to kind of grow this niche on the internet. There's plenty for everyone. And so I just want to see more people out there hustling, making videos, showing themselves, going out and getting phones, because I think it'd be awesome. And just a really cool way to just continue paying it forward. And then also MRR. So it's an automated system with the softwares that I have, and it'll make thousands in profit on a busy or lazy month. I know for me, even if I'm not going out and like reaching out on Facebook Marketplace all the time, I literally have ads that are running in the background. I've got repeat customers that will just reach out to me. So I can be as lazy as I want with it. Personally, I still try and go all out every month and hit PRs just because it's fun and I love it. That being said, once you put in a lot of work up front, it becomes way easier, like night and day. And so the biggest hurdle is just getting in and starting, like flipping the first phone. Because after that, it just continually gets easier and easier and easier. And also it doesn't matter if you're a complete beginner with no prior business knowledge or skills looking for a way to make money. Phone flipping is literally the perfect vehicle to start, especially if you're someone who maybe doesn't love sitting behind a computer all day, like me. Making this course is kind of a drag for that reason, but I'm still happy to do it. That being said, I will teach you exactly how to leverage the power of phone flipping. Like I said, no skills required, no prior business knowledge. This is such a great way to go in and just expand your skill set. Even if you have aspirations of making millions of dollars like most of us do, this is just such a good way to start. If you're a beginner, you have no business experience, you will learn so much about business just by trying this model, because it's a very easy and proven way. And it uses the same business tactics that a lot of big companies use, just not quite to the same scale, but it's the same sort of ideas, and you'll learn all that throughout this. Now, why phone flipping? Well, let me challenge you. I want you to think of any successful online entrepreneur you know and think about how they made their money. Seriously, pause this video now. Think about it. Well, first of all, Alex Hormozi. That's one of my favorites. I know I love watching his business content. He's the owner of acquisition.com. He started off just selling gym memberships. So a lot of times we see these guys online and they're doing all these crazy big things, and we think, okay, well, I'm going to do what they're doing. But instead it's like, okay, what's the actual process to get to where they are, not just to jump into there, because there's so many skills and things they've acquired over that time of trying different things to get there. Whether it be building up capital or building up skills, no one just jumps to where they are right away. So I see a lot of people make the mistake of trying to imitate these guys when they haven't even done anything. And so again, phone flipping is just such a perfect way to get in, make good money, and learn skills. Like I said, especially if you have aspirations above, 100K a year or 10K a month, there's still ways to do that. And I talk about ways to do it later on in this course. But again, just learn the basics, because you're never going to make that jump right off the rip. You got to start with some sort of foundation. Another one, Iman Gadzi, as we mentioned earlier, he's the owner of Educate now. I think he actually just bought into WAP, which is like a huge software. But he started off just flipping Instagram accounts. So very similar. That was like his first thing, how he got off the ground and was able to actually just support himself a little bit with some income. That way he was able to make the leaps he made by dropping out of school, by, starting his agency. He had some capital to work with, was able to move out, and that allowed him to even get to where he was. If he hadn't done that to start, he would have never made it to where he is today. Another one, Andrew Tate, owner of the Real World War Room, huge businesses now that are all tied to his name and face, but he started off just selling windows door to door. And if he hadn't done that, he wouldn't be as good as persuasive and good at sales now to get all these people to join his programs, right? And then finally, all of them, and many more have made their first amounts of money from different businesses. So there's so many people that try and hop in online and imitate these guys, but they don't have like the volume of work to back up what they're trying to say or who they're representing themselves to be. So you have to have some sort of thing to keep you going. Even if you have aspirations beyond just flipping phones, it's such a good vehicle to get in, make a good amount of cash, get the cash flow rolling. And then once you're done with this course and you understand how to operate it, you'll have so much time that you can just kind of twist the dial however you want on the business, make the cash you need on the side, and then use the rest of your time to put it in something else while still getting a bunch of cash coming in. Continued with why phone flipping. It's literally the perfect vehicle to quickly acquire capital. Everyone has a phone. Someone in your area needs a new phone every day, and the product's already been made. It's pretty much as simple as that. And very scalable, has scalability. People have bills to pay, as I mentioned. Once you get in this business, you will realize how bad it is. And like I said, it's sad, but it's just a reality. 66% of Americans do live paycheck to paycheck. I'm sure it's probably worse in other countries if that's where you're watching this from. People have old devices laying around that they don't want or know what to do with. And this is where you provide value to the market. Again, everyone has a phone, so there's no limit in terms of buying, and everyone needs a phone, so you can sell very easily. And then you can scale with automations with a very simple process that I will be outlining to you today. Who is phone flipping for? Absolute beginners. If you're a complete beginner with no previous business experience, phone flipping is the perfect first business to start. Everyone has a phone and enough basic knowledge of how they work so you can understand the ins and outs, the demand, what the selling points are for the item. You don't need any experience to start this. In fact, if you have no experience, you are really lucky that you're in this spot right now, because I had no experience. I needed money very quickly, and phone flipping is what brought it to me. Busy schedule. Like I said earlier, I was playing sports and in school, and I literally had no time. And it only takes 1 to 2 hours a day on average. Now, again, this can fluctuate, obviously, depending on how much money you're wanting to make. As things go up, you'll probably be using a little more time on this. But then again, as things get easier, you can also dial it back again and still make pretty good money. I'll get into strategies for that down the road, but you can still add thousands a month to your income with very little commitment. And students, the pain of student loans is brutal. I was there. Flip phones in your free time, get out of debt now, and then sacrifice absolutely none of your social life. This is what I did. I was flipping phones during the week, still able to hang out with my friends on the weekend, find time just in between all the craziness that was going on to just flip a few phones here and there, and it would pay for all my living expenses, pay for my social life, and help me pay off some of that debt as well. All right, now let's go over the course curriculum. So as I said earlier, this is week 1 phone flipping launch, week 1 of 3. So first up, we have the welcome video. It's the video you're currently watching. I share my results. I share why you should start phone flipping. I share who it's for and how to get help and support, etc. as you progress through the course. Then it's the master the basics. I go through just pretty much all the main principles of phone flipping, the setup, basic understandings, and addressing misconceptions surrounding the business. Facebook Marketplace and OfferUp, the best and easiest way to get leads for free, navigating the marketplaces and finding local deals. This will be how you make your first dollar. Paid ads and Google Business Profile. I kind of just give an overview on these. Launching paid ads in no time as a total beginner, and it'll make your business official on Google. Like I said, brief overview of these, just kind of show you how it works. In week 2, I actually show you how to step by step set these up for yourself and do it with the best way possible. Negotiation tactics. This is huge. You want to get the best price for the device and make deals out of nothing. There's so many times where you would think you're not going to get a deal because it's just so priced so ridiculously high. I have like the most detailed negotiation scripts, which you will see, and it's for all different scenarios. So whether you're reaching out or whether you have people coming to you, You have to negotiate completely differently. I made that mistake for the longest time, trying to do it the same way for inbound and outbound, and it just doesn't work like that. So I have little years of experience of these negotiation scripts, and I have it laid out in diagrams in all different kinds of situations for you to make sure that you always get the best price for the device. 6 will be the device checking process. Pretty simple. Protect yourself from scams and fraud. Obviously, you go to buy a device and it has like a small crack in it, or it has, something wrong with it, or it's carrier locked when they said it was unlocked, or it's blacklisted. Obviously, those are huge issues, and I show you guys how to protect yourself from as many of them as I know, at least the most common ones, because I've been burned by about every single trick in the book. And so with that, I just know how to protect myself and how to teach you guys to protect yourselves as well. Selling devices, covered this a little bit, but everything you need to know about how and where to sell every device you buy, I'll break it down literally as basic as I can, give you guys all the best places to sell and how to do it step by step. And then the last module, tracking and shipping, where you can learn how to track your profits effectively and learn how to ship devices for cheap. If you've never done this is a little bit of a learning curve, but again, I try and make it as easy as possible for you guys who have no experience doing this at all. Like I said earlier, this is the launch course, right? Week 1 of 3 in the Phone Flipping Masterclass. This is a part of the Phone Flippers free school group. If you go to phoneflippers.com/free, you can join the group. I highly recommend it. There's a bunch of other like-minded people in there. It's going to be the best place for you if you're actually trying to get this business up and running off the ground. You've got this free course and you've got the group where you can get a ton of help and support from your peers, from me, people all in different stages of the journey, people who are ahead of you. It's the best place to be if you're trying to grow, without a doubt. And then we've got week 2, which is scale. So think of it this way, right? Week 1 launch, you're getting it off the ground. You just started your business. You kind of have an understanding of the basics. Then you'll jump right into week 2, which is scaling it up. So I've broken this into a 3-week implementation program. There's 8 modules per week. So it's 1 per day plus the introductory video. You could do the introductory video and the second one all in the same day, because there's not going to be that much to apply off of just this introduction video, right? But I did it this way so that you could literally go day by day and just chunk it, because it is a ton of information being thrown at you at once. And I want to make sure that you have the best chance possible to succeed while also not taking forever to get things going, right? So even though you have week 1, which is launch, I expect you to make money with literally in the first couple of days. As soon as day 3, you should be making money. And if you want to just go ahead and skip ahead and go faster, you could progress even quicker. But at the bare minimum though, you should be making money by day 3, day 4 of this program. There's no doubt in my mind it's very doable. If you just follow the steps that I outline, you will not have an issue with it. But week 1 launch, week 2 scale, get things off the ground. In the launch course and then scale, it's just all about systemizing and really just setting all these things up so that you can get as many leads in as possible. And then after you get through that week, which is a lot of work setting things up, it is week 3 operate, where you learn how to just remove yourself from so many day-to-day operations and just boil it down to a simple routine schedule for you. And you may be someone who works a job. You may be someone who has classes in sports or school. And so it's all going to be different case by case, but I'm going to teach you how to best operate your business. I'll show you how I operate, what a day in the life looks like for me as a full-time phone flipper who has other priorities as well, right? So I'll just show everything, leave nothing, no stone unturned. And that is a part of the Phone Flippers Plus group. So you get this one completely free. The first week is totally free. And the reason for that is I want you to be able to make money right away. And so once you've made that money completely free, then I want you to invest in the Phone Flippers Plus program, which you can access by going to phoneflippers.com/plus. You're going to get the week 2 scale, the week 3 operate. You're going to get my free CRM Flip Bomb, as I mentioned earlier. That'll be included with the program. It's like a bonus. It's not necessarily free, but it's a part of the program. Depends how you want to look at it, I guess. You'll get access to a different community which will be all the other Phone Flippers Plus members, one-on-one access to me, as well as weekly calls where I can, answer your questions live, help you with what you're struggling with, and really help you grow with this business. And again, that's like for once you've already made money, you can literally just reinvest, and we're going to help you take what you already have and just boost it way up. So you can get up to, 10K, 100K a year immediately. Now let's discuss the goal and rewards of this program. So what's my goal for this program? Well, it's to help millions of people around the world with zero previous business experience to start or scale their phone flipping business. I want to make it an easy and fun experience, and I am building this for people who are in the situation where I was not too long ago. When I say the impact, I can't even describe how much of an impact this has had on me. Like, I genuinely mean that so much. And so I'm just doing my job to pay it forward. Obviously, I'm here to make a little money doing it too, full transparency. But I think you guys will come to find that I'm giving away a ton of value for free. And the paid stuff is well worth its value as well, without a doubt. I mean, hundreds, if not thousands of hours have gone into just making all this stuff, and tens of thousands of dollars is what I've dumped onto these softwares as well, testing them, developing them, making sure they're perfect. And so it's just all to help people grow, whether it's from start or a previous existing phone flipping business. I want to help those guys scale as much as possible with their business. Next, the vision. I want to see massive amounts of phone flippers dominating the internet, showing real results, seeing people change their lives from this course. That's exciting. And I even said this earlier. I want to see people, posting their wins in the group, making YouTube videos where they're getting their phones and reselling them. I just love this business model so much. And to see people succeeding like that would actually mean the world to me. So that's just part of my vision for doing this. But I do need your help. It takes all of us. I want you in on this vision. We need an abundance mindset. As I said earlier, there's enough for everyone. It's changed millions of people's lives with this information, but I can't do it alone. I do need your help. Share this course with a friend or a family member. Go in together, or, both start on your own. I'm telling you guys, this is like life-changing info right here, but I can't just disperse it on my own. I need you guys to share it, and actually apply the information as well. And then freedom. Of course, the main goal is to help you achieve freedom, because at the end of the day, that's what we all want. To do what we want, when we want it, build a business that is fun to work on. I have a blast working on this business. Support yourself, your friends, your families, and your loved ones, and to become a provider. That's something that, I definitely take a lot of pride in. Like, I want to be a provider. I know a lot of you guys do as well. And this is a surefire way to do it. And it is possible. I'll move this out of the way. Consume the information, but most importantly, implement and take action. Nothing happens without action in this world. Join the Q&A calls, be eager to learn, and just do it. There's going to be so many people that watch this course and literally won't even take a step in that direction of doing any work. So if you have any sort of scarcity mindset or worry about, there's going to be too much competition now that this course is out, I promise you that's not the case. 99% of people are just going to watch this and put in like a tiny bit of effort and quit, or just not try at all. So if you're the 1% that actually puts in the work, you will definitely see the fruits of your labor. I can promise you that. And the rewards, wins. Share your wins inside of the school community to inspire others. Get the chance to win 1 month free of Phone Flippers Plus and a personal business growth coaching call with me to take it to the next level. I'm all about like incentivizing you guys sharing wins, because it motivates me. It motivates everyone else to work harder. I love seeing other people win. It's like my favorite thing I see inside the community. Therefore, I'm definitely going to incentivize that. So I just threw out some rewards here, like a month free of Phone Flippers Plus, or, a one-on-one like business audit call with me, whatever it is. I'll get creative with the prizes, but I really do want to see you guys win, and I will absolutely incentivize that as well. So to enter, make sure you're in the group, first of all, phoneflippers.com/free. And you want to screenshot or record a video of your phone flipping success, show other people how you've been able to grow your business, and any new strategies or things you've discovered. Overall group activity will also be considered when deciding winners. Make sure to share strategies, guys. If you find something that I didn't cover think about how beneficial that is to everyone, because it's like you've unlocked a new secret. It benefits me a ton. It benefits everyone. Don't hold back on anything, because we have so much to learn. I'm just one guy's experience of doing this for a few years now. But collectively, if we have, hundreds or thousands of people doing this, think about how much quicker we can grow together by sharing new tips and tricks that we learned. And some of the rewards: one-on-one coaching calls, free months to Phone Flippers Plus, free access to my direct buyers list, and more. Again, I'll get creative with it, but I'm always going to incentivize that stuff. And now let's discuss some important things to remember with this course. You don't know what you don't know. So think about how much is that costing you, the ignorance debt. See constant improvement. Always try and pay that down and follow the steps provided. Remember, it always comes down to you. It's up to you completely. You're responsible for your results. I will give you everything, but you must act on it. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. I promise you the methods I share with you in this course are tried and tested working methods that can work all across the world in all different areas. I literally live in an area with only 10,000 people, which a lot of people in the phone flipping space would say it's like you're screwed moment. But I promise you, you can always find a way to be successful if you just put in the work. If you're literally just going balls to the wall, you'll find a way to win no matter what. And it's simple, but not easy. You must embrace the resistance. Remember that the plane takes off against the wind. A lot of the methods are simple in concept, right? It's not very difficult, but it's not always easy to stay disciplined and actually do the work that's required. So just be ready for it. Don't come in with the mindset that's going to be way easier than it is, because it's not always easy. You must embrace resistance and remember that the plane does take off against the wind. Again, you just have to put in the work, put in the reps. You'll get better as you go. And it's a huge, super encouraging feedback loop when you start this business, because you can make money right away. And so once you start winning early, then you can just ride that momentum and start going, with the wind as opposed to against it. Again, do the work. Speed is perfection, and nothing happens without action. Just learning will not make you any money. You may have heard the quote that money loves speed, and that's definitely true. This business is all about being fast. If you're slow, someone else is going to come in and buy the phone. So you have to be quick, and you have to just get down and do the work. It's pretty simple, but if you don't take the action, unfortunately, you're just not going to be successful with this business. So you could sit here and watch this entire course, and unfortunately, learning the information alone will not make you any money. You will have to act on it at some point, or you'll be stuck in the same cycle forever, not improving your life, not getting any closer towards freedom, not making any more money on the side. Also, inspire others. This is an important thing to remember. Share your wins with other people inside the community. Inspiration changes lives. Do it. It is so impactful when you share your wins. I've stressed on it a lot already, but please remember to do that, because it just inspires people so much. They see other people winning. They think, well, shoot, why can't I win? And then all of a sudden, they're going to go out and start flipping some devices themselves. And quality post. This is just a key rule across both groups. Make sure to only post quality, well-written posts inside the community. Any sort of low quality you're self-promoting will obviously be deleted, and it just doesn't promote anything of substance or quality to the group. It's probably not worth posting at all. And now let's discuss school, course, and community. So first of all, the community, you can get help and inspiration inside our community. School.com/phone-flippers-plus. That's going to be the best place for support. If you want the maximum support possible, you want to reach me one-on-one, make sure you're a member of Phone Flippers Plus. It's going to be the best place to get help. And community rules: no promotions or job postings allowed. Don't advertise products or services unless they're a direct benefit to the community, or it's run through a group admin first. No promotions via DM. Even indirect ways are forbidden. This will get you permanently banned without warning. We deeply value this community. Only create quality, well-written posts, please. And of course, post your wins. Share your successes with others. It is a community for winners. Inspire others with your wins and work to win some of those prizes. Again, help others. Do you know the answer to a question? Answer it. and you'll be rewarded handsomely. I can promise you down the road, if you're active in group, there's going to be plenty of ways you'll be rewarded within the group. Helping other people is always something that I'm going to encourage, and I'm going to look to reward those who are doing that. And quality posts, quality questions will get quality answers. So write thorough posts and include images and videos. Just be as descriptive and thorough as possible. And that's going to give me and other members the best chance to help you. Now let's talk about how you can get help and support while you're going through this course. There's probably going to be a ton of questions you may have. I do my best to answer everything, like literally spill my brain into this course. But obviously there'll be something out there, something that happens to you that I haven't seen. And I just want to make sure you have the best help and support possible so you can really succeed with this. So let's go over that. These are the best places to get help and support. So obviously the school communities, that's where I'm going to be super active. There's going to be other flippers that are super active. Maybe they've ran into the same issue you've seen and you can bounce it off of them. Maybe you'll get a quicker response than trying to come directly to me. I know this, if you're trying to get a one-to-one response from me, your best chance is going to be a member of Phone Flippers Plus. You will have one-to-one access to me there. Trying to DM me from just the basic school community or on school in general, super difficult because my DMs are flooded. I have a million people trying to message me all the time, ask questions like that. So to get priority support, Phone Flippers Plus group is going to be the way to go for sure. That being said, there's going to be a ton of ways to get help within the free community. Obviously, there's the most people in there. And so there's just so much combined experience in there that you should be able to get plenty of support in there as well for free. Q&A calls as well. That's something we're going to be doing every week in Phone Flippers Plus. I can just sit down, literally go one by one, talk to you face to face. And that way I can just, clearly describe things to you as opposed to doing it over message, which is a lot more difficult. Q&A calls are great. Plus you can learn from other members of the group who maybe you've had an issue that maybe you've had it before and now you know how to fix it, or maybe you haven't, and it just prepares you so much for the future. And I think just, having multiple people in those calls, everyone bouncing things off each other, it's a really, really good way to grow and also just to get help and support. And then the newsletter for course updates. It is 100% free. It's going to be a really quality newsletter, guys. It's very high quality, top like level tips and tricks that, if you're not in Phone Flippers Plus, that's a way you can get some of that information completely free. So as always, make sure you join the newsletter. And I have it listed here. You can go to phoneflippers.com/newsletter and join. I promise you won't regret it, and you can always leave. I personally hate newsletters. I sign up for like very, very few of them, and I'm always canceling. But the ones I do subscribe to are very high value. And so with that being the case for me, I take a ton of pride in making sure that there's just always high quality information in the newsletter. Now let's summarize everything we've went over today. I know it's a lot of information already. That being said, I'll try and break it down into some of the key points here. So understand the power of phone flipping, right? I told you my story. I showed you members of my group who have had success. I showed you how quickly I was able to scale it from literally nothing. And so with that being said, just understand how you can do this yourself. It's very repeatable. We've discussed that, how it can be done anywhere in the world. And so take advantage of this opportunity, guys. It's not every day that you have a business model that works. If you found this video, you're obviously super fortunate. Take action on it because it can change your life. It certainly changed mine. And literally following that up, take massive action. The opportunity is now hotter than ever. A lot of other industries have become oversaturated. Capitalize. I really don't see this industry ever getting super oversaturated just because there's never going to be, enough people that really actually put in the work. I think that's how it is with every industry. I know some get more saturated over time, but you can always carve your way in or find a way in if you're just willing to work hard. But I will say this, the barrier to entry is as low as it will ever be. So don't wait another day because there's always just going to be more competition. There will never be less competition in this industry than there is today. Don't think it'll ever be oversaturated, but there's never been a better opportunity than now to start. That's for sure. And if you go to phoneflippers.com/review, you can leave a review if you've enjoyed this course, if you find it helpful, if you think it's going to help you make some money on the side or maybe quit your job and go full time. Please leave me a review. It would help a lot. And as always, there are some prizes associated with those. We're working on those within the group, whether it be free access to Phone Flippers Plus, one-on-one call with me. There's going to be lots of different things I try and throw in there. So go ahead and leave a review. Helps me a ton. Just leave some feedback. I appreciate it a lot. Like I said, you can win some special prizes. And with that being said, let's get to work. So this will sum up the very first module of the course, and just take everything you've learned and apply it immediately. I know a lot of this is just more baseline stuff, and that's kind of how I've set it up with this introductory video. But from here on out, there's going to be a ton of application. If you're not in the school group, make sure to join it immediately. The free school group, it's going to help you a ton. The link will be below. Make sure to join that. It's going to be the best place to just get started, get going, learn the ropes, and it will cost you absolutely nothing. So make sure to do that, and we'll be back with the next video here shortly. Now it's time to master the basics and understand just the core fundamentals of the actual business itself, as opposed to just the course layout, which is a lot of what the welcome video was. So let me go ahead and lay out the basics of this business and just establish a baseline, assuming you know absolutely nothing about phones or phone flipping, to work on from here. So here's what we're going to cover. We're going to go over foundational business principles, why the model works. We're going to go through the getting started worksheet. We're going to touch on IMEI, go through the SIM compatibility worksheet, and the market value worksheet. As always, go to phoneflippers.com/newsletter for a bunch of helpful phone flipping tips and important updates regarding the course. And follow my YouTube channel. Lots of exclusive content. Be sure to subscribe. There's going to be a bunch of good in-depth phone flipping videos like the one you're watching. And share the course. Let's start a revolution and change people's lives together. And a fair warning, this is the most important video in the entire course, as I always say. So watch the entire video. Don't fast forward. Don't skip. This is a chronological course, so if you start skipping through, you're just going to fall behind. So just take it bit by bit. Don't try and bite off more than you can chew. And a pro tip, as these videos can be very long, watch the video in ×2 speed, and that's going to really help you out a lot, and you should be able to process it about just as good. So it's definitely worth it. Now let's go over the foundational business principles. So impact. You want to get these basics right. Who are you helping? What problem is being solved? So believe it or not, this is actually a really helpful business you can start. You might not see it right away, but as you get into it, that's definitely the case. And I certainly didn't see it when I first started, but I actually just realized how broke so many people are, and just having someone they can come to give them cash when they're in a pinch. A lot of people just can't manage their money very well, which is unfortunate. But when they're in a pinch, instead of going to Eco ATM or GameStop and getting completely ripped off, right? They can come to you and get a good bit more. You're also, you can be very reliable, always pay out cash. Those stores have obviously different hours. For me personally, I try and be open, all the time. Like if I'm awake, I'll go make a deal typically. So that's another way you can help people as well. And it's just like a convenience thing. A lot of people also just sit on these. It's not always just broke people, but a lot of people will just sit on old tech and it depreciates. We all know it depreciates very quickly. So that's just money that's going to waste right there as well. So that solves a huge problem. That's just kind of the basics of business and entrepreneurship. You have to solve some sort of a problem. So just understanding that will help you so much more in this business when it comes to finding new ways to market or new ways to strategize, is understanding where the solution is actually being put into place. And then you can reverse engineer that to figure out how to be more and more effective as time goes on. Now, second is market knowledge. How well do you know your product? Do you know all the ins and outs? I'm going to try and go over the key ones in this, specifically regarding the iPhone, because there's so many little things that are trivial. And it's, as long as you know like the main things, you're going to save yourself from getting burned most of the time. That being said, I've been burned literally every way you possibly can. So I know the common ones, and I'm just going to try and say those. Obviously on the Q&A calls and whatnot, we can go more in depth on ways that they get you. I don't want anyone to get scammed. I don't want anyone to lose money. So I'm going to try and just put out all the ones I know off the top of my head. There are a bunch of little ways though, but like obviously some of it's common sense, right? Like a phone with a cracked screen will be worth less than a phone that isn't, or the newest phone will be worth more than the one that came out 3 years ago. So some of that's common sense. But also some of it just takes experience, understanding different things like blacklisted IMEI, things of that nature. Aftermarket parts, that's a big one. Those can really depreciate the phone. So try and go over all of that. And as you get more experience, this just becomes second nature. Obviously, experience will teach you way better than watching this course. But by going through the course beforehand, you can save yourself some trouble when you're just getting started. Because the worst thing would be for you to go out, get burned or lose money right away, and then be discouraged from trying to continue with this. So that's the last thing I want. That's why I'm putting all this information out there, trying to establish a baseline of information for you guys to roll with. Customer avatar as well. So understand the makeup of your ideal customer. How are they benefited? How can you serve them again? Already pretty much touched on that. But a lot of these customers are, repeat customers, because I'll end up buying multiple devices from them, not necessarily just phones. And in the scale week, I'll talk about how you can get your hands on more devices, get people coming back to you and serving them over and over again. And understand your offer. So what is it that we sell? Well, what's our unique value proposition? In this case, our offer is pretty much just buying people's stuff. A lot of people would probably look at this and be like, oh, well, our product is the phone. And that's not necessarily the case, honestly, because the way the leads come in for this business, it's all about buying. The money's made as soon as you buy it. Because a lot of the ways we're able to, value the product we get, which I'll show you actually in this module, is known beforehand. So you know what you're going to get for it before you even sell it, or even buy it rather. So that obviously is like a huge benefit, and it's all about just trying to get more in for the right price if you already know what you're going to sell it for. So that's what's unique about our offer. We're pretty much just offering people money for their stuff, which is pretty cool. And I think is a great offer, especially if you're paying more than other places. Obviously, if you're ripping people off, it's not so good of an offer. But the way I'm gonna teach you to do this is to not rip people off and to give them the best price possible while still being a beneficiary yourself. In messaging, how would you explain what you do to a complete stranger? If you haven't done this, obviously it's kind of irrelevant, but just understand kind of the basic makeup of the business. These are things you should think about as you go on down the road. Uniqueness as well. So how is your offer different than direct competitors? How do you stand out? Obviously, there's places like Eco ATM, which is completely different because it's just software, it's a computer, it's a machine. People will put their phones in and get cash. It is still a competitor though, because it's soaking up phones and devices in your market that you could buy. And so you have to figure out how you can stand out from that, whether it be the person-to-person relationship, whether it be offering more money, whether it just be marketing better to get more eyes on you as opposed to the eyes on them. It's just things to think about. And these are basic things that will really go a long way for any business, but especially this one. Continuing with business principles, everything in business is about having a converting offer. If you get this right, everything else will be solved by default. Get it wrong and nothing else will work, no matter how hard you try. This is huge. And a lot of the offer is really just how much you're appraising. So make sure it's not too little and then you're not closing anybody, or it's not too much and then you're not leaving enough space for you to properly profit off of this business. Either way will come back to bite you severely. So by using the methods I teach, you'll know how to appraise properly. And don't try and do too much or get too greedy, because it will come back to bite you and it will ruin the bottom line, which is to have a converting offer. And remember, the market wants what the market wants. You can't create desire for a product or service. You can only exploit the desire that already exists in the market. You will slowly die when you try to run against this principle. Pretty straightforward there. New versus more. Instead of constantly introducing new things to reach your goals faster, instead identify what has already been working and simply do more of that and make it better. I throw a ton of different options at you guys in terms of ways to get devices, little negotiation tricks, and different things are going to work different for different people and different personality types. Also just different situations. Location plays a big role in it, depending how many people are in your area in a lot of cases. I know for me, I live in a small area at the moment, So I have to do some things a little differently than I'd like to. That being said, it will take constantly introducing new things to reach those goals. You're going to have to just throw everything on the wall, see what sticks, and go from there, then double down on what works. And that's how you'll have the most success in this program. And then blue ocean strategy. Focus on creating new untapped markets or blue oceans rather than competing in saturated ones, quote, red oceans. You can convert a red ocean into a blue ocean by creating new, unique, and powerful services and offers. It's a great book if you've ever read it, Blue Ocean Strategy. And this is kind of just a bullet point summarizing the entire thing. I'm going to give you a bunch of stuff that is pretty blue ocean, but over time it might become more red ocean, right? And so you got to constantly look for ways to improvise and adapt. Now, a lot of the stuff I give you, I think is pretty evergreen, but that's not to say there won't be more competition and competitors in the future, especially as more people join this program, right? So always be looking for the new cutting edge, innovating ways to do things, because there's a million different ways to skin a cat, and you can always find a way to get more leads, to do things just 1% better, increase your margins doing this thing or another. So always be thinking, and how can you improve? How can you do something that's untapped, something new, a blue ocean strategy? Let's discuss now why the model works, because you might be wondering, how are you making, $100,000 a year just reselling iPhones? It doesn't seem real. It's just like a side hustle, right? Well, that's because there's some very interesting business tactics here. So first point I have is ignorance, and everything in business is about having a converting offer. Get this right and everything will be solved by default. Get it wrong and nothing else will work, no matter how hard you try. We've already discussed this. Expenses, what the market wants. You can't create desire for a product or service. You can only exploit the desire that already exists in the market. You will slowly die when you try and run against this principle. In our case, there's already a bunch of people out there who need money. And since we're offering money, this is pretty straightforward, and I don't see it dying anytime soon. Local market manipulation. You want to become the ultimate middleman and delete accidental competition. And I'll touch on this more in just a second if you're confused by what I mean. And then the global market system. So you buy locally, sell to direct buyers or on eBay for a fixed price. So it becomes more than just selling back locally. We're shipping these items off farther away. Now, local market manipulation, which is what I wanted to talk about. So you have your normal people selling a device. We'll say, for example, they're selling on Facebook Marketplace, right? And they're not selling it to other people who buy devices. They're just selling it to whoever will give them money for it at the price they want. And then you have normal people who are just looking to buy a device. Now, this is kind of an overarching theme for everything, but in terms of a Facebook Marketplace deal, I like to just sandwich this. So you need to be overlapping and kind of just keep this from being a Venn diagram. And you just want to be right in the middle, taking everything. So the way I like to frame this is everyone who's trying to sell their phone in your area should be selling to you. And everyone who's trying to buy a phone in your area should be buying from you if you're selling on Facebook. Now, as you go on, I actually do recommend selling on Facebook to start because it's very beginner friendly. As you go on, you can kind of forget the latter half of this because you're going to be selling to people who have fixed price sheets or eBay buyers who, you can just see what the items go for by looking up the sold comparisons. But when you're starting, it's a really good mindset to have. And even in the future, if you're selling to those online options, the normal people who are selling a device, you want to just have the mindset that you're going to get every single one. And if not, you're going to at least try and give it your all, because that's what I do. And that's been the key to my success living in a town of only 10,000 people. You have to find a way. And so it's just by sheer effort and grit and willpower, by sending a message even when you don't think you have a chance, and sticking to the script every single time. In a long enough time period of just doing that and following the right steps, it will end up paying off. And so, you basically just want to keep this from happening, which is the overlap where you're nowhere to be seen. And let's talk about the global market system then, which is when you are shipping it off to these people. You've got normal people who are selling their device. You're buying it. And then you can either sell it on eBay or to direct buyers. These are the two best ways to sell, in my opinion. But if you're a total beginner, I would say just start off on Facebook because it's really easy just to get your feet up under you, get things going a little bit, kind of understand and work out the basic fundamentals of it before trying to get advanced, because you could just be crushed by information. That being said, I'm not saying this has to be like a crazy long beginner period. It could be 1 week, because we talk, I've got the launch, scale, and operate, 3 weeks of implementation. By week 2, you should already be looking to sell online. Very, very quick progression. That's the way it should be. Not some insane like months on months to implement, and then all of a sudden you're down, thousands of dollars in ad spend or whatever, and you can't recoup. That's not what I want. I want people making money, profiting right off the rip. And it's very easy to do so if you just put in a basic baseline amount of effort. Now, I've put together a few worksheets throughout this program, all completely free resources, as you'll see. And this first one is the Getting Started worksheet. I've got a few notes here. So save yourself. Over the entirety of this course, you will have a lot of information thrown at you. Setup process is going to save you from a headache in the long run. And don't skip, because skipping this step will overcomplicate future processes. Build out the mundane now so you can start earning immediately over the next few course modules. And do now, understand later. It may not all make sense now, but the transition will be seamless later on. It's just kind of throw yourself out there as you pick up things and have an idea of where to start. Just trying to do this whole paralysis by analysis thing will just kill you. The best way is to just start. It's not, you need some insane amount of information. Just go out there and try, and then come back to these resources in the course if you're stuck at any point or confused, or go to the community if you need help. There's so many ways that you can get help. But the worst thing you can do is just not put in any effort or try at all, because you'll just end up way behind and you're not going to get the result you want, which should be to make money. Now, I've put together this Getting Started worksheet, so let's go over that real quick. So here we are. This worksheet is designed to help you take the first essential steps in getting up your first phone flip. It's more about taking action than traditional homework. So let's get started. Yeah, don't think about this as homework, but it is just like the easiest way to get everything ready for you to go. So first of all, I have this in checklist format, as you can see. So what you can come here and do is go to File, make a copy. That's very easy. Rename the document to whatever you like, since you'll already have this one in your docs. You might want to like put your name on it or something, or just however you memorize it. And then optionally, you can just delete the original document. The way I've made these is that they're not for you to edit. Obviously, you can make a copy and have an editable version, but I don't want people editing the main one for obvious reasons and ruin it for everyone. So now ensure you're working from your copied version. The original is no longer needed. I think it'd be very helpful to go through and just check these off as you go. That's why I've made it. If you don't want to and you like being all cluttered, do your thing, but that's the way I would do it. And some of this is so easy that you probably already have it done. And it's, obviously Facebook for Marketplace. You're going to want to go to Facebook, create an account. That's very straightforward. Don't even have to do a tutorial for that. And if for some reason you can't figure it out, YouTube's your best friend. So you're going to set up your Marketplace profile with a clear professional photo and your real name, and get the Facebook app installed on your phone. Most of you guys probably already have this. If for some reason you don't, or the Marketplace profile is a little off, just put a headshot photo of yourself. You can literally just crop in on any photo you have, or just take one on your phone and try not to look like sketchy or scammy or be holding up guns or something stupid. I see people doing that, and that's just like a surefire way to have people not want to meet up with you. So if you have any of that stuff, just remove it. I'm not saying like hunting photos, but if you have any, photos where it'd be like people would be kind of sketched out to meet up with you, you want to make sure that's not the case. Just look like professional, or even just as normal as possible. People are scared to meet up, especially a lot of women, which is, half of your market. So you don't want to look like a threat. They're already scared enough to meet up with you. Don't make it any worse. So just use a clear professional photo. Use your real name. I'm not saying if you have like a nickname, you can use that too, but just whatever you go by, first and last. Just want to look professional as possible. And then, of course, download Facebook Messenger as well, because that's where all the messages will go through, and you'll want to log in with your Facebook account with that. Do the same for OfferUp. I know OfferUp is only for the United States. I think Canada has Kijiji. There might be some more depending where you're from. I think Australia has their own. every country might have their own alternative, but if there's any local sort of marketplace app that's popular, go ahead and get it because it's going to be very helpful. So if you do live in the United States and you don't have OfferUp, go ahead and create an account using the same photo and name as your Facebook, and then you'll complete the True You verification. It's kind of a cool aspect they have. They'll like put a little verification check next to your profile, and that will help you get some deals done as well because it just makes you look official. You just have to verify your ID, which is very easy. It takes almost no time to do. Step 3, setting up finances and resources. So you're going to want to create an account on sickw.com. This is for checking IMEI, which is crucial. It's like the most important part of checking every single phone. So go to sickw.com and sign up. Very easy to create an account. And then add at least just $1 to your account. You'll obviously want to add more later, but just $1 to start. That'll be like a total baseline. Optionally, then you want to organize your resources too. I would highly recommend this. As you can see, like I've got week 1 launch, week 2 scale, week 3 operate folders up here, right? I've got folders for these businesses as well. It's super helpful. You can do it on Chrome, or you could just do it through Google Drive and put all your phone flipping resources into these folders in order as well. And I think that's going to help you just like, because you're going to have questions that pop up. You're like, oh wait, that was in the, whatever, the IMEI checking sheet or whatever it is. Then you're going to want to go back and reference it. And if you're disorganized, it's going to be way harder to go back and find it. So definitely do that. I also thrown in here withdraw cash. Technically, you don't have to. A lot of people, when we're meeting up, do have payment apps, but more often than not, people are going to want cash, and you'll run into a fair amount of situations where people will only take cash as opposed to payment apps. Some people don't trust them or just don't even have them, believe it or not. So I would go get at least 300 to 500, and this will be used for your first phone flip. Make sure you just have a little bit of cash on hand just in case. And step 4, if you need help or, get stuck, need assistance with any of these steps, just please create a post in the school group, and I or one of the other members will be happy to help you. Once you've completed these tasks, you're now ready to move on with the course. You need to revisit any step. Feel free to return here after watching more of the course content. So as you can see, this is just like super basic stuff, but this is just going to set you up in the long run. Skipping this, again, could lead to confusion in the future. So make sure you do this. It's going to be super helpful as you progress. All right, so let's go back to the presentation now. We can close out of these. IMEI. All right, let's talk about it. So as mentioned before, it's probably the most important thing you'll check outside of obviously the physical condition of the phone, which is like very straightforward. You can't really mess that up, but you can definitely mess this one up badly. First of all, what even is IMEI? You may know it's like that weird number in your phone settings. There's a whole bunch of them actually. But IMEI and serial number are the two you can actually run to pull up the details of the phone. And it's the International Mobile Equipment Identity. I didn't even know that until I started researching for this video. It's pretty irrelevant, but you just need to know that it's a number. It exists. Every phone has a unique one. It can be used to pull up all the relevant details surrounding a phone outside of physical damage and condition. And it's essentially the fingerprint of the device. It's like a very easy way to remember that. Everyone has a unique one. Why is it so important? Well, the IMEI is crucial for seeing if the device is iCloud locked, blacklisted, and carrier locked, as well as finding other relevant details such as storage, model, and color. So storage, model, color, whatever, you can find those in settings or just by looking at it, right? But there's things like iCloud locks. Now, if a phone's locked to iCloud, you could also see it by going through the device, but sometimes you may ask for the IMEI before you even meet up. That way it makes it easy to know. Check if it's blacklisted. That's really the big one because you can figure out iCloud locked and carrier locked by looking through the device. However, if you just run it and get all the info at once, super easy. In terms of like being blacklisted, that's devices that are stolen. You don't want to buy stolen devices, obviously. But if a phone is blacklisted, say, just for non-payment, sometimes you can buy those. And so if it's bad IMEI, you still need to know that because some direct buyers may not accept them. They're very hard to sell. You need to understand that that's going to hurt the value of the device. So if you're buying a blacklisted phone and you don't know it is, it's going to end up biting you because it's going to hurt your bottom line, your profit margin. And basically how blacklisting works is the carrier will end up blacklisting the phone, or the owner of the phone may go in, they don't want to make payments on it anymore. So they just report it as blacklisted, which is not a good practice, but it happens a lot. And then they'll try and sell it and get some cash for it. Well, a lot of times people are going to tell you that it's not, or they might not even know. Most people know. They don't know like it's necessarily blacklisted, but they know it's not working how it's supposed to, because these blacklisted devices, what happens is you try and put a SIM in or even just do the eSIM and it won't work with cellular. So that's basically how it works. It like everything else would work on it, but it basically becomes a Wi-Fi device. So it's basically just a brick or like an iPod Touch at that point. And so you want to be as careful as possible. And so always run the IMEI. I swear every time I don't, I end up getting burned. And so I just stopped doing that completely. I always check now. There was times in the past when I would get lazy. Don't get lazy. Always check it. It's very important. And that is literally my third point. So don't let yourself get burned. It's essential to check every single time, no matter what. No questions about it. Just do it. It takes like 5 seconds. It's going to save you a ton of pain. So SickW is the software I use for this. I have a whole section in this course, like breaking this down, everything you need to know. Like I literally over explain it as much as possible, but essentially you just run the carrier checks for iPhones and it'll bring up all the relevant information, blacklist status, what carrier it is, if it's locked to a carrier or if it's unlocked. That is super helpful. And with that being said, that kind of draws me to the next thing, which is SIM compatibility. If you're selling locally, this is very, very good to know. And I'm going to show you a couple tricks here. There's a little things you can do, and there's a whole bunch of stuff with SIM that's just important to know. Is like if you're selling iPhones or just smartphones in general, you need to know all the little intricate details of a phone. So this is just more of like the baseline, the basics, as the module implies. So eSIM versus physical SIM. All Samsung phones are both. So they do eSIM and physical SIM. The new iPhones have completely went away from physical SIM, which is actually kind of a pain, but it doesn't make that much of a difference. There's just like some niche situations where it'd be nice because they would put the IMEI in the SIM tray. Now it's harder to pull that up if, you can't get into the phone for whatever reason. But that's like a pretty rare example. For the most part, it's not that much different. And so SIM card, you probably already know about it. You probably have one in your phone, or maybe you have an eSIM for your phone. Especially if you're a newer iPhone user, you will be on eSIM. And that's obviously what allows the phone to work on cellular data plans. And there's only SIM cards for physical SIM phones. That's typically the case. eSIM just means embedded SIM. So it's like the future. Everything's going towards that. Like I said, Samsung isn't doing that yet. Maybe they will eventually. We'll see. Maybe Apple goes back. It kind of just depends on like local legislations and whatnot, if they're requiring it or not. It really just depends on law sometimes, but it does not use or require a physical card. And I've put together this SIM compatibility sheet because there's a few tricks I want to show you guys. So let's head over there. By the way, you can access this sheet yourself, phoneflippers.com/sim-compatibility. I have a bunch of these resources, as I mentioned before. I know the last one, it was /getting-started. So for all of those, one, they'll be in the description below, completely accessible to you to review anytime you have something come up. Maybe need to go over some information or you're just confused how things work. I've tried to break down a bunch of key information like that for you guys into these sheets and documents. So this one I've put in the description here. It's a simple worksheet that explains the difference between SIM and eSIM, and it lists the sub carriers compatible with main carriers AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon. If you're in the US, those are the big three. If you're in a different country, obviously it's going to look different. And I know like Canada, I'm pretty sure they have some sort of law where every device has to be unlocked. So obviously that's a lot better. Carrier locked devices are naturally worth less because you can only use it with the one carrier as opposed to all. And typically carrier locked devices are going to end up going blacklisted. I just assume that they're unpaid. And while that's not always the case, that's just what I assume. I actually sell all carrier locked devices as parts only now. And I can explain more on that in the future, but just understand that it's going to be worth significantly less if it's a carrier locked device, and there's more headaches that can come with that if you're not careful. SIM versus eSIM. Already kind of described this. SIM card, you have the physical tray. eSIM, it's embedded. iPhone 14 models and beyond are eSIM only. This is important for you to know for yourself and also to communicate with customers. When I talk about like a niche example where this would matter, let's say someone has two phones, an iPhone 13 and an iPhone 14. Neither of them turn on, and they've just been sitting in this person's drawer for forever. You can still make money on these phones that don't turn on. Believe it or not, there's good profits in them. Some of my best profits come from broken phones that are like what you would think beyond salvageable. And that's actually just not the case, because there's repair people on eBay who will buy them. If it's a 14 model, there's really no way for me to pull up the IMEI and see if there's a connected iCloud account with the check online on SICW, unless I were to bring a laptop and like connect it to iTunes and do, the whole thing. And that's assuming it would even connect, right? Because it's a device that doesn't turn on. There's a chance I wouldn't even be able to pull up the info to know. But with the iPhone 13, there's actually like a small IMEI and like super tiny print in that SIM tray. So if it was an iPhone 13, I would be able to take that, run the number, and then I would know, okay, iCloud locked or not. Because if it's iCloud locked, there would be no point in buying it. It's like, because even if you were to repair it, at that point, it would be a loss no matter what, because it still has the iCloud connected, which you would buy 4 parts anyways. So if the motherboard's bad and it's smashed and not turning on, there's just nothing to save really there. Maybe a couple small pieces, but it just wouldn't be worth buying. Whereas the iPhone 13, if you can run to see, okay, now it has no iCloud, that for sure, then it has a good motherboard, and then you'd be able to still make a decent margin on that, assuming you don't pay a ton of money for it. And I've actually put together this United States carrier locked compatibility chart. And the reason I did this is when you're selling locally is that, and this is what I did back when I sold on Facebook Marketplace. And I recommend, if you haven't done anything, start there, because it's easy to learn. You can actually make much better margins on Marketplace too. And especially if you understand carriers versus sub-carriers. So AT&T, there's a huge list of them that go underneath. The big one for AT&T is Cricket. A lot of these other ones can kind of be for multiple, like your Straight Talks of the world. And things kind of change too, because they're always acquiring new ones, right? A lot of these big carriers will end up buying out sub carriers. But anyways, I know AT&T will work with Cricket. I think potentially even Mint. I know Mint. I have it listed for T-Mobile here. Maybe it can go for both. I don't know. I could be inaccurate on that one, but I guess it's T-Mobile. With AT&T and Cricket, those are the same. But understand that if you have a phone that's locked to Cricket, you run the IMEI check and it says Cricket locked, it won't be able to work with AT&T. But if it's AT&T locked, it will work with Cricket. And sometimes the eSIM transfer, like if you're selling one on Marketplace and someone wants to set it up right there and then, it won't actually always work if it's AT&T to Cricket, because you need the QR code and then it will. That's like how I've always troubleshooted that, which is a pain. It's like kind of hard to explain to people when they're trying to connect it and it doesn't load. They need to go get the QR code from Cricket and then it'll work on the AT&T device. Same thing with T-Mobile, and Metro's the big one. If you have a Metro phone and you put a T-Mobile SIM in it, it won't work. But if you have a T-Mobile phone and you put the Metro SIM in it, it will. And I do believe Mint is T-Mobile now that I sit here and think about it. But it's the same with Boost, same with Simple Mobile. Some of these are really small. I just threw a bunch of them in there. It's what I researched. I hadn't even heard of a lot of these, but your main ones are near the top. Same thing with Verizon. You have Visible, Spectrum, Xfinity. Those all kind of fall into the same category, and understand the reverse compatibility. If it's one of the big three, the other ones will work. But if it's the small ones, and you try and put a big 3 SIM in, it's not going to work. But understand that. You'll kind of figure out how these work as you go. The main 3 you will see are AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon, obviously. I'm just trying to see if there's any more important information here. eSIM, if you try to do the Apple Direct transfer from an old phone, it will only work if it's the exact carrier. Yeah. So if you're selling on Marketplace and you list the phone, it's AT&T phone, you should list it as AT&T and Cricket, because you'll attract more people naturally, more potential buyers. And when you're selling on eBay and direct buyers, this is irrelevant, but this is just for those of you that will sell locally to start, just to get some experience. List it as AT&T and Cricket. And if someone wants to buy it from you and they're a Cricket user and they want to test it out and they try to do the direct eSIM transfer, it's not going to work. It would only work if they were AT&T, but if they get the QR code from Cricket, then it will work. So that's just a pain. That's like, again, really niche and nuanced, but I figured I would throw it in there because it has actually saved me way back when I was selling locally. That was something that was really key, and you can actually increase your profit margin just by knowing that information. So if that's flown completely over your head, it's fine. It's really not that important. Just understand the basics of this. And then you can always come back to the sheet because it's always available if this happens to occur for you. I just wanted to leave no stones unturned here. And so that was kind of the whole point there. Don't try to overthink this, but this is just establishing some sort of baseline for you. And now I've also made a worksheet for market value because I think it's important. Obviously you buy these devices and the money's made when you buy it, because if you know how to properly assess value and you know the market, you know what things go for, then you've already made the profit because you know what you're going to make on it. And so you buy it with that in mind. That's how you quote people. That's how you make your offers. For me, I like to make at least $50 per flip. And so you can look on eBay to filter sold items. That's an easy way to do it. You can use ChatGPT, AI scraping. Wouldn't recommend it, but I think in the future, that's going to be the easiest way to do it. Obviously, always look for some sort of AI advantage. We're still kind of on the early end in the phone flipping industry of AI, but in the future, obviously it's just going to keep getting progressively and exponentially better and better. So I think that's a way that it could be used. And then direct buyers, they have price sheets. And so it's literally the easiest thing in the world. You just see, okay, this is the phone I have, the condition, the storage, the amount of gigabytes, carrier locked or unlocked, and then the price is right there. So you just send it in and you know what you're going to get automatically. Let's go over this market value worksheet now. You can go to phoneflippers.com/market-value and you will be able to have a copy of this yourself. Now, I've provided 3 simple methods in this worksheet for finding the value of phones. I could have provided a list, but it would require constant updating as prices fluctuate and currency conversions, which would result in inaccuracy, and it's best to learn how to gauge prices for yourself. Yep, that's pretty straightforward. If I was trying to make a list of like, oh, here's what everything goes for, it's constantly fluctuating. So it would be such a pain to do that. It's better for me to just teach you how to assess value yourself, as opposed to trying to update some sheet literally every single week, like direct buyers would. If I was going to do that, I would be just trying to buy phones from the audience, from you guys, but I'm not doing that. So method 1, using eBay sold listings. It's like a general rule of thumb. Anything you're selling on eBay, just go to eBay, type in exactly what you have, and then filter it by sold. So in this example, I said go to eBay and search the exact phone model, storage capacity, and condition. If you have one that's cracked, it's a little more difficult, but you can just be like iPhone 13, crack screen. Just try and find one that's very similar. And that way you can pretty much understand what it's going to be. And then try and find a couple. Don't just see one, because sometimes, of course, there's going to be outliers, like one that was just listed way too cheap. Or on the flip side, one that was listed too expensive, but for some reason someone bought it. So just look at 3 to 5 and just sort of average it out in your head. And if you want, you can even list for the higher end and turn on offers, but just, don't try and overprice too much or underprice. If you get greedy, what's going to happen is you're going to end up with a bunch of stuff sitting around that doesn't sell. And if you sell it for too little, then you're just missing out on profits, which is obviously no good. So just do a mental calculation. You don't have to actually calculate it in a calculator. It's just you see 3 price points, 500, 520, 550. Maybe throw it up for 530, 540, and then, you can slowly lower it down, but try and get it out the door quick. You don't want to be sitting on a bunch of inventory, because then that's just cash tied. It's just not a good practice. Method 2 here, I threw this in here. Honestly, wouldn't even use it, but in the future, I think it could be better. And I noticed some decent accuracy with it. So I do have a ChatGPT prompt. I'm not even going to really go over it. There's just no point. But in the future, I think it's going to be very beneficial, very helpful for assessing value. That being said, for now, it's just not important. Method 3, though, direct buyers list. This is the easiest one. In the Phone Flippers Plus school community, you will have access to my personal direct buyers list. This is where I actually sell my stuff. So it's not like me just plugging someone else who I've never even sold to. I only vet buyers who I've sold to. And then I have a list of a bunch of other known buyers that maybe I haven't sold to, but that's clearly differentiated in the list. And that's just like, hey, maybe there's someone local to you, because I believe there's over 70 contacts in there. So if there's someone local to you in there, that's a local connection. Maybe they would just give you cash locally. And so that's why I did that. And it's always just good to find more buyers, because maybe someone pays better for a different model than another one. So I did that just so you guys can make as much money as possible. It's up to you how you want to use it. And you get immediate valuation from these. So you view them, it'll show you exactly what things go for. And again, that list is only available in the premium Phone Flippers Plus community. So it ensures you always get the best deal. I try to use direct buyers as much as possible. Personally, anything that's like a B grade phone, which is just like a couple scratches on the screen, works normal, like kind of your normal, typical use condition and better. I send to direct buyers because I think like the price you get is the best for the least amount of headache. Because once they get it, grade it, they'll just send you the money, as opposed to eBay having to ship out a bunch of different stuff. So you end up saving a little on shipping cost, and it's just way simpler, way less headache. eBay, you can deal with returns, buyers trying to scam you for a bunch of stuff. I'll talk about how to mitigate that in the future. Obviously, you don't want to be getting scammed on eBay, and there's a lot of good practices you can get that pretty much down to zero. Same with returns. There's practices you can put into place to get it almost down to zero, but it never will be. There's always going to be pain when dealing with people that aren't like business minded or professional, whereas these direct buyers are. So they're just going to shoot you straight, not going to try and gyp you. And that's what I really like about them. So when you can and when it makes sense, use the direct buyers. It's just super easy to assess value and get it out the door. And then I can quote off that sheet. So if I see, there's a 16 Pro Max and they're buying them for 800 unlocked B grade, I have, and someone's coming to me like from a Facebook or Google ad saying they have that exact phone, I could start at like, 680, 700, and then work my way up to the point where I felt okay buying that and the profit margin I would get. So another profit targeting tip I threw in the bottom here is that I personally strive to achieve a minimum profit of $50 per phone. I think anything less than $50, it's not worth it. And also think percentage based. So if you're buying a phone for $200 and you can get $250 for it, that's great. But if you're buying a phone for $1,000 and you can only get $1,050 for it, I would say that's not so great. And I would at least try and get like 80 to 100 at that point. Totally up to you. You can run your business however you want. Obviously, if you're making money, it's fine. But think about the amount of capital tied. There's always some risk that comes with it. Like you could have a package lost or something. It's rare, but there's just things that could go wrong. The values could change. All of a sudden, you're making only $20 to spend $1,000 to make 20 or 50. To me, it's just not worth it. And usually, as like prices go higher, you can actually make more margin anyways, because people just like getting large sums of money. So I just keep that in mind. That's kind of how I do things. It's up to you, again, how you want to do yours. Another thing is volume considerations. So depending on the volume of phones you handle, you may need to adjust this profit target. Higher volume can sometimes justify a lower profit margin per phone, while lower volume may require a higher profit margin to meet your financial goals. If you don't have a big budget, you should maybe $500 to start. Then hey, maybe try and spend that 500 to get 600, or spend that 500 to get 700, because like a lot of these direct buyers, they're making $20 to $30 a phone, which is not very good, but they might buy, 500 to 1,000 a month. So keep that in mind. You might be like, man, I would love to just make, $30 here, $30 a day, but you can actually do so much better than that. So don't go in for the low products. I remember when I first started, I was in high school and I was like, dude, if I could just make 30 bucks a flip, that would be amazing. But over time, you realize it's just not worth it to have all that capital tied when you could just get better deals and make more money. And then customizing targets, assess your own business model, market conditions, and operational costs to determine a profit target that aligns with your specific objectives and resources. Flexibility in setting your profit target can help optimize your overall profitability. So that's like just other things to consider. As you go on, you'll have like shipping costs, obviously gas costs for your car. So if you're driving an hour away to make $40 on a phone, maybe it's just not worth it, because after gas, maintenance, all that stuff, it's just things to consider there. There's a lot of factors that do play into it. But that's pretty much it for market value. You can obviously go check out that sheet yourself, review it when you need to. And let's go ahead and summarize this Master the Basics section of the course. So first of all, you want to know the basics of phones and assessing value. All the other knowledge you will learn will compound on top of this foundation. So this is, again, me trying to establish a total baseline for you guys who know absolutely nothing to understand what are some of the big problems that you can have with phones. Blacklisted phones is no good. iCloud, it's not blacklisted phones are necessarily ever no good, but it can obviously hurt your profit margin. iCloud locks, carrier locks, understand how those things work. Because when I started in the phone flipping game, I didn't even know. I thought every phone could just be used with any carrier. I thought you just throw your SIM in and you're good, and that's not the case. So I think most people know that now. When I was, younger doing this, I had no clue. So understand that. Again, going back to all the business principles, internalize those, write them down if you have to. They'll save you and they'll give you something to fall back on. Just understand some of those key business principles. It's going to help you in the long run. And then complete the getting started worksheet. Lay the foundation. It's easy and it's pretty fun. It's the first step to literally launching your phone flipping business. Doesn't take that much time. I just would highly recommend you go through that, because if you don't, you're going to end up falling behind to the people who do. So make sure to do that. And then review the SIM compatibility worksheet and the market value sheet. Have them in your Google Drive folder to revisit later. You will need them. You'll fall back on them at some point. They're there for you. So you might as well have them in a place where they're easily accessible and just a place where you can remember to go, because these things will come up and you'll be like, oh shoot, like I forgot about that. How do I handle that? And it's all right there for you. So make sure you have those on hand to review. And if you guys are enjoying the course, go to phoneflippers.com/review. As always, you can leave a testimonial and enter your name in a chance to win some special prizes. And let's get to work. So now that you have your baseline established, you've taken your first steps, complete the getting started worksheet, you're going to be ready to roll into the next module where you're going to actually be hands-on picking up some of your first phones. Let's go. Now it's time for the Facebook Marketplace and OfferUp section of this part of week 1 in the masterclass. I'm going to show you guys exactly how you can start sourcing phones from local markets immediately. You can put this into practice as soon as you're done watching this. I'm going to show you exactly how I use these platforms, how I've optimized it over the years to make sure I have the most success and obviously make the most profit possible. So let's get right into it. So here's what we're going to cover today. My Facebook Marketplace default message trick. This helps me get a lot more deals. We'll do a complete overview of Facebook Marketplace. I'm going to do it from mobile. So I'll be just screencasting my phone. You can see exactly how I use it. I'll just do a live example of that. Similarly, I'll do the exact same thing for OfferUp, a mobile demo as well. And then we'll go over Snipa notification bot. It's my bot that I've created. Spent a ton of money on it, thousands and thousands of dollars. And you can use it for as cheap as $20 a month. And you'll learn exactly how much that helps you. But if you get just one deal, it pays for itself and then some. So I try to make it as cheap as possible. This thing is an absolute killer. You'll be pretty excited when we get to that point to see that. And make sure to join the newsletter for important updates regarding the course, as well as some juicy phone flipping tips and secrets. And of course, subscribe to my YouTube channel for exclusive content. I'm going to show a ton of phone flipping, like day in the life, week in the life, tons of tactics and things as well. You can follow me at boston.miller there. And make sure to share the course. Let's start a revolution and change people's lives together. But a fair warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. So watch the entire video. Don't fast forward. Don't skip. And a pro tip, watch the video in 2 times speed. And now let's go over my default message trick. So as I said earlier, this is what I do to make sure I get the attention of people who are selling on Marketplace. It's the first impression you make, so you want to make sure it's good. We'll go straight over to Marketplace to demonstrate this. So you can go to facebook.com/marketplace. I already have it open over here. This is my Marketplace homepage. So what you can do up here is go to settings, and this will be the one thing we do on computer. I do use Facebook Marketplace from computer. Obviously, it runs about the same as mobile. I just prefer to use it on my phone. I feel like I'm a little quicker on there, can message back a little faster, easier to type with my fingers on my phone as opposed to computer on a keyboard. That being said, I do use both from time to time, but I'll show on your phone because that's where I think most people do it. But you do need to go to the desktop version to edit this, I believe. So that's why I'm going to demo it from here. So you'll see if you go to settings in the top corner here and then go to set a custom buyer message. I think that the default is like, hey, is this still available? So if you ever sold on anything on Marketplace, you know how it's just so annoying to get bombarded with, hey, is this still available? Hey, is this still available? And so what you need to do is to differentiate yourself with, is this still available? I'm very interested and will pay cash today. That way you're still asking like the basic layup question so you can get a quick response and get the chat going, start negotiating. That being said, people want cash and they want it now. Most people who are selling stuff on Marketplace either have a bill to pay, so they're just getting rid of some old stuff, or they just want quick cash because they've had stuff laying around. They realize, okay, well, I need to just, go ahead and get this out of the house. Now, of course, there's those people from time to time who are actually trying to like squeeze every last drop and have way overvalued their phone. It's fine. You just have to deal with those. I still message every listing. But for this one, I like to say I'm very interested and will pay cash today. There's a lot of times when there will be phones that are really undervalued on the Marketplace. And so you got to understand that people are going to be bombarded with messages because it's going for so cheap, and a bunch of people are going to be trying to buy it. And so I can't tell you how many times this message has saved me, because it's just different. So it catches their eye. Everyone else is sending the default. And then when you show that you're very interested and will pay cash today, that's just the cherry on top. Like I said, I've split tested different messages. You're welcome to do the same. For me, this works really well, and I would highly recommend it. This is just going to make it so people respond to you first. I know when I get different messages, people have a tendency to, or at least when I used to sell on Facebook Marketplace, I would just have a tendency to respond to anything that was different than the default because it just caught my eye, right? Just kind of human nature. Another thing you could do is also just like put a space here and maybe like a bracket as like a name placeholder. Completely optional, but if you're like really, really trying to get someone's attention, use their name. If you've read How to Win Friends and Influence People, everyone's favorite word is their first name. So that's just another bonus thing you can do, but not necessary, obviously, because you can't like tailor that to everyone. But anyways, basically, this has gotten me a lot more leads. It's gotten me a lot more phones, a lot more money. So make sure you change this away from the default. I recommend you use mine, but if you want to try something else, that's perfectly fine. Now we'll go actually into Facebook Marketplace on my phone here, and I'll show you exactly how I'm using the app on a day-to-day basis. All right, I will now be going over the basics of Facebook Marketplace, showing exactly how I use it, and it will be from my mobile phone view, as this is likely where you will be using it as well. So I will now have the overlay here. And as you can see, I'm in Marketplace right here. Got my home page here, but the home page isn't super important. What you want to do is come up here to search. Now, I've got a bunch of saved searches. I've got iPhone, Apple Watch, Samsung, iPad, MacBook. In the scale course, I teach you about a bunch of different devices that I buy as it helps you progress and make more money, obviously. For the sake of just getting off the ground, you want to start with iPhones because a lot of products, once you know how to sell iPhones, it becomes a lot easier to pick up new stuff, figure out what things sell. But one thing to notice in these searches here is the 1+ since you searched. Now, we're going to get to snipe a notification bot in a minute, but if you decide not to use it, the best thing to do is to check this app very frequently. So if I didn't have something that was sending me notifications, I would probably be checking this at least every 20 to 30 minutes, no later than that. I mean, you're always checking your phone, social media apps anyways. Why not just check Marketplace to see if there's any new listings? Literally no reason not to. I'm trying to find every listings by beating people to the deal. This is how I've made so much money off of Marketplace, is just by being fast, being efficient, having the custom first message, right? This is how I do it. So obviously you've got your saved searches. And what's nice about this is that Facebook won't notify you directly. But if you come into the app and you can see, 1+ since I last searched, okay, well, I know there's a new listing now. And it can be a little buggy. Marketplace is not like the most clean cut thing ever. But honestly, once you figure out how to use it, that plays to your advantage, because if it was, then it'd just be way easier for a bunch of other people to come in and get stuff ahead of you. Now, what I do is I just will go to my iPhone search here. And as you can see, there's a bunch up top. I've already seen all these earlier today, but it shows you the location, right? Like what proximity of you are they in? And I can go in here like this one, and I could obviously just send a message to this guy and be like, hey, is this still available? I'm very interested. We'll pay cash today. There's my custom message. I will literally press send, and that's a done deal. So it's as simple as that. Obviously now you would need to customize this to your location up top if necessary. And I like to do within 40 miles. So I believe that's this right here. No, it's this. Yep. And I just do the suggested local radius, and it gives you, 40, 45 miles max. And then once there's no new listings, it'll just gradually expand beyond that. So I think it's actually pretty good. It's pretty well tailored to what I'm looking for. Sorry, the recording cut out because I got a phone call. But what I was saying was, if you don't want to drive that far, you don't have to, but it's good to just have options, right? Especially if like there's slow days or whatnot. And now there might be filters in here to sort by newest first. I experimented with that way back when, and it was super buggy. The good thing about Marketplace is it's naturally going to put the newer ones up top. So like sometimes it reshuffles them randomly, but for me, since I've already seen these and there's no new ones, this is pretty much it. So it's pretty much straightforward here. Find what you're looking for, check every 20, 30 minutes. If there's new listings, you'll probably have the notification, the little blue dot, and they'll be up top. And it's pretty much as simple as that. Just spam that message as much as possible. It's literally like playing a video game and just spamming the buttons. I literally just spam that out every time I see a new listing. I don't care if it's like $300 overpriced. I'll give it a shot. And even if it's like a low percentage odds that I get it, why not at least try? Because if it's, maybe a 1 out of 50 item, I'll still hit that 1 out of 50 times. So I like to just shoot for all of them. Granted, I live in a smaller area, so maybe in a bigger city, there's a lot more volume and you have to worry about scammers and whatnot too. But generally speaking, I just try and shoot for everything, because why not? I'll just send a message and potentially make money. So for me, it's a win-win. It's not that much of a loss if I don't end up getting the deal. So that's what I do there. And then obviously from there, you take it over to Facebook Messenger and just then negotiate the price down to what you want, what you need. And I have a whole module in here about negotiating prices that you can just directly apply the script to from there. And boom, next thing you know, you're buying and selling phones just like that, making some money. So that's it for Facebook. I'm pretty sure I've covered every base there. It is pretty simple. You've probably used it before, but there's just a couple tactics that I wanted to throw out there in case you hadn't. And we can jump over to OfferUp now, and I'll show you how I use that one. All right, now in similar fashion, I'll be showing you OfferUp from the mobile view once again. So let me go ahead and start this recording on my phone, and I will show you that. So here we are, we're on the home screen, obviously. Looks about the same as Facebook. Obviously, it's a little different, but you kind of get the gist. Now, they do have the search bar up here. You don't actually need to use the searches with OfferUp. I find they do a much better job of just grouping the electronics together, whereas Facebook, using the category search, is actually just not as effective for finding devices. So what I do is I actually just go to search and then, okay, what's my messages by accident, but then you browse by category. So for me, I just go to electronics and media and I just view all. Now there's like little to no volume on OfferUp for me as opposed to Facebook. Facebook is like 10 to 20 times the input and usage as OfferUp. OfferUp's kind of dying, and I think that's a thing in most places, but it still does get used. So you should definitely use it. I've got a Fresno zip code pulled up here just for demonstration purposes, and the default is 30 miles. Keep it on local, no shipping. And then I just like to crank it up to the max because you never know if you're going to find an insane deal. 40 miles, meet at 20, maybe that's a 45-minute drive, which is about the max I like to make. But, depending on the profit margin, it could be worth it. And the great thing about these, when you sort by category on OfferUp, is it just automatically puts the newest ones first. So I actually think the user interface on OfferUp is way better than Facebook, but believe it or not, for me personally, there's not a ton of competition on OfferUp at all, just because it's kind of dead. But I think Facebook being kind of tricky to navigate does leave the door open, obviously, for advantages, and has probably helped me make a lot more profit there. So I'm not really complaining about it. But as you can see, kind of go through here, OfferUp is really like just cluttered with ads, super buggy. It's kind of hard to filter through it because a lot of the ads look like they're items posted on OfferUp, and that's actually just not the case a lot of the times. But you can see these ones in the corner with the arrows pointing up, and then all these ads right here. It's pretty annoying. When you message people, you'll have pop-up ads. It's a pain, but I think they just had to do it because they were losing so much traction. It wasn't always this bad, but I think they've just kind of had to look at ways to keep themselves afloat, is my guess. I don't know if they'll be around much longer, to be completely honest, but while they're here, this is how I use them. And so the newest one's first, obviously. This was posted 32 minutes ago, so I guess not a ton of activity there either, but here's a phone right here. I would just go ahead and ask them. And since you can't really change the default message, they have these ones right here, I usually just say, hey, is this still available on OfferUp? Just because there's usually not that much competition. But if you want, you can even have a keyboard shortcut or just type the same Facebook message in, hey, super interested to have cash today. As you can see, I'm getting pop-up ads now, and I may just blur this out. We'll see. No free promos here. But yeah, it's not as good, but I know I probably get anywhere from 3 to 5 devices a month on OfferUp. So with that being the case, I'd say it's worth using. I would recommend it, 3 to 5 devices a month. That could be, anywhere from, $300 to $600 or so. So definitely worth it. We might as well check it at least once or twice a day, maybe not as much as Facebook, but it's very easy to use, a lot more basic than Facebook. And I would definitely at least check it, once or twice a day, like I said. In similar fashion, I'll now be doing a live demo for the Snipa notification bot. This is an app that I've personally invested thousands upon thousands of dollars into, and a lot of time to make sure it came out just right. Basically what it does is it scrapes Facebook Marketplace and it sends notifications straight to your phone every time there's a new listing. And so you don't have to worry about checking and refreshing all the time. It literally just sends a notification, you tap it, and boom, it actually opens it up for you inside of Facebook, and you can immediately send your message. It's really just that easy. So I want to demo it for you guys, but please note that you can actually get this yourself just by going to trysnipa.com. There's actually, I think, a 20% discount or a 10% discount if you just order your subscription from the website. I recommend you do that because you might as well. It's cheaper, super easy, synergizes great with the app. You just create an account and you're in. And I'll go ahead and start recording from my phone and show you guys exactly what this app looks like once you have an account and once you're inside. So you can basically get the full idea of what's to come if you do decide to get it. So here we are inside my phone. As you can see, I've got my saved searches, right? So what these searches do, and I'm on the enterprise plan. So there are 3 plans. The starter plan, which is a 10-minute search time, so it's not as quick. It is only $20 a month. The business plan, which is $50 a month, and it's a 5-minute, and the enterprise plan, which is $90 a month. Now, I will say the enterprise plan gives you way more searches, up to 10, whereas the starter plan only gives you 1, and then the business plan is either 3 or 5. We're still kind of split testing that, but so you have like your profile here, ways to get help and support, but here's the main thing, right? So I've got all mine. I'm on the enterprise plan. And the reason for that is because I like to have multiple searches because I buy multiple things. And so if I get even just one of these, then I make my money back for the month. It's an amazing value. You have to literally close one deal just to break even with enterprise. And then beyond that, it's all profit. And I obviously get a bunch from this, but if you're on the basic plan, I mean, one deal is profit because that's only $20 a month. So no matter how you're doing it, whichever way you're slicing it up, it's going to be highly profitable. I can personally guarantee that. But here's the searches for iPhone. I'll just show this one. It'll be easy to demo. Images aren't showing up just because I think my internet's poor. I'm on cellular, and since I'm trying to record this, I have this on Wi-Fi. But you would have the image come up there along with the ad. So if you wanted to make a new search, what you would do is come to this plus down here. We'll just call it iPhones. And then what it actually does is it loads the Facebook interface. So this is really good. Obviously, you can change this to your city and the distance you want. We'll just keep it on San Fran and 40 miles to make it simple. And then put in your keyword in the search box, and then it'll start scraping exactly what you entered. Then press next. This is really good because obviously it's just scraping straight from whatever you put in, so you can make it however you want. And then let's say for iPhone specifically, I don't want any listings with cases or a case, right? Because some people try and just sell cases. So I would have those as excluded keywords, so I'm not getting those. Then it shows my search right here. I would press next, and just like that, we have a new active search. And before you know it, it'll start scraping this and send me notifications. And I can show you guys that once it loads. And now, if I decided I didn't want this search anymore though, I could just turn it off, and now it's paused, right? So I can always come back and just turn it back on, and it's that simple. And now, as you can see, I've got the notifications if I click on the individual search, but also up top, it's showing me all the notifications I've got, so I can go back to those and see the most recent ones. You've got your profile section here, and then this. It's very clean, very simple user interface. That's how I want it to be, so it's just as simple as possible for you to use. And like I said, if you just get one deal, you'll make your money on it. So it's really that great. And I'll just update. It'll probably take like a couple minutes just to load all the phones just because it's the first time on this search. And I'll just record that and show you the notifications once that happens. All right, so here's the results of that search I just demoed. A bunch of notifications came in right away. Obviously, it scraped a bunch of them. When you do the first one, it may take like a minute or two longer. This one literally came in like 2 minutes. And it's just going to scrape everything that it can find under that search term. Now, obviously, we would probably have to go back and refine this one, as you can see, because there's some like screen and screen protectors coming up. I wouldn't be interested in that, so I would have to try just filter out the word screen. But then, of course, you could miss out if there was one titled crack screen. So you kind of just have to play around with it and figure out what works best for you. Obviously, I buy a bunch of crack screen stuff, so I wouldn't want those filtered out. Maybe I'd be okay with just getting a few dud notifications here or there. Ultimately, really up to you. Play around with it. I think it's better to go broad than narrow, just because, if there's a notification that you can't profit on or it's just junk, it happens regardless. Sometimes it is a machine, so it's not going to know perfectly what to send you, but I wouldn't try to cut yourself short on any potential deals. So as just a general practice, probably go more broad on those and try not to exclude too many words to where you could actually miss out on some things. Just something to consider there. But it's a great app, and it's been super helpful to me. It makes me a ton of money every month. It'll do the same for you. I can personally guarantee it. That's trysnipa.com. And now let's finally summarize this module. So stand out. Make sure to change the default message. Understand that people often need quick cash, and play to that with your opening. Quick cash is pretty much everything. Most people, I've come to realize after doing thousands of these meetups, it's that they want cash and they want it now. And so if you can incentivize both those things with just your default message, you're going to catch their eye. You're going to have a really good chance at getting to it before other people, before other competitors. That's worked really, really well for me. That's a huge takeaway from this lesson. Make sure you have that down pat and apply it. Also know how the market works and use that to quickly get around it and find deals. I try to do those short demos just to show you exactly how I use it. It's literally, obviously very simple. You could have probably figured it out without my help. There's a couple key, tips and tricks in there, like Facebook, the little blue dot to know if there's new stuff. If you decide not to use Snipa, you will end up checking those apps pretty frequently if you're trying to actually win with this business. So if you're going to opt for the manual route, make sure you're checking all the time and use those little tricks to your benefit. Another key point here is speed. The key to beating competition is speed. And obviously, I highly recommend using Snipa to help you win and make money. If you just miss out on one deal that Snipa could have gotten you, even if it's like a 20 to 30 minute window, you're checking for the entire day. Maybe, on that 31st minute, there was one posted and then you don't see it till the next 30 minutes. Someone's going to already probably have it and have a pending meetup. So there's really just no reason not to use it. It's so helpful. If it gets you one deal a month, you make your money back. So it's just that great. And then be consistent. Routinely check your markets for new listings. If you are using Snipa, then message these people, as soon as you get the notification, because there's literally nothing better than free leads. Paid advertising is great. It really is, but take advantage of what's free because there's literally no cost to it. It's amazing. And these people already have the phone out for you so you can quote them very quickly and meet up rapidly. And as always, you can go to phoneflippers.com/review. If you leave a testimonial, you can win some special prizes. And with that being said, let's get to work. Go ahead and start searching these marketplaces. Put in your searches, start sending messages, and later on, you're going to learn exactly how to negotiate so you can start closing these deals, selling them, and making money. Let's go. All right, now I will be teaching you guys about paid ads and a Google business profile. I will show you how I use them to get even more phone leads, get more deals. The big thing with phone flipping nowadays is diversification, because I know for me, maybe it's just because I live in a small area, but trying to make it on Facebook Marketplace or OfferUp alone just isn't enough. I don't know how people could do that. Maybe in a bigger city, there's just way more and you would be able to source a bunch of stuff from that. But I don't know anyone that does that. So getting into paid ads and having a Google business profile is huge because it can be exponential growth, right? Over time. Google business, more of a long play because you got to get some reviews up. You want to get to the top of the search results in your area. And then paid ads are great because you can just crank the dial on them at any time. So if you're not getting enough leads, you can just turn them up and they do convert. They're very profitable. And I'll show you exactly how I do that. So what we're going to cover today, my results with ads, Facebook ads overview, Google ads overview, Google business profile overview, and then I will show you how to run your own ads, as well as a flip bomb demo at the end, which is my CRM. And as always, join the newsletter, phoneflippers.com/newsletter for lots of juicy phone flipping secrets and important updates regarding the course. And you can subscribe to my YouTube channel for exclusive phone flipping content at boston.miller. And as always too, share the course, help a friend. Let's start a revolution and change people's lives together. But a fair warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. So watch the entire video. Don't fast forward. Don't skip anything. And a pro tip, watch the video in ×2 speed. And now let me tell you about my results with ads. So my very first month running ads, and I was just running like $5 a day on Facebook. And before this, I was just doing all local marketplace, right? So it was just buy and sell. And it's how I recommend everyone starts if you haven't done anything. Just buying on Facebook Marketplace and then literally selling it right back on Facebook Marketplace, which actually worked, believe it or not. Because as you can see, I had this insane month where I made $7,800 in profit. Now, as you can see at the top there, that's before ad spend. And this is also on my old tracking sheet that looks absolutely awful, but it got the job done. And I ended up spending only $300 on ads this month. It was my first month of a full month of running ads, $5 a day, 30 days in June. So, or correction, I was running $10 a day. So in May, I kind of had started with $5 a day. This month I was running $10 a day. So it ended up being $300 in total ad spend. But I still made $7,500 in profit. And before this month, I had never made more than just like slightly over $4,000 in 1 month. And that was just Facebook Marketplace. But as soon as I had more leads coming in through these Facebook ads, I was able to really, really scale it up. And so this was just such a mind-opening moment for me. I was like, okay, you know what? Maybe I should put a lot more money and effort into this. And that's exactly what I did. And now for the longest time, it was just Facebook. And as you can see, I had a ton of success with that, but I knew I needed to get into some other ad streams, right? And so I was doing Google ads for the longest time. And I actually, funny story, recently, I almost quit Google ads because they just weren't converting well for me. Like the cost of conversion, as you can see here, was great, like really, really good. I built a website that was converting very good, like really, really high conversion rates for any category across internet marketing, much less phone flipping. And this is like local leads, right? So I'm getting really cheap leads, but I just couldn't close any of them. And that was actually because I was trying to do them exactly like Facebook ads. And that's just not how you want to do it. So when I have people message me on Facebook, you know, there's just a completely different process for handling them as opposed to Google, because when people see your ad on Facebook, they're not searching, you know, sell my phone or sell my device. Whereas Google, it's a search ad. So they're looking up these things. They're ready to sell now. And so if you wait too long or delay, you're going to have an issue. So usually when I get leads on Google, I'm calling them right away, texting them immediately. And since then, these are now my most profitable ads by far. So Google ads really changed the game for me. Really steep learning curve, but luckily you can just learn from me and not have to make those same mistakes, but very, very powerful. And especially together, I still run both. So currently I'm doing $15 a day of both, but I actually plan to up my Google ads here in the near future. That being said, I have this CRM right here, right? So a bunch of people will message me. You can see some Facebook, some Google, and I can slide this out of the way, but different people coming in from different platforms. So you can see the little message bubble there. Those are your SMS, text message, Google ads, and then the Facebook is the Facebook ad, obviously. And now I want to go ahead and do a little Facebook ads overview, just kind of show you how it works for me. So what I'm going to do is open my Facebook ads here, and we'll go right into my account. So this is what it looks like right here. And I don't think there's anything in here that would give away any personal information or anything. So we should be okay. But this is my ad set currently. And so cost per result, you can see right around $5. This is pretty consistent between Facebook and Google for me. Maybe on average, Google's a little bit more, but it's cool to go in here and just see, right? Like, because you want to track your data to know if you're profitable. And I probably close about 1 out of every 10 Facebook ads, I would say on average, maybe a little higher than that. So anywhere between $40 and $50 to get a device. So, you know, think about that. I mean, that's a little expensive. $40 to $50 just to make, you know, how much profit. But these are usually pretty profitable, and you can make, you know, 80 to 100 per flip. So it ends up being, you know, a pretty good return there, I would say. So right here, you can see I'm running $15 a day currently, and I'll actually just update it to this month. So it's currently April 2025. So just see what I've done so far this month. So right about average, right? $5 cost per result, 63 results this month, about 9,000 reach, 24,000 impressions. I'm not even really sure what I guess this is like unique, and impressions is just total. So people could have seen it multiple times, which makes sense. And these are actually really, really good. I don't know how Facebook does it, but like the whole listening in thing and just targeted ads are really powerful. So these are like very basic ads, not even specifically targeting anyone, not really filtered by age, gender, anything, economic level. But somehow over time, they just get better and better at targeting people, because I'll see people who post a phone on Facebook and I'll message them and they won't sell it to me for the price I want, but then they'll see the ad on Facebook and they'll end up selling it to me for the same price, not even knowing it's the same guy. I think that's just because there's a different feel with a business. It's a little more professional. You're willing to take a little less as you negate the risk of just meeting some stranger off of Facebook which makes sense to me, even though you're still meeting up with a stranger, when I meet up with people with this business, because I don't have a physical storefront or anything like that. But it is kind of interesting to see that. But the fact that those people are getting targeted, like the ones that are looking to sell their phone, it's very interesting to me. And so I'm very pleased with how Facebook does it. Obviously everyone hates the idea of their data being out there and people tracking it, but that's until you start running ads. And that's how Facebook is so profitable, and Google and all these big companies, is because they're so good at getting advertisers what they want. And that's, leads, sales, clicks, whatever these campaigns are optimized for. And they do an incredible job with it. So I hated it too until it started benefiting me, which I guess makes me a terrible person. I don't know, but it's pretty great. And if you start running these, you'll start to see some of the same things, some of those weird anomalies. But as you can see here, I've tested, plenty of different ads. It's weird now because since I run these, I'll get targeted with ads by other phone flippers or, big time buyback companies. And so if I ever see ad sets, I'm like, okay, well, it must be working for them. So I'll just literally screenshot it or, take it from the Facebook ad library, try running it myself. And a lot of times, I've found some of my best converting ads from doing that. So I'm only running 3 ad sets currently. Could change over time because, of course, I'm always split testing things. But, as long as I'm getting around $5 cost per result, I really don't think there's huge room for optimization here. And I'm just pretty pleased with it. So I can always spend more. I think I peaked out on Facebook at about 20 a month, and I realized 15 a month was about just as good for me. So I don't know, it's to each their own. You got to try it, see what works for you. But I think $15 a day is pretty much a good sweet spot for me. So that's where I've stayed right now. As you can see, these are my ad sets. So you can see which one is converting the best. But cost per result just means people messaging me from the ad. So some of these may be more appealing. I get more messages, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're better. So I may spend, $5.75 for the top one as opposed to $4.32 for the bottom one. But maybe I end up buying twice as many devices from the $5.75 one. So that's just things to consider. It's not always about cost per result. It's really about cost per conversion. Like which ones are you actually closing? And so that's what I like to go off of. But these are all giving me the best results by far. So I've just been pumping these for really months now, actually closing in on a year. Some of these have came and went, but generally speaking, really good. Trying to see if there's anything else to throw in here. I think that's pretty much it. So pretty basic there with Facebook ads. It's always good to track your data. I've updated this one for this month. Obviously, at the end of every month, I go in and check, and they've been just very consistent for me so far. So like I said in the past, very pleased with Facebook. And now I'll show you some of my Google ads, which are quite interesting. So let me go ahead and open these up. And here is my Google Ads dashboard. Now I'll update this one to be accurate for this month as well. Oops. Okay, we can apply. There we go. It's getting in the way. And now my conversion rules were kind of messed up at the beginning of the month. I did rebrand my buyback business, so I kind of ran into some issues because I had to make new domain. And so my conversion rules didn't switch over. Now they are updated. I might have missed a little bit at the beginning of this month, but I think that's about accurate. $6.35. I get a ton of Google leads. I convert really well with Google. And the thing about Google is I just close so many more of these, especially since I switched up my methodology. Because Facebook ones, I'll show you my CRM in a second, but I have an auto message that goes out to people on Facebook, and then they can kind of respond. Sometimes they don't, but it just helps me gather more information. With Google Ads, they're filling out a form, and then it's coming straight to my phone, as I showed you earlier, that notification center. And then I try and just literally immediately respond to them because I have a notification also that gets sent out to me as soon as the form is filled. It'll show me their name, number, what they're selling, if there's any issues with it, because that's all stuff that gets filled out in the form. And I'll immediately call them, try and quote them over the phone, or just text immediately if I'm not able to call them at the time. That's the way with Google. Like I said, I almost quit because I was doing the same thing as Facebook. Google ads are way hotter because people are literally searching for it. They're ready to sell now. So you have to remember that when you're running these, you want to hit them up immediately. Otherwise, you're going to end up getting burned. These ones, though, there's no creatives, right? So it's just like, you can see here, like keywords, right? So this is what people are looking up. Sell my electronics, sell my cell phone, secondhand electronics, even Eco ATM, right? So you can actually target your Google ads with Eco ATM keyword, and get a lot of the same traffic. And obviously, if you just put, we pay better than Eco ATM, you can actually just get a ton of business from that, because they run Google ads as well and try and get people to go into Walmart or whatever and dump off their phone for pennies. But as long as you're willing to pay more than that, which you should be, if you're not, you're going to lose a lot of deals that are very profitable. But you can pay more than Eco ATM and still profit like $100 a phone, especially for any of like the ones that have been released in the last 3 years or so. And yeah, as you can see, like these are things people look up all the time. And then paired with the Google business profile, if it's in your area, people are going to be, contacting you all the time, because you might show up your Google business profile with your Google ad, and all of a sudden, you're just like on their entire screen, taking up everything they see. And so these are absolutely great. And the whole Google ecosystem is fantastic. It took me a while to figure out how to actually do this right. But once I did, it was the best thing I ever did, because now it's my most profitable ads. As I've said, pretty cheap cost to conversion, honestly, especially for people that are ready to sell right away. So when I talk about Facebook and it's like 1 out of every 9 or 10, that's, like I said, $40, $50. But these, even if it is $6, $7, but I probably get it like at worst 1 out of every 3. And I would say it's more than that. And you have some leads too that reach out with stuff, weird electronics like PCs or monitors or things that I just don't personally buy, because they're so hard to ship and resell. Now, if you like just sell on Facebook and are willing to sit on some of that stuff for a while, by all means, you can make even more doing that. I just don't want to do that. I think it's not worth the time personally. That being said, like, if you factor out those, because there are a fair amount of those, the stuff that like I would actually buy, I'm closing a very high percentage. So I'd say about 30-40%. My website opt-in rate is about 30-40%. So, and again, those are all things you'll get just like click of a button. You guys just steal my ads with FlipBomb, which you're about to see in a second. So all this stuff you're seeing looks super complex, and it's really not. You'll see in a second here that it's not too bad. So let me go ahead and move on to that, which is, well, first I'll show you a business profile. So I won't show you my exact business profile because there's a bunch of personal information on it. But what I have done is created, or just found someone else's rather, and I'll show you this in incognito, because when I was pulling it up earlier, I had just like a bunch of my information on the screen. But this is very similar to what mine looks like. As you can see, you've seen these before. Classic Google business profile. Usually you see, a ton of local businesses that have these. And you would typically think storefront. And I think this guy might even have a storefront, right? And this is like, yeah, about what you expect. Pretty sure this guy has a physical location. Yeah, because there's an address here. So the cool thing about Google Business Profile is that you don't actually have to have a physical location. You don't even have to have an address or a store. You may have to upload, your home address where you conduct, your work, like as an office space when you're creating one. But you don't actually have to show it. It's not like people are going to have to show up to your house or anything. I meet up everyone at some sort of public location. I don't pay rent for an office. I just have my rent for where I stay, but no additional rent to have an office or a store. And I'm able to make a ton of money just driving around buying phones from people, right across the street, 2 minutes away from my house. Sometimes I'll drive farther than that. Obviously, a fair amount of time I will, just because I can get more deals. Why would I not? But it's pretty cool. People will contact me. They'll call me because I'll have my business number there. They'll be like, hey, I'm looking to sell 13 Pro Max, 13, just because of my number on this. Because when people look up to sell their phone in my area, those same Google ad keywords, I'm popping up for this just based on, SEO, which is great because it costs me literally nothing to do that. So it's absolutely free. This one looks very similar to mine. I didn't show mine just because there's a lot of personal information, but I like to throw photos like this in here. I buy phone photos as well as photos with customers, take a selfie or whatever and have them holding up some cash or something. That's always good. Reviews are very important as well. So I've got a bunch of reviews. As you can see, this guy, very good reviews. And I like to respond to all these as well. You want to make sure that you're getting reviews and photos, as well as like just not titling your thing something stupid. Like this is very good for SEO. Obviously, his business name is just Sell My Phone Colorado. So that's obviously going to be really good for SEO. And then the reviews, the way you respond to them, they can help increase that as well. The volume of reviews is obviously going to help a ton. And then having photos on there is just something that Google really likes in its algorithm. And so over time, it's more of a long-term play. But once you get to the top, it's well worth it. So I think when I started, it was like a couple months before I even got a lead or before I even closed a deal with it. But now, every month I'm getting stuff and I've made thousands from it. So there's no reason not to. It can be a little bit of a pain to set up, but in the scale course, or rather week 2 scale, I show you guys exactly how to set it up and handle some of those difficult challenges. So all that's explained next week, but this is just for you to understand an idea of it, how to get going. And that's pretty much it for that. It's such a good tool, guys. I mean, for any local service-based business, if you don't have one, you're just missing out on free leads. It's pretty much that simple. You should be using one, because if you're not, you're definitely missing out. And now I want to teach you how to run your own ads, because that's probably what you're wondering right now. If you've ever tried to run paid ads before, I know it took me forever to figure it out. It's literally the biggest headache, and it's just so confusing. Once you get in there, you don't know, like, well, what am I supposed to even run this campaign off from? The most basic stuff. Like, is it conversions, clicks, impressions? There's so many different options. So I want to make sure you guys know how to do that. Threw a little meme up here because this is basically how I felt when I was starting. And that's why I have this CRM flip bomb. Now, it's more than just a CRM. So obviously you manage all your leads, but on top of that, there's just ways for you to run ads, have your own website, everything. So what I'll actually do here is go here. I have this website here, flipbomb.com. So you can go here and get started today. As you can see, there's a bunch of information on here just about what it does. And then there's also an area to log in as well. By the way, everyone who's a Phone Flippers Plus member gets access to this just as part of the subscription. So it's an all-in-one. If you're a part of the Phone Flippers Plus group, you get access to this. You get your own account, and it's pretty great. So I'll show you mine. Here's my dashboard right here. So it shows a bunch of little stats here, but I'll show you the big things here. So my opportunities tab, this is one where I have this pipeline, right? So I have all these leads that come in. So some from Google, some from Facebook. The new ones will show up here. I literally just organized mine this morning. I do it every day. I'll put people here that are in talks. So I'm currently negotiating with them, and I'll show you how to negotiate them down the line. That's a later part of this course. If they did not sell, as you can see, a ton of people did not sell. But what I do have is follow-ups. So if they don't sell, I can try and get them, or I can try and get them to refer me to people, even if they don't. So you just literally try and milk every last bit of juice out of all these leads. Just literally try and take every little advantage you can. And so you get your money's worth for about $5 a lead, and a lot of free ones as well. You make sure that you don't miss out on anything, because that's how the most profitable businesses operate, obviously. And a bunch of people here that have sold a device, and then I put repeat customers is here. And some of this is a little inaccurate, so these numbers aren't exactly what you should expect, but like a rough ballpark. Because when I started off, I was, you get a fair amount of spam calls and whatnot, and I was throwing these over here, but I should have just deleted them, really, to have a better idea of what percentages sell versus don't sell. And then there's a couple of repeats I've probably just forgot to move over, but generally speaking, these numbers are about like what you could expect. So there's a ton that don't sell, but there's a fair amount that do sell. And so you only need to convert a small amount of these to be profitable, and very profitable at that. All conversations are over here. So these are the people, I've got some deals that I'm meeting up today. Pretty straightforward there. So these are like the active messages. I'm getting messages here literally all throughout the day. I just negotiate them as best as possible. In the automation tab here, I've got these workflows. And so all of these workflows, basically, depending on how the customer came in, they'll get, every 3 months, automatic follow-up. So if they came from Facebook or Facebook, actually, they have some weird sort of thing where they don't let you message people with third parties after 7 days of no contact, which is fine. But for all the Google ones, which makes Google's even better, we can send them a text once every 3 months. And so that's exactly what I do, because you figure someone gets a new device about once every 3 months or so, on average, or at least probably pretty rarely faster than that. So I try and at least, do that. And you get a fair amount of people who come back and do repeat business just because of those follow-ups. And then for people who don't sell, there's messages in here that show them, I'll send them my business cards. I'll say like, hey, we can offer you $20 per device to just refer us to friends. So there's a ton of ways to get value, even if they don't end up selling or you can't close the deal. As you can see, reputation here. So I've connected my Google business profile, 25 reviews in the last 6 months, 24 5-star, 1 4-star rating. That's pretty sweet. There's a mobile app. Website's a big one. So go over here to websites. This is another thing you get. Remember, you get all this that you're seeing. Electronics, website template. This is what you will get once you get into your account. So I'll go in and show you this homepage. And by the way, this template, it's the exact same site that I use. So you'll get access to it as well. All right, it was taking forever to load, but here we are. So as you can see, I've got templates here for your logo, contact us button where you can put the link right there. Literally the exact website I use that converts at a very high rate. So these sell device buttons, you would just come in, edit your website link in. This is the homepage, right? So when people get your ad, they come right in here. You can throw some of your reviews on the bottom once you get them. Put your number, email, bunch of personal information, logo at the bottom, privacy policy and terms of service page, which you already have with this template. Here's your device form page. So this form's already made for you. And once you get your website up and running, all this will just go straight to your phone on your mobile app. As soon as someone submits one of these, you'll get the notification. You can start responding to them instantly. So this is the form I use. People put in their name, phone number, what device they're looking to sell. Does the device have any of these following issues? And then they have to agree to the privacy policy and terms provided. That's just kind of when you use a toll-free number, which you'll also get, that's part of the process. And then you have to have, thank you page here. So this is what they'll see once they submit the form. And then privacy policy, where you'll have to throw in just a little bit of your information, but it's all done for you. So everything's done. You just have to customize it to your business, obviously. But this is really just an amazing tool all around. There's so many things in here for you. Okay, perfect. And now, so you get the idea of the site, the form. That's how the Google ads run. It connects straight to the website. I want to make sure I don't miss anything in here. So down here, you've got links to the resources index. This is all course resources across launch, scale, and operate. You've got links to the course videos. You've got the free community link. You've got Snipe a Marketplace bot, and then one-click ads right here as well. So this is really cool. This is how you run your ads, right? So integrations, I would have to connect my Facebook and Google account. But what's great is once you do, and you get into the scale course, you're going to have literally a step-by-step guide on how to launch these. And it's literally just click of the button, because all my ad sets are in there. Everything I use, like all the Google headlines, things of that nature. So I'll search keyword, and then Facebook, like the actual images and ads that I run, you will get the exact same ones. All you have to do is just change the name to your business. And then you have to change the location to your area, because they are local ads, and you'll be up and running. So for what you pay for Phone Flippers Plus, this is just so worth it. I mean, you get all of this in one. What took me literally months to figure out and set up on my own. And then what I've, the thousands of dollars I've poured into creating these tools and still pay on a monthly basis for this to even operate. Well worth it. And it's going to make a huge difference for you. Otherwise, it would just be so much more difficult to scale if these things didn't exist. I know it looks kind of confusing because there's so many tabs, but it's really pretty straightforward once you get going. I'll probably have to, blur some of this personal information and maybe cut here. And the last thing I want to show you guys in here, and there's, more features that you'll learn in the scale course, but this is just the basic stuff, just to show you like the gist of how it works. And I'll probably have to blur some of this personal information. So I may have just made a cut because I did just show some of it, but you'll get a phone number as well, a toll-free number. And the great thing about this is it'll separate your personal calls from your business calls, but it'll still forward to your phone. And so this is what I use. So all my calls come in through a business number. When I answer the phone, it'll say, hey, you have a new lead. And that's how I know it's for my business. Then I just press a key and it directs me to the call. So super helpful. I mean, everything comes to my phone, but I don't like my personal number being out there because it just gets way too jumbled. So I'm completely able to separate work and business, which is super helpful. Just makes life so much easier. So if you're worried about that, don't, because that's completely taken care of in this as well. And like I said, Phone Flippers Plus members, you get access to this, and it's literally the greatest phone flipping tool on earth. It'll blow up your business, hence the name FlipBomb. And what's great about this too is it has a mobile app. So I'm actually going to demo this from my phone now. But what I showed you earlier, where all the messages were coming in, it goes straight to my phone. So I'm getting the notifications throughout the day, and I'll go ahead and demo that for you now and show you how I use it. All right, so here we are, we're within the mobile app, and this is kind of what the view looks like, right? So you can see I've got a lot of Facebook leads near the top, and then I've got a bunch of Google leads as well. They all come into one place, and since I have the business number as well, all the calls that I get from Google Business Profile or referrals for me handing out my card, text calls, they all come into one spot. So, I mean, it's literally a lifesaver. I couldn't imagine trying to juggle it all in a different place. So having a CRM that's built like this for phone flippers is just going to make your life 10 times easier. As you can see, I've got so many messages from today. I've got a bunch of deals already lined up, and I usually just keep those in my notes app. So I'll schedule deals throughout the day, usually try and get on it in the morning, and then I'll plan out my day. There is a calendar feature here where you could create an appointment, and you could, obviously sign up the lead to that appointment if you want to do that. I just keep it in my notes app and then text them the time and place. I find that to be the most simple. There's also a point of sale, a way to catalog inventory if you want to do that. Now, I actually have tracking sheets for you that I think are a little better, and you'll see towards the end of this course. They're actually very, very good and help you to keep things as organized as possible, which is very essential for this business with so much moving parts and inventory. But it's pretty much this simple. You'll get notifications anytime a new lead comes in. Now, Google Leads, they'll fill out a form, but you'll get a text that'll redirect to your phone. I show you how to set that up later on. Super, super good, because as soon as I get that notification, I can just call or text the Google lead, because speed is very essential. I think it's very helpful for Facebook ones as well, but specifically Google. Now you can also filter, search, all these messages in here. You've got your notification center here. And then if you pull it up on the left, you can see you've got your logo, business, and then there's a social planner in here, media storage, opportunities, invoices, insights, reputation, tasks, products, pretty much a bunch of different stuff that you can use and play around with. The important thing is really just to have these conversations, and then you can also update opportunities on the go. So when you're away from your computer, you can actually come in here. Say this guy sold a device, I can just tap this and move him to the new stage, which will perform the automation. So it'll send, if he sold a device, it'll say, hey, thank you for selling your device to our business. Here's some ways you can earn some more money. You can sell some more devices, or you could refer us to friends. And so it's really, really great having that just be so automatic. Total game changer. Because, having it come to your phone as opposed to computer is just pretty much essential. You're not going to be able to sit on your laptop all day, be texting people from the road, trying to organize new deals. So this is the way I like to do it. I like to keep it very organized, have all my things in one spot. And with FlipBomb, you're able to do that. And now we can go ahead and move on here to the summary. And I actually do need to end this recording. So moving on to the summary for this module here, paid ads. So remember this, they're way more scalable than sourcing from local marketplaces and the foundation of your phone flipping business. Facebook Marketplace and OfferUp, there's no guarantee. With paid ads, you kind of know what you're going to get pretty much day in and day out. Now, obviously, some days will be way better than others. You're going to have some amazing leads, some people who you make, $1,000 or more on just one $5 lead from. And compared to, Facebook, which is very volatile. You never know what the market's going to give you, right? But generally speaking, paid ads, yeah, you might have some really good days. You might have some days where you don't convert any, but on average, you know what you're going to do across a long enough time frame, which is why I really like paid ads. And then I'll make sure to obtain free leads with the Google Business Profile. I'll have people call me every day asking about my prices. And a fair warning, this is a long-term play. Like I said earlier, it took me a couple months before I even saw anything from this. So make sure you're just in it for the long haul. If you're in an area that's more populated, there's going to be some more competition trying to rank in an area with a lot of people, because there's probably some people already doing this. So just make sure you have that mindset going in. Otherwise, you might not be in it for the long haul. Just slowly build up your reviews, get photos with customers, try to be as legit as you possibly can. And in the long run, it's going to end up paying off for you a lot. And another way you can beat those competitors, just how you answer the phone, sound very professional. Hey, this is, Boston from Upstate Electronics. That's what I say, or whatever. You just obviously tailor that to your business. Make sure you sound very professional. Get to the point, be very friendly with people, and that's how you can stand out and over time get yourself to number one. Just common business practices. Then make sure to unleash the power of FlipBomb. Use tools that make your life easier and run the business for you. Trying to do all this on your own and have a bunch of different softwares and things that don't combine it all into one. Trying to figure out how to set up ads with no experience instead of just copying me. In my opinion, that's just such a no-brainer. But obviously there's going to be the people out there that decide not to, and it's just going to be a whole lot more of a headache. And in the long run, you're going to spend all that time. You'll just end up making less anyways. So you might as well just pay this very small amount that I charge for it. And as always, if you're enjoying the course, go to phoneflippers.com/review and let me know what you think. It helps me out a ton, so I really appreciate it. And you can win special prizes as well if you do that. And let's get to work. So go ahead. You can get up in Phone Flippers Plus, get your things going, get your ads set up. It doesn't take long at all. You'll get access to the Scale course, the Operate course. You'll learn all the practices that I do on a daily basis, how to get everything up and running. And it's only a 3-week implementation program. But before you do that, make sure you finish the rest of this course, because if you don't, it's going to just blow way over your head some of the concepts that I talk about in week 2 and week 3. But remember, week 1 is completely free. Take everything you're learning here, finish out the course, and then if you feel like you're ready to make that jump, by all means do it. But for now, understand the information, understand how the business works, maybe start setting up your Google Business Profile, keep sourcing marketplaces for deals, and now you'll learn how to, check those phones once you get them to make sure they work, how to negotiate to even get them in the first place, and then what to do once you actually have them, proper methodology for selling. Those are all things that I'm going to cover here in the rest of this week 1 program. Let's go. Now let's talk about negotiation tactics, which might be the most important part of all of this, especially when you're really trying to grow your business, because anyone can pretty much just copy and paste the steps and get leads, but actually negotiating them down, closing deals, making them so they're profitable, that's a whole different ballgame, and it does require a level of skill, whereas getting the leads, not so much. You can pretty much just go find those yourself or run the ads that I've already made. But negotiating it down can be very tricky. Now, I've made some scripts for you that we're going to go over in this module to make it as simple as possible. That being said, it's not just a completely robotic copy and paste process. You do have to have a little bit of skill, but it's something that over time you'll just develop a skill for without a doubt. But it definitely takes a little bit of practice. So here's what we're going to go over. 1, how much do you offer for these devices? I'll tell you exactly how much. We'll talk about outreach leads negotiation, inbound leads negotiation, closing deals and meetups, in-person negotiation. And as always, you can go to phoneflippers.com/newsletter for important updates regarding the course. And I'll preface what I just said by saying, if I go back here, the reason I've broken it up like this into like 3 different ones, outreach, inbound, and in-person, is because there's a completely different formula and script to follow for each one. If you're trying to be as effective as possible, you have to handle Facebook Marketplace leads different than paid ads and people who come to you. So that's why I just separated it into outreach and inbound, and you'll see exactly why. And then in person as well, just another little tactic that I'm going to be sharing with you. But yeah, make sure to join the newsletter, as I just said. And then, of course, subscribe to the YouTube channel for exclusive content. You can find me at boston.miller. And then share the course. Let's start a revolution and change people's lives together. And a fair warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. So watch the entire video, don't fast forward, and don't skip. And a pro tip, watch the video in double speed. Now, how much should you be offering for these devices, right? You figured out at this point how to get leads, my formula for leads, you've put it into practice. All of a sudden you have people who you're in contact with who you could potentially buy their device, but you don't know what to offer for it. So let's go over that now. I like to reverse engineer it. So you want to understand where the device will be sold before you even buy it. And by the end of this course, you will know where to sell what. We'll go over that in module 7. So start from the selling process, right? So you want to start from the end and work your way back. So I always say that the money is made when you buy the device because you already know what you're going to get for it. It doesn't leave it up in the air. There's no chance unless you completely, misquote or incorrectly appraise somebody. You can't lose money with this. It's just another great aspect of this business model. And you'll learn that as you go on, as I talk about selling practices. Make sure you work it back to this. And I know the course goes from the beginning steps, getting leads, negotiating, and then selling, and then shipping it out and tracking. But once you've completed the entire course, then you can walk it back and understand how it applies to this. But I've just done it in the order of the steps you would actually take when teaching the information. But you definitely want to reverse engineer, knowing where and where to sell what, how much to sell it for. That'll tell you what to buy it for. And you always want to start low because you can always offer more later. Of course, be realistic and don't let yourself lose out on profits either. So if you start too low, what happens is you could just piss some people off. You could get blocked, whatever. It actually happens all the time. But very rarely can you go too low unless you're offering like $1 or something. Don't be ridiculous, but start low because you can always offer more and find a middle ground. And a lot of people like to just get a deal per se, as opposed to, really get the price they were looking for. So if they can feel like they won a negotiation, even if it's a really bad price for them, you can still win that. So, sometimes you have to let people think they're winning when they're really not. And then don't lose out on profits either, by just offering way too much and taking, a very slim cut on everything. Unless you're doing a ridiculous amount of volume, there's just no reason to be doing that. Some of the biggest profit flips will fuel your entire month. So you want to remember that, every single month I'll get at least a few that are, $200 to $300. And those are great because, you get 3 or 4 of those. It's like $1,200-$1,500, really adds up. And then of course you want to know your minimum profit. For me personally, it's 50. I always aim to make no less than $50 per device. Now your number may be lower or higher than mine, but just know what's worth it to you and pass on it if the profits don't match the effort it takes. Let's say there was a iPhone 15. Let's say I sell it for $250. I would, maybe start at like $160, work up to $180, and then I'd probably tap out at about $200. Anything more than that, I wouldn't be interested in it. I guess, and the reason I do 50, I just don't think it's worth my time to do that. And if it was something I had to drive maybe 45, 50 minutes for to make 50, you factor that in as well. And so for me, it probably wouldn't be worth it. But if it's $50 right across the street, yeah, I'll take that all day. And then you want to factor in cost as well. Kind of just talking about this, but selling online, there's marketplace fees on eBay, shipping cost, and driving far may cost a lot in gas or take up too much of your time, or you could get a better deal in that time frame. So factor all these in when negotiating, and you can actually use them as leverage as well. Now, Facebook Marketplace, you have outreach leads, as I've discussed, and I have an outreach script for those. And we've actually got paid ads, our inbound leads, as well as Google Business Profile inbound leads where people will call us. And I've got the inbound lead script for those. So that's how I've broken it up. And I'll go ahead and start here with outreach leads and negotiation. So this is going to be a script for when you're using Facebook Marketplace or using OfferUp. You're reaching out to someone. Anytime that's the case, use this script. And this is going to be my best practices. I've probably done over 1,000 meetups on Facebook Marketplace. So I know a thing or two about closing deals. Take this script, you can wiggle it around a little bit, but make sure to stick to the key principles. And I'll go ahead and open this up so we can go over this. All right, here we are in the outreach leads negotiation script. You can get this yourself by going to phoneflippers.com/outreach-script, and you'll have a copy of this that you can review anytime you need it. It's going to be very helpful to look back on, and I'll just go ahead and run you through some scenarios. So I've tried to make this as straightforward as possible. Obviously, with negotiation, there's just a bunch of different things that can happen. So you don't want to be too robotic, and it's hard to explain that, right? That's not a great teaching point when I say don't be robotic, because that doesn't really help you. But I would just say as you get more experience, this will start to make sense, and just stick to the script as much as possible, because 9 out of 10 times this will be good enough. But there might be times where you have to negotiate a little more, just kind of figure out something on the fly. And it's not that difficult. It's just texting people. So shouldn't be too difficult there. I've referenced here at the top that this script can be referenced and applied to any phone flipping negotiation period where someone else is the one setting the first price, listing price. So this is anytime you're reaching out to someone, they've set the price already. So that just gives you something to go off of, right? So you're usually going to try and get a better deal. And I've got some different scenarios, different scripts here, because there's all different kinds of ways. But the main way that you use the script here is based on that initial price. So it'll make sense as I get into it. We'll go ahead and start. I've got different scenarios of negotiation here. First one is the basic script. So this is the one you're going to use most frequently when the phone is priced at or above market value. So if you're buying an iPhone 15, say they sell for $250 and it's priced at $250 or $300, this is going to be exactly the script you'll use. And I'll also mention this, that on Facebook Marketplace, I mention every single new message, every single new listing. I don't care if it's $300 overpriced. You'll see those. You'll see people who literally list things for, $1,000 more than they're worth. But reality will set in. They'll slowly drop the price. And as long as you just play your cards right, every now and then, even though it's lower odds, sometimes people will still come back to you. They'll get their ego checked a little bit. People think they're smarter than they are. In reality, they just have no idea what things are worth. They'll buy a product from 2 years ago and think it's worth the exact same, or sometimes even more, which is ridiculous when they go to sell it. And that's obviously just not the case. Apple holds its value well, but like everything, except for, certain high luxury brands, it does depreciate, especially with use. So first thing we send is the initial message. We've gone over this. It's your automated message. Is this still available? I'm very interested and can pay cash today. They're usually going to respond with either not available or available. Most of the times if the listing's up, they'll be available. And so you can counter or respond to that with, yes, I am. Well, they'll say, are you still interested? Typically, it's just kind of the Facebook auto message that it gives them to say. Most of the time, that's what they'll say. And I would say, yes, I am still interested. Would you take? And then I give them my offer. Now, remember your rules for offering. So you want to make sure to shoot more than your minimum, make more than your minimum profit, because you can always backtrack to it. So let's say, let's use the same example, iPhone 15 sells for $250. It's listed, we'll say, for $250. You don't want to buy it there. Now, if you're trying to make we'll say it's $50 like me, that's the minimum profit you want to make. You're okay with buying this item at $200 because you'll make $50 on it. But I would usually start by offering like $150 or $160. Just because, why not shoot for more? And if they say no, you can always work your way back in. You can use little things, to get back there. So we'll just go one at a time here. So let's say it is available. They say yes. We say, okay, would you take $150? If it's accepted, then immediately I would say, awesome. Can you please mark it as pending? And would you be able to meet me here at this time? So you want to just get straight to the point as soon as possible. Like setting deals, especially if you're someone that doesn't have a bunch of time in your day, say you work a 9-to-5 job, it doesn't matter because you can literally sit in your job. I know there's going to be some time in the day where you can check Facebook. You can probably check it every 20, 30 minutes, no sweat. And anytime you see a new deal, I'm aggressively trying to close deals and have them pending. So for me, when I was in school and sports, I was busy most of the day, like almost all day. But I would be checking Facebook because I knew in that evening window, I could schedule pretty much all my meetups because people don't have work in the evening most of the time. Most people are first shift. And so that's exactly what I would do. I would aggressively close deals. So that way I can make my runs in the evening when I had that time. So no matter what your schedule is, obviously now that I do this full time, it's a lot more flexible. But no matter what, aggressively close deals, get them to mark it as pending, because once it's pending, it's not going to show up on Facebook Marketplace feed anymore. They're not going to be taking any more messages because it's such a pain. There's like a rare chance, you get someone that was already there and then, someone outbids you last second and they cancel on you. 99% of the time, if I can get it to pending, or I'll say 95% of the time, if it's pending, it's mine. So aggressively get them to pending, schedule your time, and then say, hey, can you meet me at this location at this time? Sometimes you have to go back and forth on location, which is fine. Just meet, set up at a public place at whatever time you're both able to meet, and try and just schedule it like that. And then boom, on to the next one. Because even if you can't meet right there and then, it's not as much of a disadvantage as you would think, as long as you're just getting these deals to pending. So on Facebook, if you're the seller, you may not have experience with this, but if you're selling something and someone, gives you the offer you want, you can just mark it as pending. Back when I was selling on Marketplace, I wouldn't do this unless they offered me full price, right? Or, sometimes those people would cancel as well. But obviously we know we're going to make money on it. So why would we ever cancel? We want it. But sellers typically will have no problem marking it pending because it's such a pain typically dealing with all these messages on Facebook, people trying to scam you, people who won't show up. There's a whole bunch of reasons for that. So get them to mark it as pending and you'll be good. That's how you close a deal. So it can be as quick as that, right? They shoot you back and say, yes, it's available. Accept your offer. Boom. Now, if they don't accept your offer, that's fine. So you didn't make the deal, but all hope is not lost. If this was your first offer, go to 6. If you were just at 6, go to 8. So this was our first offer. So we're going to come down here to 6, which is now we'll offer. And now sometimes you can even hit them with another offer. So if they say no to 160, I might be like, 180 or, 170, whatever. So try and work it a little bit. You can throw another offer in there, no problem. Especially if they counter with like 200, then you could obviously just go 180. Maybe you meet at 190. That would be better than 200, of course. So play around with it there. But, worst case scenario, you're going to end up at your MP, your minimum profit. So you could be like, I understand. How about 200? And then if it's accepted, boom, close the deal as we did with the immediate accepted. And if rejected, just come down here to Better Luck next time and say, no worries. Let me know if you have any other phones or electronics for sale, or say, no worries. Keep me in mind if things change. So if it's not available, they say that, then be like, no worries. Let me know if you have any other phones or electronics. And if they say, it is still available, but they just reject your offer, just say, no worries. Have a nice day. Keep me in mind if things change. I see so many people who get pissed off. Like as someone who used to sell like hundreds of items on Facebook, people would just get pissed off with me not accepting their offer, which you have no right to get pissed off. Even if they have it way overpriced, don't try and educate these people or give them a lesson. Just be like, no worries. Have a nice day. Keep me in mind if things change, because your odds of getting it, if you're a dick, is 0. But if you just, say, have a nice day, keep me in mind, your odds are higher. So while you're not going to get many with those really overpriced ones, you'll get a few, which is better than 0. And so that's just my whole mindset. It's just, what's the most optimal way to go about this? And anything's better than 0. So just be nice. Don't be rude. There's just 0 advantage to doing that. And you're trying to make money at the end of the day. So give yourself the best chance, and you're being a better person regardless. There's just no point in arguing with people on Marketplace. You're going to get a ton of people who give you a bunch of crap as well for giving these lowball offers, right? They're going to be pissed off. You're going to get blocked. You're going to get cussed out. Forget all that. It doesn't matter, because you're just in it, on to the next one. It's just windshield mentality, because you're trying to make money. You're going to respond to every single listing. You're going to just, throw a ton of stuff at the wall basically. And, a couple of them are going to stick, and you're going to make some money that way. And that's pretty much the formula I've been sticking to for forever. And it's worked pretty well for me. So once they do mark it as pending, just send like a confirmation text. So I would say something like, I'll see you then. And just to confirm, we'll be meeting here. I'll be driving, whatever car you drive. And then I would ask, what about you? Location should already be secured at that point. Pretty straightforward. And then once you meet up, it's just pretty much basic human interaction. And I also like to follow up with people, a couple times. So especially if, let's say, you've scheduled the meetup for the evening, but you close it around noon, lunchtime, don't just show up at 7, without texting them from when you close the deal to then. I would text them like, like a couple hours later. You could just say like, oh, I'll be in this car, by the way. So the whole secure meetup thing, you could just extend it. That way you kind of keep it in their mind. A couple reminders that doesn't seem overbearing. Don't be spam texting people, because then they might get like a little on edge and not want to meet up with you. But, or maybe even just an hour before, find some way to remind them that doesn't seem overbearing, because people will forget. People are busy. And so just not constantly, but with all these meetups, especially if they're much later, just make sure to send like a subtle reminder at some point, because most people will need it. It's going to save you also from getting ghosted, not having people show up. I know it's a pretty common problem. When I do this though, like just communicate well, but not to a point of overbearing, people will almost always show up. I very rarely have people not show up to meetups anymore. And it was a problem at the start, but communication can fix a lot of those problems. And usually if people aren't going to show, they'll ghost you right before. So if you're not getting those responses when you text, an hour or two right before the meetup, you could probably just mark it as not going to happen at that point. Because most people, if they're not responding or not getting back to you, they're either not going or they're just going to be late or hard to deal with anyways. So it's always good just to confirm again right beforehand. But that's pretty much it for that one. Well, we can go, if it is rejected, I kind of touched on this briefly. But so if they immediately say not available, then you just come right down here. I've got it all marked out, so it'll make more sense when you're just kind of going through it on your own, when you need it, when you're referencing this. But of course, you would just say, no worries, let me know if you have any other phones or electronics available for sale. Pretty straightforward. And I have a flow chart here as well. So I've got all these labels, right, that correlate to these messages. So you can just go back and reference these every time. So that's pretty helpful. This flow chart here will be your best friend, and then just reference back to here and literally just go line by line. Of course, like I said, it's not always going to work out 100% like this, but most of the time it will. So just stick to the script and you're going to close a lot of deals. All right, now here's the snipe script. And if you don't know what I mean by snipe, it's basically when a phone is priced at below market value or at a price you could instantly make a profit on with no further negotiation. And the reason for this, well, hence the name Sniper, right, for my software. The reason there's a separate script for this is because these are going to go much faster. So devices that are marked at market value will go pretty quick. Ones that are above, obviously a little bit slower, have to be negotiated down. Typically won't really sell that often just on their own, but you can usually get a lot of those just by negotiating it down or being patient. But when it comes to these are going to go very fast. So if you have that same iPhone 15, 250, but you see one posted at 200, don't try and negotiate it down to 150. And the reason for that is because someone out there is going to be willing to buy it for 200 pretty quickly, right? Now with Snipe and, or if even without Snipe, you're just checking frequently, doing the tactics I've showed you, you should be able to get the first message out. And as we know, sending that initial message is always so crucial. So if you see one, what you could do is either say, a different one. So type this out, erase the auto message that's in there and say sold, I'll buy this now, or today, if you can't meet immediately, I have cash in hand. Where can we meet? So you just stress like, hey, I'm not going to waste your time. I'll buy this. And even if you can't meet right away, it's fine. Just get it to pending. Remember, close the deal. That's what it's all about. Find a time where you'd be able to meet up together. It's going to save them headache, from trying to deal with other people, and you're giving them their asking price. So it's like, why would they go with anyone else? And you're the first one that messaged them. Pretty straightforward. It makes sense all around, right? Now, for these, let's say you send the auto message too, which is fine. I would just immediately follow it up with like, hey, I'll buy this now. Just create some sort of urgency. Again, don't send too many messages because it just kind of comes across as annoying. You're spamming someone's phone. It just, again, the whole overbearing thing, it kind of falls under that category. Now, if it's not available, maybe someone beats you to it. Just say, of course, no worries. Let me know if you have any other phones or electronics available for sale. And then I might throw in something as well, like just keep me as a backup buyer. Let me know if it falls through. All good practices right there. Just, again, trying to milk every, drop you can out of these potential deals. Just try not to go away. Like the mindset of, I'm not going to go empty handed on any listing on Facebook Marketplace, even though you will for most of them. It's just the whole mindset of you're not going to. That allows you to get the most deals possible because you never know. Maybe they've got, some other device sitting around that you could buy that they just didn't list because they thought it was worthless. So always try. Even when it seems like all hope is lost, there's been, so many deals I've closed just by giving out those last ditch efforts like that. But let's assume you're the first one, as you should be. Immediately just close the meetup. So even though you may only make, your minimum profit, let's say $50 with this one, I'm going to show you some tactics in the future specifically for these where you can negotiate in person. We'll get to that later. It'll be the last script I show you where you can actually take them down a good bit, because if they're already listing at $50 under market price, you can knock them down again, but just do it in person. Don't do it over the phone, because you're going to get screwed by the guy who's willing to pay full price every single time. I know, because I've lost so many deals trying to get greedy like that. If it's already at your minimum profit, just take it. Take it immediately. Now, I'm not saying if it's like, say market value is 250, it's listed for 230. I'm not saying you should use this necessarily. So you got to understand that dynamic a little bit. But if it meets your minimum profit requirement off rip, don't negotiate, just secure the meetup, and you will be able to meet up in person. I'll read this note I put in here. Most of the time it will go like this, as long as you're the first one to get there, which you should be. This is why I emphasize speed so much, because you have to be on it to get the good deals. They go quick. You never know when they're coming. True. Overall, the key here is to not waste any time. Get to the point. Do not negotiate at all. I have that in bold and caps, so that's very important. I've been burned by it if I'm emphasizing it. And I know it's like a negotiation script, but you would actually be losing money here by doing it. Negotiate in person instead. So pretty much everything I just covered, we will go over. There's an in-person script that you can follow, super basic, and it works very frequently, almost every time. So especially for deals like this, people are already listing it under value. They probably just want it gone, or maybe they just need it gone quick, right? Most of these people who are selling stuff on Marketplace, they need cash and they need it as soon as possible. So cash and speed, that's why my auto message, we changed it in the very beginning in Facebook. The first thing we did was we changed it up here to this one, right? Is this still available? And we added, I'm very interested and can pay cash today. So cash today, speed and cash. So it's the two big emphasis things that you should emphasize every time is cash and speed. This is like the two things. If you take nothing else away from that, understand that. That's pretty much the basic, because people have bills to pay. They need cash. They're selling their phone. Get it to them as soon as possible. They're trying to get out the door, especially for these ones. It's already undervalued. They need it gone, or they just want it gone. Whatever it is, satisfy the need or want as best as possible. And that's what these scripts are designed to do based on, my experience with this. So don't negotiate. Again, got a little simple flow chart here, right? So your initial message, and then it's just immediately secure meetup. And if it's not available, just give them your better luck next time, script right here, right? So just try, cause you shoot 100 of these, maybe you get one or two, better than nothing. So that's the way I look at it. Obviously this one a lot more detailed, as you can see, because there's just a lot of different ways that things can fluctuate. But when it's already at a price you like, there's just really no negotiation needed. Now you can get it even lower. Again, we'll go over that, but just understand why it's set up like this, right? So it's already at a good price. Don't waste time. You're going to get screwed if you do. Don't get greedy. You'll end up just burning yourself. And I've thrown in some extra tips here. So always use your best judgment when negotiating location. So meet somewhere public to be safe, and be wary of too good to be true, because it usually is. I've found that out the hard way many times. There's plenty of scams on Marketplace. I go over some common ones later, but just use your best judgment, of course. After and people, wanting to meet at their house, you can look at their Facebook profile and really decide like the risk to reward ratio there. The risk could be your life. Most likely not. I mean, there's horror stories, of course. People get robbed. Most people aren't going to shoot you. Regardless, don't even make it a chance, right? Don't put yourself in harm's way. Just try and meet somewhere public. There'll be plenty of people that say, well, I don't have transportation. There's almost always somewhere public, or even if it's at the front of their apartment complex, they can meet you. Just use your best judgment. After the initial message, make sure to ask if the device has any issues. Often the description won't make a note of everything. Yeah, of course, be wary of this, right? I'll show you how to check devices. I believe in the next module. When you're looking over the device, make sure if there's something wrong with it that wasn't listed, don't pay the same price, because you're going to end up making less money, or maybe losing money, which is just not what you want at all. You have to be willing to walk away in that instance. It sucks sometimes, people will lie. inaccurately list some things or don't, maybe they don't know. And of course, there's other things that people just don't know about, like the low battery health is a huge killer for your profits, aftermarket parts, things of that nature that can really end up hurting your bottom line. I go over all that in the device checking process. So just things to check, don't get yourself screwed. You can also talk them down in person if there's an issue, and you actually need to talk them down in person if there's an issue that they didn't list. I'll go over that as well in the in-person script. People hate getting lowballed, but you have nothing to lose. Who cares if you get cussed out? Honestly, who cares if people get pissed off? Like, you're just trying to, make some money. If they don't want it, who cares? Worst they can say is no. Mentality message every single listing. Does not matter. Just get over that fear of, people. The worst they can say is no is actually not true. They can say much worse, but at the end of the day, it's just another way of saying no. So who really cares? Of course, always be polite. I'm not saying that, of course, be rude or anything. Always be polite. People won't be polite back to you, and that's fine. Just always be polite. And, maybe people will come back and end up, changing their mind, or they don't have anyone else that wants to deal with them, and they'll end up coming to you for the price you originally asked for. So remember that. Cash plus speed emphasis is what makes money when it comes to sourcing from local marketplaces. That's literally it. That's why I created Snipa, spent thousands of dollars to develop it, because it will just make you so much more money being quick, because people list these things and they just want them gone. They don't want to think about it. They just get it out the door, give them a little bit more than Eco ATM, and they'll be happy most of the time. And then, of course, be prepared to go off script when necessary. Flexibility often leads to successful deals. Don't need to be a robot. These scripts are just a basic outline of what to do. You really don't need to go too far off the script. Like, of course, this isn't verbatim. You can just copy and paste this every time. Most of the time, though, it will work. But there'll be instances where you do need to go a little bit off script, just depending on what people say. I'm sure there's an instance where this doesn't cover every base, or, even this, there could be some other instance. So do that. And another thing I'll throw in is you can negotiate location as well. So maybe someone's 30 minutes away from you and they're asking for 300. You'd be like, well, maybe I'll do it, but could you do 280 since that's a pretty far drive for me? Sometimes, people are flexible with that. So just try and negotiate everything. And remember that, that's time and it's gas money as well. So just factor everything in when you're making an offer. When you're starting off, you can be a little less picky. And then as you get going and really understand how to close a bunch of deals well and quickly, you can be a bit more nitpicky about, how far you want to drive, because maybe it's not worth your time. And especially if you're running ads and you have a bunch of leads coming in, some deals just won't be worth it, for time and for the gas mileage as well. So remember that. Just review these whenever you forget or you're not closing deals well. Chances are you're probably going off script a little too much and you're not sticking to the basics. So most of the time, if you're having trouble closing deals on Marketplace, it's going to be because you're going off script a little too much. You're just not sticking to the basics. And remember, this is not a verbatim script. It's about as close as I can make it without, it's about as close as I can make it, because it's not always going to go exactly like this, but this is the general outline. So stick as close to the script as possible. If you're not closing deals, it's probably because you went off script. But that pretty much covers all the basics for the outreach script. And then I've got inbound lead as well. So we can go over this one. This is for, obviously, if you have Facebook ads, Google ads coming to you, Google business profile, this is what this is for. So let's go over the inbound leads negotiation script now. So at the top here, you can see that I've put this inbound lead script can be referenced and applied to any phone flipping negotiation period where you are the one setting the first price. So obviously different than outbound, price is already set. You will now be setting the first price, and there's good practices and ways to do this as well. You'll actually be trying to make a little more than your outreach, or at least you should, just because you don't want to quote too much right off the rip, right? But you don't want to quote too little. So we'll go over exactly how to do this and then how to negotiate from there, because it is completely different. Honestly, I didn't think so when I first started. And I quickly learned that I was not closing deals because I was not negotiating the right way. So cool thing about FlipBomb is all your leads come into one place, right? And there's automations that go forward with that. And so you want to use this script when dealing with leads that enter your FlipBomb account. Now, I will say this, there's a difference between Google and Facebook, a big difference, honestly. So this is more so for Facebook, whereas with Google, I would recommend just calling Google Leads as soon as you get them. You're going to get the notification once you see them. And I would be immediately calling them. If they don't pick up, leave a voicemail and then send a follow-up text as well. And it's basically this script. It's very similar. I can go over some of the differences as we go on. Down here, I also have a phone script as well. So that's more so for that. You'll know exactly what to say over the phone. Pretty straightforward, and it's actually much easier to close deals on the phone as well. I don't know what it is, something about like actual human interaction, because people are so much more confident over text, but people struggle to say no more over the phone, and especially in person, which is why negotiation tactics in person are so powerful. And I'll get to that obviously after this script, but here we go. Flip bomb script, and think more Facebook here. Although, like I said, it goes both ways. So the automated message, once people reach out to you through Facebook or even through Google, Flipbomb's going to automatically send them a text follow-up. So the way I have it set up in Facebook is that it's like, hey, we've received your request. If you'd like to speed it up, give us some more information about the device. Since they're not filling out a form, whereas with Google, they do fill out a form. So we already know pretty much all that information. Now, sometimes with iPhones, you'll need to know carrier locked or unlocked if it's not specified. And then you would just follow up, obviously get the information you need before you quote. But once you know all the key levers, things you need to know to really quote, not to say there couldn't be something wrong or not as described in person where you'd have to change that, but you can pretty much very accurately quote about 99% of the time. And anyway, so Facebook, for example, that message goes on and it'll ask them a few questions like, hey, what's the carrier? What's the condition? And I think there's one more. I can't even remember, but those are like the big two, right? And so it gives them that, and it's like just optional, hey, if you want to speed up your request, answer these. Sometimes they will, and it makes it very easy. You can get right into the quote, and sometimes they won't. And so you kind of just have to follow up and ask that information in a separate question. So if they didn't answer, I might just be like, hey, what's the condition of the device? If it's not specified, you need to know that. Usually you'll get a response there. For some reason, people just won't always respond, and that's okay. But basically what you do is you get the automated message, so it'll ask customers for more info on their device. This is not the case with Google. I was doing this for a while with Google, and it was not working well because people don't want to fill out a form, and then you text them, it's like, oh, I got to give out more info now, right? So I just scrapped all that, and I just started quoting immediately, or, call them, and then if I had another question about carrier lock or something, I would just ask and be like, hey, I would love to give you a quote on this, but I do just need to know one more thing. And people often feel a lot better about that, especially if you're quick about it and to the point and nice and polite. So just little things that I've learned, throughout my time doing this, but give the customer a chance to respond. Obviously, I'd give them about 5 minutes. With Facebook. With Google, you just call them right away since there's no call and response. The Google, we just send them a message that says, hey, we've received your request. We're going to get back to you and quote you on this as soon as possible. And then you do that. Facebook, we ask them for more information because most of the time they won't respond with the needed information for us to quote. So that's just the way it's structured. That's why it is how it is. So when these Facebook leads come in, give them about 5 minutes. If they respond, and also for Flipbomb, as you're giving out business cards, there's one more thing I need to touch on before I really get into this. And it's that some leads you'll get will be referral leads. You'll get word of mouth leads. People will give out your number and they'll text you from that. They'll see your number on your Google business profile. So you'll get missed calls and you can text back and be like, hey, my name's whatever from your company. Are you looking to sell a device or how can I help you? Things of that nature. Sometimes people will reach out to you from referrals and then you can just get right into this, but it works give or take about the same with just a few key differences that I just said. So understand the process there, why it is the way it is. Again, because Facebook, you're kind of just coming up on them. They weren't necessarily looking to sell their device. Maybe they were because the targeting's so good. It can figure out who's looking to sell stuff, but that's not always the case. Some people just see the ad and be like, well, I do have some phones laying around. Maybe I could get cash for them. Whereas Google, people are searching for you. And so that's just the difference for the reason we do different responses for those two. Because at the start, I was doing both. And I almost canned my Google ads because I was just doing it so poorly. But Figure that out over time. Now Google ads are great. Facebook ads are very simple. So understand that once this comes in, we're going to give them about 5 minutes to respond on Facebook. And if they do respond, we'll move to step 2 here, which is our lowball offer. So I would say, thanks for the info. So now we know what we need to know so we can give them, our first offer, the lowball offer. And I would say I can do, probably 100 or 80 to 120. And depending on how much the device is actually worth, I completely adjust this. So it's kind of the same when I reach out on Marketplace. If let's say there's a 16 Pro Max and I'm selling them for 800, maybe I would offer 650. Or, Marketplace, maybe not, right? Maybe 700 because I don't want to get greedy on Marketplace. But with these, I know there's not much competition. So maybe I'd say 650 with a Facebook lead coming in, right? I might quote them at 650 and then reverse my way back up to my minimum profit, of course. And if it was an iPhone 12 and it was selling for $150, I wouldn't necessarily, obviously I couldn't even make $150 margin on it unless I got it for free. So as the price goes up, you can actually get a bigger margin, and you should, because you don't want cash tied to make just like $40-50, especially as you can get up into the thousands with new sealed stuff, even some MacBooks if you get into buying those. So understand that, right? Like think like maybe 10%, but as you get really low, percentages can change, because if something's, only worth $50-60, sometimes it's hard to offer more than $10 for it. And most people would rather just keep it or not bother than to go pick up $10. But there are, instances where that's happened, but understand that. So margins based on price, and you can kind of just get the idea in your head of what that would be as you get on with it and you get more experience. But it's not always just like a flat set rate. Oh, I'm trying to make $80 on every phone. I think as the prices go up, you should be making more of a margin. So yeah, I guess percentage based is right. I haven't done the math on it. So I guess that would be more correct typically. I would think like 10% typically. Try and make, I don't know, I can't do the math right now, but think percentage based as opposed to necessarily just flat rate. So depending on what comes in, but as like a general, your average things were going to be between like $300 to $700 or whatever. Think like, okay, I'm going to try and make 100, 120, 150. Number can fluctuate as you get to the higher end of that spectrum, and lower end of the spectrum, you might be around like, between $60 and $80, all the way down to 50, which is fine. That's what I typically do. But my first offer would never be just to make 50 unless it is something that's only worth like $50 or $60, if that makes sense. So sometimes there isn't even room to lowball. Like I just will have to give my best offer right away because it's just not worth that much. But for most things where there is a little bit of value to it, like $200 and beyond, give them a lowball. So I would immediately say, thanks for the info. I can do blank offer. Where are you located? And the reason I attach this question here, and I say this, it can be replaced with any other question that keeps the conversation alive, is because when you lowball, you'll often get people who just ghost you, don't respond. And a question just helps keep them engaged. Even if they don't like the offer, a lot of times I'll at least get a response. So I just kind of keep them in it. And that way I can just work, back up to that minimum profit if necessary. Again, people can reach out to these and they'll get pissed off as well, just like Marketplace with the offer. So some people respond very well to it. They'll take anything. Other people, they think they got, a pile of gold they're sitting on, and they really don't. And so when they get a lowball offer, they get all pissed off and whatnot and just will ghost you completely, which is fine. I mean, it's part of the game. It's a total numbers game, as it is with everything. So it's irrelevant, but it's good to just attach this because it'll keep you alive for a little bit longer with people who are more emotional surrounding your offer, right? And this keeps them engaged. And the reason we lowball is because a lot of the time the customer will accept the first offer. And if they don't, we can always offer more later. So don't sell yourself short. You might as well try and just squeeze a little more out. You can always work back up. That's just like common principle throughout all these negotiation scripts. If they don't respond to that, personalized follow-ups, 2 of them. So I'd be like, hey, this is me with company name, and I see you're looking to sell your device. So the way Flipbomb works, like I showed you earlier, you have all your leads in those one spots, right? So I go through every day and organize my leads through the pipeline. So in talks, sold a device, didn't sell device, but in between, and sold a device, repeat customer, but in between did not sell a device or sold a device in talks, I keep them in the in talk section for a while because I'll follow up for multiple days, multiple times. You should follow up at least twice, even if you don't get a response. You want to be the annoying person that's, double, triple texting because you might as well. A lot of times people will be like, oh shoot, I just forgot, I wasn't checking my Facebook messages, or they realized they couldn't get more for it, so they end up coming back. And if you personalize these follow-ups, that's the best practice to get them to do just that. So say, hey, this is my name with whatever your company name is. I see you're looking to sell your whatever device they reached out with you to sell, right? And then I would say, before I can give you a quote, can you tell me what condition your device is in? This question would apply if they did not respond to the automated message, right? So if they didn't give me the info, this is kind of what I would do. And it's different if they reject the offer, right? So I would be like, sometimes if they reject the minimum profit offer all the way up, I would just move them already over to did not sell device. But this is more so for non-responders, right? And so for this one down here, I would say, hey, are you still looking to sell your device? And so if they don't respond to this one, they probably won't respond to the second follow-up, but it's still worth a shot. And if they still do not answer, it's time to just move the lead to the did not sell device tab in your opportunities workflow. I'll say their names multiple times. I'll usually follow up just like, if it gets down to it and I've got no response after these, I might just say their name one more time followed by a question mark just to try and spark some sort of response. The best way to get people to respond is usually just to say their name in some form or fashion, ask a question. So if you're just getting nothing, it's probably just time to, chalk it up and move on to the next one, which happens plenty of times. But just understand these follow-ups, right? And I put a note here as well. Figuring out the condition and carry of your device is most important. Without that, it's pretty hard to give an accurate quote. By breaking up the automated message questions in a one-by-one and personalized way, we do often generate more customer responses. And there will always be some leads that never respond. So understand this. Don't get discouraged, if you have people that are just ghosting you, because it happens all the time. People see your ad on Facebook, or they see your first offer when you're texting them back for a Google lead, and they just hate the offer. And so they're just done texting you. They'll block your number. They'll block you on Facebook, whatever it is. It happens all the time. But for every one of these, that you have, you're going to have plenty of winners as well. So just understand the numbers game, but give it your best effort. So there's so many people in leads that come in that won't, necessarily message me back right away, or will kind of just ignore me after I shoot them that low ball. But once I start setting these follow-ups, I generate a ton of business that I wouldn't have otherwise. And it's not necessarily the highest percentage. My best customers are ones that pretty much just respond right off the rip and are cool with the offer, but it's better than zero. And so that's kind of a common theme throughout this. Just give yourself the best chance, because these messages take no time at all to send. Just send them these follow-ups. Give it your best shot, and if they don't end up accepting, that's fine. Now, if they do accept the offer at some point in the negotiation process, you can say, awesome, would you be able to meet me at, this place at this time? And you just set up a deal. And this is usually a good time to go off script to find a meetup location that works for both of you, and asking them where they're located can help you find a meetup spot. So up here, when we attach the location to the offer, this can help us locate a meetup spot as well. Now, there's going to be plenty of people that won't be able to meet necessarily where you want. And so you can be a little flexible with the meetup. I don't mind driving personally, especially, a decently far distances if the price is right. But always try and get people to come to you first, because it's so much easier if you can just go across the street from where you live as opposed to driving 30, 45 minutes to meet somebody, right? So especially with these, Facebook, you're going to them. So a lot of the times it's almost just like kind of expected that you would go closer to those people, although it's very easy to set up meetups in between. With these inbound leads, more often than not, you can get them to come to you as compared to Facebook. So just remember that, and try and leverage that as much as possible. If you have to meet up somewhere, so be it. Sometimes drive will be too far for people. The ads can pick up people sometimes that are a little too far out of your area, which is fine. It'll end up working out in the long run. If you have to drive, it's not the worst thing in the world. You're still making money. And then if they reject your offer, you didn't make the deal, but all hope is not lost. So if this is your first offer, go to 7. So I like to ask these people if they ghost me or they've just rejected my offer. Another way I follow up is I'll say, how much were you looking for? And usually I'll attach their name to that. So I'd be like, name, how much were you looking for? And I'll get a fair amount of responses with that. And then it kind of resets the negotiation process to how it would be with outreach, because now they've set their price and then you can work from there just how you would with outreach, right? Because this is where we set the first price, but now that they've kind of set it, it just resets the whole negotiation process. So you get plenty of responses asking them that, and it's just a good way to be able to work through it. And I threw in here as well, I may be able to come up a bit. So just throw that in there, because if people can get a better deal, they'll usually respond to you and try and work it out. Because a lot of times when you get ghosted, it's an offer issue if you've already given the offer, right? So just continue to work with people and work through these scripts, and you're going to end up closing a lot of deals that you wouldn't have. So I put here, if a deal is worked out after this, go to 8. If not, go to 9. And remember, your minimum profit, chances are the customer wants a ridiculous price, so you will have to work here to negotiate down. If the price point is below your minimum profit, just take it. Yeah. At that point, if it's already below your minimum profit, just take it. Don't try and get too greedy here, as if once you've asked this question. But then, of course, secure meetup as always. So I'll see you then. And just to confirm, we will be meeting at this place at this time. I will be driving, put your car and then ask, what about them? Note, location should be secured at this point. This should be pretty straightforward. Basic human interaction at this point. After you make the transaction, move this lead to the sold a device tab in Flipbomb. Yep. You want to do that. And then I show some business card tactics as well. I go over that actually in next week's scale course, but basically what you want to do is get people into your network, send them into the sold a device tab on Flipbomb in your pipeline. And what that's going to do is send them an automated message with your business cards. It's going to tell them, hey, thanks. And it's going to ask for a review as well for your Google business profile. So it's all very organized and catered that way. It shows some referral bonus options in there as well, which is another thing I do is I offer a referral system, and I have part of the course dedicated to teaching that as well. And then, of course, if you don't close it, you're going to end up down here at the classic better luck next time. It's time to move on. Move this buyer to the did not sell device tab and let the automated message do its part to potentially salvage this lead. Great thing about Flipbomb is instead of Marketplace, right, messaging people or OfferUp and having to manually do it, just shift the leads to the new tab in the pipeline and it'll automatically just send the most optimal message to potentially squeeze some profit out of that lead, or just let them know, hey, maybe there's another device down the road. And they're also going to be into that follow-up pipeline. So even if they didn't sell something, they're still going to get messages every 3 months asking if they have any other devices to sell. And you may be able to end up getting something from them down the road. I've had plenty of leads that come in. I didn't buy something from them off the rip, but down the road, after one of those follow-ups, they reached back out and I was actually able to work on a deal. There's plenty of times when they end up just not being able to sell it as well for the crazy price they thought it was worth. And then, of course, they always come back. So just be willing to walk away from bad deals. Obviously, if you're not making money on it, you can't end up taking it. And a lot of times these people won't find anything better because you're paying more than Eco ATM already. So more often than not, they'll come back to you. It just depends, if your offer is right. And then I put this flow chart here as well. So you got your automated message, lowball, offer rejected, and all these tabs, of course, correlate to these titles right here. So it's easy for you to just follow this and then come back up here, check which one, and then you know exactly what to do. But yeah, this one's a little more complex, and it does differentiate slightly between Google as opposed to Facebook. As I've said, you can figure that all out. It gets easier with experience, of course, but I've tried to explain that as best as possible. I know it's a little confusing. This is something, negotiation as a whole, I could put a whole course on this. So I'm just trying to get the main key bullet points through, because this is one of the more complex things here, because it's not just done for you. Even though I've tried to do as much as possible, there's always going to be instances where you have to be a little creative and figure it out on your own. But all in all, it's really not that bad. Try not to make it, too confusing. I think it's pretty straightforward, but there is a little bit of a learning curve, of course. Now let's talk about the phone script. So use this when answering calls. In FlipBomb, you will be able to set up a phone number. I'll teach you how to do that in the scale course. And basically what you're going to have is your own phone number, and it'll forward to your phone. And what happens is you'll get a little cue when you pick it up. So you know it's a business call. You can hit a key and then you'll be on the phone with your lead. Or you can initiate the phone call once the Google leads come in, because you'll have their number from the form and you just simply call them and then start from there. So answer the phone, be like, hey, this is, Boston from my company name. Are you looking to sell a device? And they would say, hey, or, yeah, I would just start with that. And they'd be like, no, sorry. This is okay. Inbound. So this is inbound for people that, call us on Google Business Profile or have our numbers. So sorry about that. But for Google, what you would do is basically just call them and then just stick to this script, right? Because you've already got the leads in. So you would just do it over the phone. This is for inbound. So when a phone call comes in and they say, they call you, you'd be like, hey, answer the phone this way. And then once they tell you about the device, you would say, thanks for the info. I can offer your lowball offer. And if you don't know it off the top of your head, you have to go look at a direct buyer sheet or look it up on eBay to see what it's worth, as we do to appraise and figure out what the device is worth to us. Then we can just say, hey, just let me check my sheet real quick or whatever. Let me pull that up for you real quick. So you just keep them on the phone for a second while you check. It only takes a second anyways. And then you make your offer and then you ask them where they're located. Very similar to this. It's just on the phone, and these are people who are calling you. So obviously it's just a slight variation. And I put a note here, make sure to ask about condition and carrier before quoting. Of course, if you do not know what to quote off the top of your head, you say, do you mind holding for a minute so I can look up the price for that? And then you proceed. And then I put where are you located can be replaced with any other question that keeps the conversation alive. Some people may hang up. It happens if they don't like the offer. And if they do, you can just text them starting with number 7 on the FlipBomb script. So yep, you could just ask them how much they're looking for. Maybe you'll get a response. Maybe you won't. Usually people who hang up the phone aren't going to respond just because they're pissed off, but it's worth a try anyways. Just follow up, see, maybe you can work with them a little bit if they didn't like the lowball offer. But then if they accept the offer, a lot of these phone leads will accept pretty small offers, I would say, because they're just, they're calling, they looked up sell my phone, and on the phone, it's harder for people to say no. So in typical fashion, just ask them if they can meet up, somewhere close to you at a certain time. And there you go. You just set up a deal. Of course, if it's rejected, you would come down here. And I should not skip over this as well. So you'll get calls as well with other inquiries. People asking like, hey, do you fix phones? Maybe you do. And that'd be one thing that'd be great for you if you do. I personally don't. And so, people are always asking me for like repairs or just a bunch of random crap that I don't do. So I would just say, sorry, I don't do that, but let me know if you have a device to sell. And then of course I would move those in my pipeline to the did not sell a device tab after the phone call's done. Now offer accepted where we just were. This is typical, very in line with the other ones, just securing meetups, and then I just put these in my notes app throughout the day because I'll usually secure a bunch in the morning or day before and schedule them for the next day in the afternoon. And, just look at your calendar, see what times you have, schedule all these meetups. And then location should be secured. This should be pretty straightforward. Yep. And then I typically follow up with a text. Once again, confirming the details, letting customer know that they can text this number if anything comes up. And then text through FlipBomb, because once your personal number gets involved, things do start to get cluttered and it's a pain. So yeah, just keep everything in one spot so you can just have all your leads in one area. And it's very easy to have it all organized that way. If you get disorganized, you'll probably end up missing some meetups some people can do it. I personally can't. I just like to have it all in one place. It makes things go way better. Plus then the pipelines and automations, if they're going to my business number as opposed to personal, I'm able to get them all on the automated follow-ups as well, which is a big advantage. And so it actually will end up costing you money if you are disorganized. And then if they reject it, just similar fashion, we could ask them on the phone, how much are they looking for? Usually they'll tell you, to be like, oh, I was looking for 200, you offered 150. Again, just figure out what your minimum profit is and then go from there. You'll have to walk away from plenty of deals, as with everything, but just do your best to try and get it down to your minimum profit and work out a deal. As you can see, these all kind of work about the same way. It's same general principles. And if it's going over your head with me trying to talk a mile a minute to explain it, I'm sorry about that, but you'll be better off just going here. I believe this one is phoneflippers.com/inbound-leads or inbound-script. I believe it's the second one actually. So you can just come here and look at it for yourself, because when I sat down and made these, I put a ton of time into making sure they made as much sense as possible, just from someone who has never done it, to actually just read through and digest the information. So be sure to do that if I'm driving you insane right now, but it's much easier than maybe I'm making it out to be. It's just, I think, hard when I'm trying to, spit out all these different instances, but hopefully you're following here. I have these flow charts as well, which again tries to make it as simple as possible, because these labels all attach to a quote. So basically you would just come here, and what's in italics is basically what you would say. So it's just a script. Just stay on the script. And I have some tips in here as well. Very similar to the last one. Just always use your best judgment when negotiating location. Meet somewhere public to be safe. Be wary of those too good to be trues, because it usually is. There's a lot of bad people out there. They will try to screw you. I'm not trying to make anyone fearful, but just understand that. Don't get too greedy, and the too good to be true thing is just so true. So be careful. Now, there are plenty of deals I've had that were just really good, but they're not that frequent. So just be careful. Use your best judgment. After the initial message, make sure to ask if the device has any issues. Often the customer won't make note of everything. So that's an important one there. People hate getting lowballed, but you have nothing to lose. You can always offer more. Again, worst they can say is no mentality. Always be polite. It'll land you more deals than you realize. Use FlipBomb's lead organizers to save you time and land you deals where it can. Abuse this. Use the follow-up. If you don't have to do work and you can get money just for automations, just literally abuse that as much as possible. That's why I like to keep things all organized. And then be prepared to go off script when necessary. Flexibility often leads to successful deals. You don't need to be a robot. These scripts are just a basic outline of what to do. So hopefully that's helpful and covers the basics for inbound. Again, you can pull up a copy of this, and it is phoneflippers.com/inbound-script. All the resources you see in this course are completely free, and they'll be in the description below. Whether you're watching this from YouTube or from the school community, they'll be posted below for you to access. So with that being said, we can talk about now closing deals in meetups, which is another very important part of this process. So communication is huge. It's way better to have too much than too little, and you will get stood up from time to time, but typo there, but giving frequent updates and getting responses in return can help you avoid this as best as possible. So understand that you don't want to communicate like a ridiculous amount, but just enough to where, you're getting responses from the other person, engaging them, reminding them that you have a meetup time. It's going to save you from getting ghosted as much as possible. Stay safe. So always meet somewhere public. And this is almost always at least somewhere within walking distance. Yep, like I said, there will be plenty of people who you'll come to see will say, oh, I don't have transportation or I can't drive, which may be the truth, but there's almost always just somewhere nearby that they can meet you. That'd be much safer than just rolling up to their door, especially at nighttime. Of course, you want to use your best judgment there. Find the right spot. So the less you have to drive, the better. You can try to get people to come to you before compromising. You can use whatshalfway.com to find the middle ground or memorize local addresses. That's what I do. So this is a great tool right here. What's Halfway? You can put in your address, the address of the person, or just find somewhere close to where they are. And then you can actually select a venue type. So shopping center, food and drink, just something basic. Any of these are fine because they're all going to be public places, right? So just select one of these and then submit it, and it would show you a location that's literally right in between. So that's a good way to negotiate there. Finding an in-between spot to meet. So yeah, try and negotiate that if possible. And then in-person negotiation, this is the last thing we're going to cover. As far as scripts go, I do have a script for in-person negotiation. Like I talked about at the beginning, this is actually a very important one. So here we go. I'll go ahead and pull this script up for you guys and we can go ahead and go over that. So this is a simple in-person script that can be referenced and applied to any phone flipping negotiation period where you're meeting a customer face to face. Now there's different scenarios of negotiation here, and I think I have it mentioned in here a couple times, but I'll go ahead and preface this by saying, do not negotiate in person if it's someone who's coming to you and you already gave them a price from anything other than marketplace. Because if they're coming to you as a business, in marketplace, you're going out to people more so as an individual. But when people come to you as a business, it's super unprofessional to tell someone, okay, yeah, I'll do 280. And then in person, you only give them 260 unless there was something worse than advertised that they told you or forgot to mention to the device. So if, let's say they had a 16 plus and you offered 280 and then you get in person and it's only a 16, well, that's one thing. But if it's exactly as they described it and you're trying to nickel them, dime them down after you already promised them that, it's just a bad practice. Now, I will say for marketplace, it's not a bad practice because you're just an individual at that point, right? Not necessarily a business. Now, you will tell them that you're a business afterwards to try and get repeat business, but for the moment, there's still ways to talk that down, especially with some of the snipes that I talked about, like the undervalued phones. You want to make sure to try and get some of those down, especially if it wasn't quite the profit margin you typically go for. This is where you're going to use that. So first scenario of negotiation here is if the device is much worse than advertised. So there's a range of ways the device could be much worse than advertised, including but not limited to carrier locked instead of unlocked. That's a big one that will happen. People think they know it's unlocked and it's not. The screen could be really badly scratched. There could be a small crack that they didn't see. The IMEI could be blacklisted. Speakers could be muffled. The camera could be bad and not working. Non-original part or bad battery health. So all of these would apply to much worse than advertised, because if they told you there was no issues, or if they told you it was unlocked or clean IMEI and any of these apply, then you definitely want to try and talk it down a little bit because it's going to hurt your bottom line if you don't. So you should do this no matter what. I mean, if it's one of these and they didn't tell you about it, then you will have to talk them down on price just to save yourself. No harm, no foul with doing this because they didn't tell you. So it's kind of on them at that point. Now, some of these, like the non-original part, people might not know, or if like the speaker's muffled, that's just not something they necessarily noticed, which is fine. But as a professional, as a business owner, you have to watch out for yourself here. And there are many more issues the device could have. These are kind of the main ones I've seen. If there's a major issue that docks the price you're able to sell the phone for, you do need to lower your price. So here's some examples of things you could say, right? These just apply to a few of these that I listed up here. This phone's actually locked to Cricket. I can still buy it, but it would have to be for less. And then you usually attach an offer or just let them know and then be like, okay, and agree, like how much would you do? And then you tell them. Unfortunately, some of these situations too, you're going to have to walk away from the deal because people aren't going to want to do any less, even though they were wrong in not telling you that there were some issues, right? So it's on them at that point. It really sucks for you, but you can't end up hurting yourself by, losing money on these devices that are just not good. So here's another example. Everything looks good, but the phone needs a new battery. And then you can show them the battery health percentage as well, because there will be that display error for iPhones. And I'll say it will cost a bit to replace, so I can offer this. And over time, you kind of just know which things, like how much it actually takes off the bottom line. I wouldn't go through every single issue and what it takes off, but just know it will be less. And you can try and look on eBay to see as well, although it is more difficult to find that. And then I would say, well, this phone's blacklisted for non-payment. If I run the IMEI and it's blacklisted, I can still buy it, but it will have to be for a good bit less. I noticed a crack right here. Were you aware of this? I can still buy it, but it would have to be for less than my original offer. Most, scenarios people will be understanding, but sometimes no. And I put in all these scenarios by default, you have to protect yourself from losing money / getting scammed. If the device is not as advertised, it's not your fault. You have to change your offer when checking the device to still be profitable. If they decline, you have to just walk away. This is one of the worst parts of this business, especially if you drive like a far distance to see the phone. You have to be willing to walk away. Any of these situations should be categorized as any that does affect your bottom line when you go to sell it. Now, device slightly worse than advertised. So some situations, the phone may be slightly worse than the photos or the way it was described. This is where you can negotiate. There's a range of ways a device could be slightly worse than advertised, including but not limited to small scratches that were not mentioned, battery health close to service between 80 to 85%. This is what I like to do on Facebook. So you can use these as leverage, and it's not necessarily like the seller's fault, because this is just common things you would see with your typical B grade used devices. You would have small scratches. Battery health might be close to service between 80 and 85%. And there's plenty of other things you could use, but I might be like, well, I noticed the screen was a bit scratched up. Could you take, maybe $20, $30 less? And then I would say the same thing with battery health. The battery health is a bit low on it. You think you could do, and then offer same thing about 20 or 30 less. And if they decline, you can still pay full price for these slightly worse phones. Any of these situations should be categorized as any that does not affect your bottom line when you go to sell it. So maybe it's a bit worse than you thought, but it doesn't actually affect your margin. Then this would apply to not, for these up here, this applies to all situations. Every single meetup, if this is the case, you should be negotiating with less for it or just walking away from it if they don't agree. Now these right here, slightly worse or as advertised, this is something you should only do with marketplace offers when you're coming in as more of an individual, right? Not a business. I think it's just kind of bad practice as a business owner, trying to nickel and dime people like that. But on marketplace, it's just kind of what you do. Like that's what people do. You just kind of negotiate, you barter stuff down. And so you can use this. If it is actually slightly worse, use that to your advantage because it's an easy lever. But if it is as advertised, then I would often say something like, I would still shoot a shot in person negotiating. A lot of times you can knock down 20, 30, 40. I've knocked down, $50 plus before, just like throwing out a little offer last second. And it takes 2 seconds to say this. I'll say, would it kill you? Let's say I'm buying it for 500. I'd say, would it kill you to do 450 or would it kill you to do 470? And you want to be polite and friendly the whole time as well. And this can make some conversation, and this will actually allow you to come in and maybe get a little bit less. And you can make, between 10 to 50 or even more in like 5 seconds just by asking this. And a lot of people hate to say no. And the way it's framed too is, well, no, it wouldn't kill me. And then they agree. So it works a surprising amount of the time. If you don't believe me, just try it. And people often have a hard time saying no because they want to be liked. It's just like basic psychology. This just works. So you might as well do it. If you're buying 10 phones on Facebook Marketplace, I'm willing to bet you could talk down about like 5 or 6 of them in person. And women are typically a little easier than men as well. So that's something to note. Some people are going to be stern, not like no way. But it's worth a shot, like probably like 50, 60% at least, I would think you could get a little bit less on, just by kind of talking them down a bit in person. I've got a flow chart for all of this as well. So you've got your original offer as advertised, slightly worse and much worse. So if it's much worse, you can see you would give them a new offer. If it's accepted, then you would buy at the new price. If it's rejected, then just move on. But for all of these, you can still come back and buy it at the original price. So literally like worst they can say is no, because they're not going to just not sell it to you because you try to get a little bit less. But if they reject the offer, it's fine. You just pay what you're going to pay anyways, because none of these, the slightly worse issues don't affect your bottom line. And as advertised, certainly doesn't affect your bottom line. So you're willing to pay that original price already, but you might as well just try and throw them that new offer, because if it's accepted, then boom, you can just buy it at this new price and make some easy cash doing that. And these tips, of course, do not negotiate in person for inbound leads unless it is much worse than described. This is not professional and can drive away repeat business. So it just hurts you in the long run. Don't do it. It's bad for your reputation. But do abuse this trick for local marketplace meetups. It adds up a lot over time. If you think about that, like those 10 deals that you wouldn't have done it on, you obviously make no extra money, but if 5 of them, just 50% agreed for an average of, let's say $20 off, that's just $100 right there, just for asking that question. It really takes you no time and you made $100. So you might as well be doing it. Now, of course, do offer about 5 to 10% less than the original offer, or let's go back. Do not offer ridiculous lowball. So that same phone you're buying for 500, don't be like, would you take 380 or even 400? I think that'd be kind of ridiculous to offer that in person. It'll destroy your chances, but do offer about 5 to 10% less than the original offer. Usually this is just between $10 and $40 off. And oftentimes people will go for it, especially if you're persistent. So don't be afraid to even ask twice. I'd be like, buying it for 500, I'd be like, could you do 460 for it? If they're like, I don't know. I'll be like, all right, how about 480? And then, a lot of times they'll agree to that. So it's just kind of almost a little salesman-y for sure, but you can't knock it if it works. And, it's not like these people can't say no. So it's their decision at the end of the day. And if they agree to do $20 less, then that's great for us. And always be polite. As I've said in every script, it'll land you more deals than you realize. If you're not being polite, you might as well not even try and do this. So always be polite, and then be prepared to go off script when necessary. Flexibility often leads to successful deals. As always, you don't need to be a robot. These scripts are just a basic outline of what to do. So hopefully that kind of ties a bow on all the negotiating, and that starts to make sense and you understand that, because that's pretty much what it boils down to for in-person. It's just a great little tool to use, especially for your marketplace deals. So make sure to take advantage of in-person negotiating, because it will help you make more money, which is what this course is designed to do. So now let's summarize all this information. So I know there's been a lot thrown at you, but you are able to pull up all these scripts. So just reference them when necessary. Over time, you'll just know it like the back of your hand. Like, I'm not going to these scripts when I'm talking to people, obviously, just because I've done it so many times, and it won't take long at all before you're the same way. So follow the scripts. They'll guide you and help you in a pinch. Eventually, you'll just have these memorized, like I just said. Avoid being robotic. The scripts are an outline of what works, but it's always good to have your own style. Just follow the general principles and apply them. Yeah, basically just take them and then apply them to how you typically communicate. And so that way you just remain consistent throughout. And it's going to work well for you. But just keep the key principles. And of course, if you're not having success, maybe try and go a little bit closer to what the scripts actually say in a little more rigid and even robotic way. But you should be having success, as long as you just keep the baseline. Be safe. Huge emphasis here. Meet somewhere public. I know I said some things earlier in this one, but don't be super worried. Most people aren't out to get you, but there's a couple bad apples out there always. So just meet somewhere public, preferably during the day. You just never know with people these days. Public during the day, even public at night, as long as the business is open, like a 24/7 gas station, you're probably just going to be fine. And if you're sketched out, just be like, hey, can we meet up inside? Then you really have nothing to worry about unless it's an absolute psychopath. And then in person, in the correct setting, do not be afraid to talk down the seller an extra $20 or so. When I was first doing this, it was like a hard barrier for me to do, just because I didn't want to do it. And then once I started doing it, it just became easy. So just push past that fear of asking, because again, worst they can say is no mentality, and it adds up over time. And of course, if you enjoyed this, go to phoneflippers.com/review. Let me know what you think of the course. You can leave a testimonial and win some special prizes. And let's get to work. So that pretty much covers the quickest format I could fit this negotiation process into. As I said earlier, I could have literally put all of this into a mega course about the length of this one you're watching, but I want to just boil it down to the key points. That's why I made the scripts. I just reviewed them for you. So of course, if you have any questions, join the school group. You can get help. But hopefully this helps you out a lot and you start putting this into practice right away. And now I'm going to show you how you can check these devices once you're negotiating or in the process of, even sometimes in-person negotiating, so you know if you're getting screwed or not. So review these scripts, use them until you have them memorized. It's going to help you out a ton. Let's go. All right, now I'll be running you through my device checking process. So you know how to get leads, you know how to negotiate to the prices you like, and then you go to pick them up. But when it's time to actually buy the phone, how do you know you're not getting screwed? How do you know it's as advertised? How do you know there's not something wrong with it? I'm going to try and give it all to you here from my experience. Obviously, almost done 1,000 meetups at this point, nearly bought 1,000 devices, that is. And so I know what to look for. I've gotten burned about every way possible. And so I've put a lot of resources together here for you, including just a complete device check so you can know exactly what to do, my process, and then you can just emulate that to make sure you won't get screwed. Of course, there's always chances that, you could have some insanely rare internal issue, but this is going to cover about 99% of it. So here's what we're going to cover today. First of all, as I just mentioned, the complete device check. So I'm going to have a video where I literally just walk through what I would do. I record myself doing that so you can just watch that and get an idea of how you would do the same thing. We'll talk about IMEI checking because that's a really big one. You got to check the IMEI on every device. If you don't, you're going to end up screwing yourself. Some other common scams as well. I've been scammed about every way possible, or at least, attempted to been scammed in all these different ways. So it's unfortunate that it is the way it is, but being able to filter through a bunch of these scams will actually make you just that much better in the end, better than the competition. And then an iPhone checking checklist, so you know exactly what to go through. So the video kind of shows you exactly what to do with that complete device check, but I've also got this checklist in a doc format as I've, similar to a lot of the other resources you've been given so far. It'll be the same for there. So you can just go through that and reference that, because sometimes that's quicker than pulling up the video. And of course, go to phoneflippers.com/newsletter to get more, phone flipping secrets, tips, tricks, and updates regarding the course. Make sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel for exclusive content. I'll be posting a bunch of stuff on there at boston.miller, lots of good phone flipping videos, and share the course. Let's start a revolution and change people's lives together. Get your friends involved, get your family members involved. You guys can level up together, make money with this business. And a fair warning, this is the most important video in the entire course because it is the one you're on. So make sure to watch the entire video. Don't fast forward and don't skip anything. So pro tip, watch the video in double speed. If you need to slow it down for certain portions, feel free to do that when more understanding is required. But and I know I kind of been talking fast as well through some of this, but put it in double speed. It'll help you get through this quicker because I know it's a ton of content, right? And then first things first, we'll go through this complete device check now. So I've recorded myself exactly how I would examine a device. If I do a meetup with someone in person, these are the exact steps that I follow. So you can literally just copy and paste this, watch this to get an understanding of it. And I'll go ahead and insert this video here for you to see. All right, you're about to watch me perform an entire device check. So this is basically my checklist when I'm going to buy a phone. What I check, things I look for. Now, you may get a phone that's like this on the hello screen, which means it's been factory reset. If it's not on the screen and it's just used as a typical iPhone, it could have been reset and then booted up to the startup screen, or just like the base, reset new iPhone look home screen, which may be the case. Or you may end up with something that hasn't been reset yet, right? So it still has a password, iCloud on it, and you will need to remove those. I'll go through this though. I'll just start from the reset position just to make it as basic as possible here. Now, first thing I do, obviously, is just assess for physical damage, right? So I would hold the phone at an angle, look for scratches. I've got a bit later on in this course about device grading, which is important. Scratches on the screen do matter. It can be the difference between you making, sometimes upwards of $100 or more on a phone. So if you're just selling back on Facebook, it's not really something that matters. But once you start selling direct, it is something to look for. So obviously I got to hold it in a light, look for scratches, right? And then back, look for damage. Sometimes there's just dirt down here and you can just clean this with a wet paper towel or something. Not a big deal. These camera lenses can be cracked. Sometimes just look carefully, check the corners. This is pretty basic. You know how to check, but make sure if you're selling to direct buyers, you do assess for scratches, and I'll have more on that later. But scratches on the screen, especially some really deep ones or many small ones, can really devalue the device. Now, you will have to set it up with a network, so I'll do that real quick. And once you do that, it'll take a while. Now, I will show you how to get through this process as fast as possible because it's kind of a pain, right? There's so many different things that Apple makes you do, but you can essentially just speed run most of this. You're not going to put in any information. People who are selling to you locally will have no clue how to do this. So oftentimes I'll just, if they haven't reset it yet, you want to help them reset it. And if they have, and you're trying to get through to look at something, make sure you're just the one that's, going through this, setting it up, because it's just super painful watching someone else try and do this. This screen always takes the longest. Once you get past this, you're usually good as far as like iCloud locks, things like that, but you can just run the IMEI to avoid that anyways. And to pull up the IMEI without resetting everything, you can actually just press the I that's on the little bottom right of the hello screen, and it's going to give you all that information. So just remember that. That's a little hack. And yeah, so this will take a minute, and then we'll be good to go once this loads. Usually, it doesn't take much longer than this, maybe like a minute at most. Just kind of depends on your connection, and just it's random phone by phone. All right, so it finally came back. I had to make a cut. It literally took like 5 minutes. I've never had it take that long. So it's usually like 20, 30 seconds. But of course, when I'm recording, and my Wi-Fi is just horrible in this room, but it's whatever. Then you just press continue for data and privacy. Age range, just select adult. Set up Face ID later, because you can see in settings if it's working or not. Don't use a passcode. And I know I'm kind of flying through some of this, but you just want to do this to make it as quick as possible, right? Once you get to Apple ID, select forgot password or, other option, just set up later. Don't use. And this is just to make sure it's as fast as possible, right? And I usually use my hotspot when I'm meeting people in public, as opposed to connecting to a Wi-Fi, because most places aren't going to have it. You can just continue. Most of these don't matter, like location services. Whether I press set up later or turn on now, it doesn't really matter. Same thing with iMessage, as you just saw, but I'll throw it on anyways. Usually it's a little quicker. It's going to spin, sometimes whether I press it or not. And I just try and do it as fast as possible. Obviously, the internet's like just destroying this right now, but yeah. And once you get to cellular, you can just select set up later. So skip this, set up later, don't share, continue, set up later on Siri, continue, and then there you go. So now you're inside the phone. Finally had to make a couple of cuts there, because just how ridiculous it was taking with my internet. Usually it's going to be pretty quick though. And then there's a few key things to check. So obviously you want to check the camera right. I'm not going to show the view of this camera because I'm already filming. It's just going to look weird, but check the camera front and back, make sure it's working. There's no spots on it, anything like that. Remember, in-person negotiation tactics. If there is something wrong here, this is what you're looking for. This is what you would talk them down if necessary. So always check the battery health. This one's 100%. As long as it's above 80%, it's not an issue. But once it's below 80%, you're going to get an error message that says it needs to be replaced. And so that really lowers the value. So anything below 80, you will need to pay a little bit less for. I always go to about as well, because in here you'll have a parts and service history. Now it also shows stuff like SimLock, IMEI. So this is where you would find stuff like that, but always run this on SICW, because this isn't always accurate, because on some of the older models, now with eSIM, it's more difficult, but there's ways around making this show SIM unlocked when it really is a SIM locked phone with like fake unlock chips and things like that. So just run it on SICW for your iCloud lock, things of that nature. Now, if it hadn't been reset and you see an account logged in up here on the iCloud, you need to obviously, have them log out of that. So you would just go here and then they would log out of it. Or if you go to general, transfer or reset iPhone, erase all content and settings, it would then prompt them to put in the password to remove the iCloud. So you can't erase it to factory settings with all the stuff on it unless you restore it. But that's just kind of a different case. If you go through the settings and do that, they will have to take their iCloud out, which is essential because it's essentially just a 4-parts phone if it has the iCloud connected still, because there's no way to get it off unless you have their username and password and 2-factor authentication. So they have to do that. Make sure they do that. Another thing you can do is test the speakers. So you can come in here to sound and haptics and just turn this up. And you can just put your ear to the top speaker and then the bottom speaker, make sure it's not muffled or anything like that. A lot of times if it is, there's probably just some dirt in there, and you could take, an alcohol wipe or just a wet paper towel, and that's going to solve that issue about 99% of the time. Another thing to do is check the charging port. Just put it in, make sure it charges. About 90% of the time, if it doesn't, it's probably because there's some dirt in there as well. You can go with like a toothbrush or just like a little toothpick or something and just try and clean some of that out. That's what I've done in the past. Now, I'll be honest, I don't always check all of this. If it's already set up like this, Like I just kind of have an eye for aftermarket parts or like phones that look kind of suspect. So if it's already like kind of broken or damaged, I'll go in and check for aftermarket parts. I can tell too, the screen quality is much worse with an aftermarket part. And it's just something you get an eye for after a while. If it's like a newer phone, like right now it'd be the 16 and it was reset completely, I'd probably just run the IMEI and pay for it. Cause I know like there's very little chance of any sort of repairs or serious damage that, would really affect the price. And especially if it looks really new and well kept, that's how some of your other ones, you do want to check this stuff, especially because older phones, the battery health, that's going to be the biggest one typically. And then aftermarket parts, things like that. But that's pretty much the big ones. I mean, I'm sure there's a couple nuanced things that I didn't include, but generally speaking, this is what I do to check devices. And as you go on, you could end up being a little lazier like me, but it's kind of just because, I have an eye for what I think could have issues versus what won't. And that's just something you develop with time. But when you're starting off, definitely go through and check everything. Because my first, 100 or so phones I bought and sold, I was definitely like thoroughly checking everything because I didn't want to lose money or end up hurting myself in some way when it came to flipping it for profit. So that's what I do. Those are the big ones. So make sure you check those. And then once you do, you should be good to go and know, okay, there's probably not any major issues. Obviously, like get a feel for the touch as well, because there will be some phones where the touch is just like randomly off. I've had it like maybe once or twice, out of hundreds, but just something you would notice too. So if anything feels off or there's like a heating issue or something, just, be on guard for all that stuff. But that's what I do to check a device. Reference this part of the course when you need it, and this will help you a lot. I have a checklist that you'll see later that accompanies this as well that you can go through. And now let's talk about IMEI checking. So kind of the physical stuff with the phone, what to look for when you're looking at it. But I would argue the most important part is just checking the IMEI. As I said, sometimes with I can tell it's a nicer phone, I'll literally just check the IMEI and call it a day because it's quicker. And I just kind of know at this point which ones are going to give me trouble, which ones aren't. That's not to say I haven't gotten screwed before doing that. Of course, I wouldn't even recommend necessarily doing what I do, but sometimes when you're on a tight schedule and you have a bunch of meetups scheduled, it's just so much easier to do that, especially, having to go through the whole setup process again. So always check the IMEI. I swear every time I don't, and I haven't failed to check an IMEI in ages because I've finally learned my lesson. But, years ago when it seemed like every time I won it, and it'd be about 95% of the time, but that 5%, for whatever reason, I would just get lazy. And I kid you not, it was like every time it was blacklisted or something like that, or, it was carrier locked when it was supposed to be unlocked. So I just stopped doing that completely. It's just never worth it. It doesn't take long at all. And for IMEI checking, we do use SICW. So at this point, you should have a SICW account ready to be used. If you went through the basics part, master the basics. I told you to make an account, throw at least $1 in there. Obviously, you'll need to add more over time, and it's not super expensive. It runs about 12 cents a check, and it's well worth it. I mean, 12 cents to save you from losing, $50, $100 plus. By all means, just make that trade every time you can. Never skip this part. Checking the IMEI is the most important part of the entire device check. That's absolutely true. Do not skip it. You're going to end up getting burned. If you don't believe me, just try it. And then fake iPhones. So if the device is from China, it is a fake iPhone. I know there's like some instances where there could be a real one. If you're watching this from China, this probably doesn't apply to you. But in the United States, and I would say probably other countries as well, it's very rare that I see a phone that isn't from the US, and the ones I do see that aren't are almost always fake, so Chinese. And it's just so obvious too, because it has like Android user interface almost. Like you can just tell it's not the Apple font. It's not very crisp. The screen is kind of off. So if it looks suspicious and you run the IMEI and it says Chinese, it's a fake. And I believe me, I see plenty of these. I don't know why there's so many of them going around, but it's also usually never the people that bought them that are trying to screw you, right? It's the people that not like bought them from the source, but people that got them secondhand. So they got burned and they're just trying to get their money back on them. So every time I try and go and buy one of these, I'll just hand it back immediately, be like, yeah, it's a fake iPhone. Sorry, I can't buy it. And of course, everyone always acts surprised, but they know, people know that they're selling a fake. Don't listen to some sob story. Don't feel sorry for these people, because they're trying to scam you. So don't buy fake iPhones. They're pretty easy to spot, and I'll show you how to spot it as well when we go through the IMEI checklist, but just don't buy these. I mean, they're absolutely worthless. They're Androids disguised as iPhones. I believe it's like an Android processor. So they're actually pretty good, but still pretty obvious, I would say, that it's fake. So just don't buy these. You'll understand by the end of this module exactly how to avoid those. And then double check. So make sure it's the correct device, carrier, and iCloud status. I can't tell you, it hasn't been that many times, but there's been too many times where, let's say I'm buying a 12 Pro Max and I'm in a rush or whatever, and it's a 12 Pro, and I didn't really just notice it off the rip by, looking at it, which I don't know why. Nowadays, I feel like I would always do that, but even on SIGW, it gives you the about and the little description, like just the basics of the device. And so it would say 12 Pro, and I would just pay 12 Pro Max price, not even thinking about it. Well, obviously that's a huge mistake. And even, sometimes where it's like an iPhone 13 and an iPhone 14 that look almost identical. Like I can't even tell a difference physically, except one has the SIM tray, one doesn't. So if you don't check to be careful, you could easily pay iPhone 14 price for an iPhone 13 or, anything like that in the future. So there's a few iPhone models out there that look very similar. So just make sure you're buying the right one, because sometimes people will tell you the wrong one. They'll say Pro Max instead of Pro. There's just so many different ways they could be wrong about it. So whether they're trying to scam you or not, you have the duty and responsibility to protect yourself in these instances. So make sure to do that. And now what I've done is I've actually made another one of these resources for you. So if you go to phoneflippers.com/IMEI, I've put a complete checking guide together. We're going to go through it together as always, but reference this when you're confused or you see something that doesn't quite make sense, because there's a bunch of weird stuff that'll pop up on these IMEI checks sometimes that, may only happen 1 in 100 times. And maybe I haven't even experienced it, but if something's off, it's probably like a huge red flag. There's very few instances where something would be off and it would be, good. So make sure to check for that. Sometimes it works in your favor, right? People will tell you it's a 12 Pro. It ends up being a 12 Pro Max, or they tell you it's carrier locked and you check it and it's unlocked. It's up to you at that point. If you want to be like, hey, just so you know, this is unlocked, I could do a little more. Or if you just want to pay the price you already quoted them at, because they already agreed to that price and, they didn't know. So it's kind of up to you. I don't have an issue either way. I don't think it's like that much of a moral thing, but if you want to do that, more power to you. But most of the time, it's not going to work in your favor. It's going to work against you. People are always going to try and make what they have better than it really is, or, at worst, about the same as it is. So it's very rare that you get lucky like that. When you do, it's up to you to handle it how you want. But I know this, when it is worse than advertised, you have a huge responsibility and duty to protect yourself from getting scammed. So that's what this is all about. And so IMEI is absolutely essential to check. And it can be kind of confusing when you check the IMEI. So I've thrown this in here. I wanted to make sure that you guys really understand how this works and break down these checks for you guys. So first of all, IMEI checking guide, verifying a phone's IMEI, which is International Mobile Equipment Identity. I didn't even know that until I started making this, but I just threw it in there in case you were wondering, is crucial when buying or selling phones. And this guide breaks down each part of the IMEI check to ensure you have all the necessary information before completing a transaction. So just a little overview right here. This is what a normal IMEI check looks like using the iPhone carrier FMI and blacklist check on SIGW.com. It costs 12 cents a check. So this would be it right here. This is the check you want to use on SIGW. And when you run it, it's going to end up looking something like this, right? So you've got your description at the top, IMEI. Most iPhones, have a second IMEI. The newer ones all do. Serial number, MEID, not really important. But we're going to go through all this together, right? We'll break it down one by one, what you need to look for, what matters, what doesn't. And then you'll know exactly how to run these checks and to, make sure everything is as it should be. So below each part of this check is broken down, highlighting what it means and what you need to look for. Model description. The exact name of the phone model, example, iPhone 13 Pro Max. Always check this to make sure that it is what you thought you were getting and that the storage, color, and country match. Yeah, let's talk about that. So up here, you'd see like dash USA, right? Now, sometimes in purchase country down here as well is important. So United States, sometimes this will be like dash Verizon. It doesn't really matter. That's fine too. What you don't want to see is China. So, or really any foreign country. Purchase country is going to be more important for that. Just make sure though, if it does say USA, that matches. But if it says like Verizon or something, that's plenty good too. IMEI, so this is the primary IMEI number associated with the device. That's the one you would have put in. Or the IMEI 2. If you're like looking through the phone settings, it'll show both IMEIs. You can run either one to get the same results. So don't get confused there. It doesn't really matter. This is just for dual SIM devices. And pretty much every phone has 2 IMEI numbers now. You can check either IMEI and get the same result. This is the mobile equipment identifier. It looks very similar to the IMEI, but it's not. So if you put it in wrong and it doesn't yield a result, it's possible that maybe you put in the MEID. So just take note of that. It's not very important. Serial number, it's a unique identifier assigned by the manufacturer. You can also look up devices using this number. That's cool to note. So if you put in the serial number here, once again, you will yield the same result as if you put in the IMEI. So that's something to note as well. Estimated purchase date, the approximate date the device was originally purchased. You can also look this up on Apple. Keep an eye out for anything fishy, but generally unimportant. 99% of the time, purchase date doesn't really matter. When you're buying like new sealed stuff, sometimes it matters, or like open box condition if it's been activated, because after, a certain purchase date, maybe a direct buyer will pay less. Super niche and nuanced for a total beginner, pretty much irrelevant, but maybe down the line, it could matter once or twice. Warranty status indicates whether the device is still under manufacturer warranty. Generally not important. Sometimes I'll buy one that's still under theft and loss with Apple support. There's been like one instance where this benefited me. It was like a really broken phone, but it still had the warranty on it for theft or loss, on top of, all the Apple Care stuff. So I was able to get it repaired for relatively cheap, like $100, which is crazy to me. They still make you pay if you have the warranty. It's just cheaper than if you didn't. But regardless, Apple, they're going to make money every way they can. I ended up making more on that device though than I would have just by getting it fixed. So every now and then, you might want to look for it. It's very surprising to me that person didn't take it to get it repaired just for the cost, but I guess it wasn't worth their time, they thought. So that was cool. But typically speaking, warranty status, not that relevant, I don't think. Maybe when you're selling on eBay, buyers will like to see it a little more. You could throw it in there, but it's not something I really look at most often. iCloud lock, obviously this is super important. So it confirms whether the iCloud is locked or unlocked. So if it's on, you're going to need the original Apple ID and password, most likely 2-factor authentication as well. If it's off, it's ready for use. So this is everything. If iCloud lock is on, you have to buy it as iCloud lock on price. You can buy these and sell them for parts. You can't sell them on eBay, but you can sell them directly to direct buyer. Obviously, as long as it's not stolen, right? Some people just forget their password. So if this is on, that's a big issue, especially if they told you it wasn't. But obviously you go through the device and you would know how to remove that by now after you watch the video I attached. Still, just look out for that. That's a big one, right? But most times you'll know just by going through the phone. You can sell iCloud lock device to direct buyers, but it does severely change the price. Make sure the iCloud is removed and the device is reset before purchasing. iCloud status is a big one. If it's a lost status, then you probably can't sell it at all. I mean, there's some direct buyers who will take it, but good chance of it being stolen. So just be careful there. And if it's clean, you can buy these. So just use your best judgment. iCloud status, it just pairs with iCloud lock being on. I don't even know if it'll pop up if iCloud lock is off. I actually don't think it does. So just take note of that as well. Understand how that works, right? And then demo units. So yeah, demo units right here. If it is a demo unit, I wouldn't buy those. Those would be worth significantly less. It's very rare that you see a demo unit, but a demo unit would be the ones that you see in stores, right? If you go into an Apple store or Verizon store and they've got the phone there for you to test, that's what that is. Don't even ask me how people get their hands on these, but every now and then you may see one pop up. I would just not buy these. I would say, yeah, like I said, unlikely you see these, but it's most likely stolen if you do see one. So Avoid it if it's like a store that's just selling them off. That's different. But I would say that these most likely sell for much less than a normal one, even if, there was no weird shady stuff surrounded to the device. I would just generally avoid it. A loaner device, it indicates whether the device has been ever used as a temporary replacement. Doesn't really matter. Replace device, also unimportant. And I don't know what the difference is between this and a replacement device. So they've got loaner, replaced, and replacement, which just kind of shows you some intel on the history. So replacement device shows if the original device was replaced by Apple, but it does not devalue the phone. These are common and nothing to worry about. The one instance would be if you have a brand new replacement device sealed compared to like a new in box sealed phone. The replacement device is going to sell for less. Those are like considered swap grade. When you look at the direct buyer sheet, that'll make more sense. Again, pretty rare, but that's like the one instance where I think that would really matter. So just understand that. Otherwise, this should be irrelevant to you. Refurbished device indicates as the device has been refurbished. Could mean that there are non-Apple parts, which can devalue the phone. Obviously, if it's refurbished by third parties, I don't think this even comes up. I don't know exactly what triggers that. I don't ever really look for it. You would just be able to tell anyways by physically looking at it or going through the settings if it says non-genuine part. So make sure to check those out when you do your device checks. But generally speaking, looking for this on the IMEI check, not very relevant. AppleCare eligible confirms that the device is eligible for AppleCare coverage. If you buy a busted phone, you may be able to send it in for a cheap replacement device, but this is rare. Kind of what I touched on earlier, very rare, but worth looking at, I guess. Valid purchase date verifies if the purchase date meets Apple's validity requirements. Generally unimportant, but look out for anything fishy. Pretty self-explanatory. Activation status indicates whether the device has been activated. This matters like pretty much. I guess I have the notes down here. So it's same with registration status, confirms that the device is registered with Apple. Activation is more important than registration, but usually these will both say not activated and not registered. If you're buying like a new phone, new in box or open box condition phone, run the IMEI on the back of the box to make sure it hasn't been activated or registered. Now, some carriers can activate them, I believe, without them being open, which as long as they're still sealed, depending on the direct buyer, it might not even affect the price. Now, when you get the new in box fake phones, like the Chinese ones, right, and you run the IMEI, these will always be activated. And you'll have, of course, the China purchase country. So that's like a pretty much given on a fake iPhone. Just understand who you're selling to. And if it is open box, if it has been activated past a certain amount of time, usually that can be a dock from your direct buyer. So understand that. Purchase country, the country where the device was originally sold. If it's not your country, avoid it. If it says China, it's most likely fake. I've had one before that was Canadian. I obviously live in the United States, and it was perfectly clean, like wasn't fake or anything. And I bought it. So maybe, other countries, not the worst, especially if you're in Europe where countries are almost like states over there. I would say you might be fine with a lot of that, but just be careful for fakes, and you'll be able to tell like physically if something's just off and it's a fake phone. And obviously different rules could apply over there as well, as opposed to like cell towers in different countries. So that might be, I just don't know, obviously, because I don't live over there and do that, but you'd have to just figure that out for yourself. But obviously this is a fake one that I've attached right here. So purchase country, China. So you can see, and then China up top. So I knew it was fake. Locked carrier. So this is one of the big ones right here. The network to which the device is locked. If it's unlocked, it will read 10-unlock. And also the SIM lock status right here, obviously unlocked. Pretty much the same thing. It'll show you like SIM lock status right here. If it's locked to Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile. So if people tell you it's unlocked, they swear up and down, but you run this and it says locked, you like show them like, look, it's locked. They're like, no, I swear, like I literally just called them. No, they didn't, because this never lies. So if it says locked, the device is still locked. Maybe they put in a request, which is delayed, which is possible, but I mean, then you're going to take someone's word for it at that point and sit around and hope it just goes unlocked after a couple of days. I don't do that personally. I need to see that it's unlocked or else I'm not buying it for an unlocked price. Just protect yourself that way. So this is an example of a locked one right here. If a phone is carrier locked, it can only be used with that carrier or other sub carriers that are SIM compatible with the locked carrier. We talked about that with that, chart of carriers and sub carriers. It is most likely unpaid. Yep. So usually if it's carrier locked, unpaid bill, although not always, there's just different procedures for each company, like how they unlock phones. Some of them are automatic after a certain period of time. Some will do it after it's paid off, but a lot of times you have to put in a request, even if it is paid off. It's not like an automatic thing. So there's a million reasons why a device, could be locked, like could be paid off, but it's based on policy. So it's hard to just go through all of those, but just assume unlocked. I sell all carrier locked devices as parts only, just because I don't want to mess with it. It goes unpaid. All of a sudden it's blacklisted. Then the person I sold it to is pissed off. So I just sell them for parts. You lose a little bit on each one, but it's just so much less of a headache because I was trying to sell them, good for the longest time. All of a sudden you got IMEIs going bad, a million returns on eBay. People are pissed off. Then you're worried about getting negative feedback on your account. Just not worth it. Just take the simple route and just pay less, offer less for these devices. Maybe you miss out on a few deals because of that, but you can always get more by just turning up your ad spend, getting better at negotiating, reaching out to more people on Facebook Marketplace, things like that. So don't stress about trying to squeeze the most out of every deal. Just, take what you can. And if you can't, it's fine. So understand that. Generally, you cannot unlock these, although there are a few exceptions that you will see in the week 2 scale course. I have an entire module in week 2 about device unlocking. There's a lot of weird nuances where you're actually able to unlock certain devices. Now, it's not a ton of them, but there's a few methods for unlocking that I share there. And then, of course, you get access to direct buyers list as well with Phone Flippers Plus. So a lot of this stuff that I talked about that only relates to direct buyers will make a lot more sense when you have the list and you can go off of that. So, and then you got the GSMA report right here, right? So IMEI listed again, just like cross-verified, model name, phone's model as per GSMA records, model number, manufacturer typically listed as Apple, and then blacklist status is the big one. So the only thing I really am looking for down here is blacklist status. So I've got an example of one that's blacklisted down here. Usually they're going to be marked as stolen or lost, but a lot of times it's really just because they're unpaid. And so just understand that, right? Sometimes people will take these, but you don't want to be buying stolen phones, of course, because that can come back to bite you. Blacklisted is just tough because, you can have phones that are unpaid, stolen or lost, and it's hard to really know which ones are which, but just use your best judgment. And I just don't recommend buying stolen. I can't, rightfully recommend that. You can still sell blacklisted devices, just not stolen ones. Blacklisted devices do not work with any SIM in that country until the blacklist is removed. If shipped overseas, it will work because it will be able to connect with foreign companies. You'll have no problem finding direct buyers who will take blacklisted devices because pretty much the way the phone game works with these direct buyers is they all end up overseas anyways. So whether you're sending it to a guy who's 3 notches down the chain or the top dog, it's going overseas somehow or another, whether you're sending it there or the person you sell to sends it there, because the blacklist only applies in the country that it was blacklisted in. At least I know that's the case for the United States. Once they blacklist a phone, you can't use it with AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile. Nothing in the United States will work. But overseas, it's essentially just a good phone again. So you can find people who would take these. Just be careful. Don't be buying stolen phones. And then general list status, just details of devices listed on any watch list. So I have yet to see one, I think, that's on that, but I also don't really check that, to be fair. If it's blacklisted, then I guess there's a chance, but not important. And then a quick summary, the most important things to check are model, carrier lock, iCloud lock, and blacklist status. Everything else is situational, but those are the general things to watch out for. Understand how these devalue the device, and that you may need to walk away if the device is stolen. So it sucks. You drive 30 minutes, it's carrier unlocked, 15 Pro Max, you're getting a great deal on it. Then you find out it's stolen. I just wouldn't, I wouldn't put myself in harm's way by doing that, right? That's kind of their issue at that point. It sucks, of course, but it's just part of the game. So that's the IMEI checking guide. Hopefully that's helpful. It gives you a better idea of how to check IMEI, and you can go through that. And now we can go ahead and go through some common scams that you might run into. The first of these being fake iPhones. I've already touched that. I've mentioned a lot about it, but beyond the IMEI check, you should be able to notice that user interface is off and typically a black bar at the bottom as well. So like the screen just like takes a little while longer because on the iPhones, there's like a thin little separation from where the edges actually meet the screen. And this one just extends a little farther. Just a pretty obvious tell there. So keep your eyes peeled for that if you can't tell otherwise. Stolen devices. So if you're flipping phones long enough, you encounter plenty of stolen devices. Avoid these and move on. It's just not worth getting in trouble with the law, obviously. So stay away from stolen. Sealed devices. You want to be especially careful to make sure a device hasn't been resealed. So pay close attention to the strips that open the box. Also run the IMEI. So you'll see like if it hasn't been activated or registered, you're probably great right there, but be careful because in rare instances, I haven't had it happen, thankfully, but I've heard stories of people who have had them resealed. So just be careful for that. Obviously, people will try any way to scam you, put weights in the box instead of the phone. So shake it. Sometimes you can tell things are a little off or fishy. Run the IMEI and then just look carefully at those seals. Apple's done a good job recently of repackaging to with the little peel strips that it's very hard to reseal. But you can never be too careful. So just be really careful with sealed stuff. And then MDM, this is a big one. So I didn't touch on it in the device check video. I should have, but mobile device management does not show up on SICW unless you run the MDM checks. They have multiple checks there. On the check I went through, the common one, you're not going to see it, but there are checks you can run to do that. But it's essentially an iCloud lock in terms of how it affects the value. So these will be things like work phones, school devices that people steal and try and sell. And it's got a managed profile on it and you can't get it off, right? Because it requires some sort of user ID from that organization. And they're probably not going to be able to help you out with it. So be super careful of that. If you log into the phone and go to settings, it'll almost always be there at the top. And I've got a photo of it, not a great photo, but you get the idea. It'll usually say like this iPhone is supervised and managed by some sort of company and you can't get this off. There's ways to bypass it, which costs money, but you can't actually remove the lock. So just understand that greatly devalues the phone. And now let's go through this iPhone checking checklist. So similar to the video, it's kind of just a routine, but I put it in checklist form for you guys to have. And of course, it's another one of these resources, phoneflippers.com/iPhone-check. If you go here, you'll be able to go through this yourself. We'll go through it together real quick. So here's the checklist. When purchasing an iPhone, it's essential to ensure that all functions are working properly. Use this checklist to systematically test each feature and identify any issues. You can make a copy of the sheet and go over it each time you buy a device until it is committed to memory. So when you're starting off, it's going to be very helpful for you. As always, with these checklist format resources I give you, file, make a copy, as this won't be editable until you do that, right? So if you actually want to go through and check it all out, right, and be able to do stuff like that, and make it easy to go, you can make a copy of this. But first thing first, exterior, pretty straightforward, but check for cracks, dents, or scratches. There can be small cracks that can only be seen at an angle sometimes, so make sure you're holding it around, checking every angle of it. Inspect the camera lenses for scratches or cracks. That's a pretty big deal. And then sure buttons, power, volume. If you happen to buy one with a home button, make sure they're intact, functional, working. Sometimes they can be stuck if it's just super dirty. That's usually a pretty easy fix, but just, ensure all that's working well. And then some functional tests. In regards to the screen, you can test for unresponsive areas or dead pixels. I've only had a couple of these, but just make sure, when you're using it and testing it that, something doesn't seem off or like you're touching a part of the screen, it doesn't respond. That's obviously a huge red flag. Face ID. Usually now with Face ID, there'll be error messages that'll show that Face ID isn't working. If it's a non-original screen, that's usually a big time reason to test the Face ID. But usually you'll get some sort of error message that says Face ID is not working in the About section when you check settings. Or it'll just say it right at the top when you open the app. You're already going to be looking at settings anyways. So, I wouldn't go through the whole Face ID setup, having to do the whole scan and everything just because it takes so long. But if you want to be extra cautious, you can do that. Speakers, as I showed you, play audio to test the speakers for clarity and volume. If a phone is super dirty, there will likely be muffled speakers. Obviously, that is a dock. I've had some before that are really, really quiet. And so make sure to test that. You go to settings, sound and haptics, and adjust the slider bar to test volume. I also demoed that in the device check video. Cameras, test the front and rear cameras for clarity and focus. Test 0.5 and zoom lens as well. Sometimes when you zoom in, you'll get little spots. So make sure that that's not the case when you test the cameras. Battery health, this is obviously a huge one. Go to settings, battery health. You want to ensure that maximum capacity is above 80%, and then check for any service warnings. So if it's below 80%, this is the error message I was referencing. This is what you'll see. It's just annoying that Apple does this. Like, you could have a 79% battery phone that honestly runs fine, but Apple's just trying to make more money. So what they essentially do is track the battery. Once it dips below 80, they send you this message, and then you click the service options link, and it of course takes you to, Apple support, pricing, and all that, where they charge a ridiculous amount to give you a new battery that you don't even really need. But that's just how it is. And unfortunately, it really devalues your phone, because when the phone ends up with the end consumer, as all phones do, that's obviously going to be something that's concerning when they see this message, even though people like us in the reselling game know it's not really that big of a deal. Like, if this was I've had, multiple phones that are like this. I didn't really care, but other people do. So unfortunately, that will end up hurting your bottom line. Charging port, if it looks dirty, connected charger to confirm the port is functional. If it is not, oftentimes this can be fixed by cleaning the dirt out, but take this opportunity to lower your offer just in case you cannot fix it. Might as well check, if it doesn't look super dirty. Very rare would it not be working, almost 99% of the time, but worth checking, especially when starting off. And then iCloud lock, go to settings to check if the iCloud is logged out. You want to ensure Find My iPhone is turned off. If the previous owner has not yet reset the device, make sure you're also able to do that before buying. So in the video, I showed you one that had already been reset, but if it hasn't, I would make sure that you can, just to get all passcodes, iCloud off of there. Obviously, you want to get all that off. And then MDM lock, you can actually reset a device even if it's MDM locked. So, check for that. It's rare, but it happens. So check for that as well. And it should say something at the top typically if it is MDM locked. Parts and service history, this is a huge one. So you go to settings, general, about, parts and service history. And if there's none listed, the phone is all original parts. This is very good. People will reference this as OEM. And if there are non-original parts, this will devalue the phone. So keep note of this, of course. And then IMEI verification, run the IMEI number and make sure the details align with what you were told when you were buying. Cross-reference with the IMEI checking guide if needed. We just went through that. But yeah, if you need to cross-reference, please do that. And remember, this may seem like a lot, but it really only takes a couple minutes. So as you memorize this routine, you no longer need this sheet, and it will prevent you from overpaying for a phone. I've been burned, like I've said, about a million different ways. So just do your due diligence and check your devices and save yourself headache and losing money. It's just not worth it. But hopefully that covers up a lot of it. Of course, all these resources will be linked for you, and we can go ahead and summarize this device checking process now. So take the time to check each device you buy. It's definitely worth it to not get burned. It's a couple minutes of your time to lose out on potentially 50 to 100, if not more dollars. And that just sucks, obviously. So just check. IMEI. I put it 3 times. It's so essential. Check it every time. It's 100% non-negotiable. You have to check it. And then remember, there are a lot of bad people out there who will try to scam you. So be on your guard always. If it seems too good to be true, it probably is. I hate that there's so many scams out there. I wish it wasn't that way, but the reality is that it is that way. So you got to do your best to shield yourself from those scams. And if you're enjoying the course so far, you can go to phoneflippers.com/review. If you leave a testimonial, you will have a chance to win some special prizes. And let's get to work. So at this point, you now know how to check devices, and you can properly buy them, appraise them, buy them for a price that you know you can resell for more. And in the next module, I'll show you exactly where to sell them, how to get the most bang for your buck, what's the best practice of selling. But to this point, obviously, you've learned a ton. So review what you need to review and just be ready for what's ahead, because you're going to learn how to finally make some money now. Let's go. I'll now be going over the process for selling these devices, so you've pretty much worked from the very basics up to this point, which is now the fun part. It's making the sale. It's seeing that money roll into your bank account. It's why you got into this in the first place, and there's a few methods for doing it that I'm going to cover. We can go ahead and jump right into it. So first thing we're going to cover today is, where do you sell your devices? We'll talk about Facebook Marketplace sales, eBay sales, direct buyer sales. And of course, we're going to cover the best practices for all of those. I'm going to go in depth on each one, when to use each one and why, where to sell what. And of course, go to phoneflippers.com/newsletter. If you're enjoying the course, you're going to like the newsletter just as much, if not more. It's just going to be a bunch of super tactical advice boiled down for you to enact, maybe some like me going more in depth on some niche stuff that works, and even new tactics that I discover after I've made this course, right? So make sure to join that YouTube channel. Make sure to subscribe for exclusive content to see my phone flipping journey, what it looks like on the day to day. You can subscribe at boston.miller on YouTube. And of course, share the course. Let's start a revolution and change people's lives together. Warning though, this is the most important video in the entire course. It's because it's the one you're on. So watch the entire video. Don't fast forward and don't skip. This course is made chronologically for you to be able to soak in the information one by one. So don't be skipping ahead. And a pro tip, since there is a lot of video content, you can watch the video in ×2 speed just to save yourself some time. Now, where should you sell your devices? Now, there's 3 places I recommend. The first one is Facebook Marketplace. And as I've said throughout the course, I do recommend this the most if you're a complete beginner with no experience, because it is the most beginner friendly by far, lowest barrier to entry for sure, and all around just very good, very easy, simple. You've maybe even used it before. It's a very common thing that people use, and it's very simple, super easy user interface, and it's just straightforward. It's just meeting up with people locally the same way you would to buy it, pretty much just the exact same thing on the back end. Now, eBay, I think, is a little bit better, and it took me forever to actually make the switch from selling just locally to then going online, because I was scared to death of losing, $20 to $30 per device. And like the whole 10% fees thing on eBay is absolutely brutal, right? And it's actually like 13% unless you have the store plan. So maybe even 14%, I think. So obviously those fees are awful. Even if you have the store plan, it still hurts. It's about 9-10% of every sale. But it's just so much better in the long run, especially as you're getting more volume coming in. Because I would have so many, when I started getting a lot of phones when I was running ads, Facebook Marketplace, it was just so volatile. It wasn't consistent. I didn't know if I was going to actually have buyers for some of my things on Facebook, right? Even if it was at a good price or even under market value, sometimes there just wasn't enough people to buy all the stuff I was throwing up on there. So that obviously becomes very challenging. And so I know with eBay, I can just list it on there and get it going very quick. When you're moving a lot of inventory, you don't want to have cash tied up. I'll literally start getting anxiety after like 2 to 3 days of having any phones or devices, which sounds crazy, but that's just how fast I like to move things. Literally, like, ideally I move everything within 24 hours. And if I have to take a little bit less on it, that's fine, because I'm always buying new stuff. Once it starts stacking up on you, that's when you can get in trouble with just cash tied, things like that. So that's why I do it like that. And then direct buyer is the best, in my opinion, because it's just so simple. You send it off. You already know what you're going to get unless you incorrectly graded your device. And then once they receive it, they'll just confirm that and send you the payment. So I think direct buyer is the best. Now, I don't put everything to direct buyers because some of it is a serious pay hit, right? So as these progress, you're naturally taking less and less. Now, when it comes to direct buyers and you have like good quality phones, so your sealed stuff, you've got your A grades, B grades, like, used but good condition, not super messed up devices. Direct buyer is fantastic. You're going to get about the same price as eBay. maybe slightly less, but for the convenience, it's so worth it. eBay, you have the risk of returns, you have the risk of scams, obviously, and I teach a lot on how to negate that, but there's just more risk involved. Whereas direct buyer, you just know what you're getting. So it's so streamlined, so simple. If I could get like solid or even just like 10, 20 bucks under eBay on everything, I'd probably just send everything to direct buyer, but that's just not the case because eBay, there's a lot of other resellers on there. So when you're listing stuff, especially broken stuff, you can actually get really, really good value for things that you wouldn't think you normally would. So it could be like a blacklisted plus cracked front and back, and you can actually get a couple $100 out of those, especially if it's, one of the newer Pro Maxes or something. So eBay is really good for broken and really anything below an A and B grade, but we'll get into that grading in a second. But these are the 3 places where I sell devices. I've tried other places, like Mercari, Swappa. I just think not really worth it for the time it takes to actually get in and establish yourself. You might as well just go eBay, because essentially those are the same as eBay. They're just online marketplaces. Maybe the fee structuring isn't as bad, although I think both of them just changed their fee structuring to be essentially what eBay is. So I would just stay away from it altogether. And we'll go ahead and first start with Facebook Marketplace. So again, the most beginner friendly, and I'm going to teach you the best practices. There's a couple cool things about Facebook Marketplace that you can really take advantage of that you can't on other platforms, just because it is a local marketplace. And I'll show you exactly how we can do that. So we'll go over the pros first of all. So no returns, right? You don't have to worry about returns if an eBay buyer decides they don't like it, or direct buyer grades the phone differently than you. Obviously, that's an issue. Like direct buyers are real nitpicky about scratches, right? With Facebook Marketplace, I would sell super scratched up devices, and most of the time, no one ever really cared. So that was a huge pro. I could just sell, a scratch versus like a really clean screen, same price, no issue. Now cash as well, you can get cash for the phone and have it the same day. So when I would sell on Facebook Marketplace, I would buy it, post it right away. And sometimes I would literally sell it within like a couple hours, or even less, and make a profit on it. So you can get cash just like that, have it in your hand as opposed to waiting for payment processors. Trade-ins, you can utilize my trade-in system to get more devices. We're going to cover this in a second, but this has made me so much money back in the day. This was like a game changer for me. And probably the hardest part of moving on for me was just not being able to do this anymore. And I still could like throw a couple items up a month on Facebook and try and work the trade-ins. But I just don't think it's worth having to deal with all those messenger messages, especially because so many people, are just not serious on Facebook. But I will go over that. It's a really good tactic. And then price, you could typically get more money for each device, as buyers do not care as much about carrier lock or scratches as online buyers do. This is one of the biggest pros. You make more money per device on Facebook. There's just no doubt about it. There's no fees, no shipping costs, things like that. You can make a lot more on Facebook. And like I said, no fees. So no shipping costs or eBay fees. But there are some cons. So tied capital, like I said earlier, if devices aren't selling quick enough, you can get your cash tied up, which would prevent you from buying other phones. And that's obviously a no-go. Driving, you will have to drive sometimes far distances to meet people who may stand you up. So you could just be very stern and stubborn and say, you know what, when I'm selling on Facebook, people are only going to meet me here. But when I'm going out to get devices, then, I'm willing to go a little farther. But once you get that one phone that maybe you overpaid for a little bit and you're sitting on it for 2 weeks and, someone's willing to meet you where you can even break even or make just like a small margin on it, smaller than you wanted, all of a sudden, you're driving 30 minutes to meet someone just because you need it gone. You need that cash back. So that was an issue I ran into. It would happen a few times a month. And I certainly don't miss that because having to drive to sell stuff just sucks. So driving to pick items up, I love it. But then having to do that on the back end, I can't even imagine going back to that now. It'd be like twice the driving. And I already drive a ton picking up devices. So for me, selling online is just so much better. And your time is just so valuable. So don't, when you're starting off, it doesn't really matter too much. But as you progress, obviously, that time is precious. When you're driving to have to sell the devices, that time you could be just picking up more and posting them online and getting them out. So that's a major con for sure. Messages. So a bunch of people will message with questions and not buy the device. If you ever sold anything on Facebook Marketplace, you know that. And this has to be especially true with iPhones and products like this, just where there's so many little things that could go wrong. and they're expensive. So buyers have a ton of questions, right? Because this is a big purchase for most people. So they want to be super careful and cautious and make sure they don't waste their money. So that's obviously a huge pain, and it's slow. So it takes much longer than selling online. Now, not always, like I said, sometimes I would have some same day flips, but generally speaking, it takes much longer. But for those of you starting off or who are currently on Marketplace and enjoy flipping on Marketplace, I'm going to show you a couple tactics that I used that I'm willing to bet you haven't seen before. So I've put this entire guide together. You can go to phoneflippers.com/marketplace-sales, have a copy of this for yourself, just like all these resources. And this guide shows tips and tricks from years of selling phones on Facebook Marketplace. I did sell phones for years on Facebook. You can copy and paste this formula for maximum success. So after years of being Facebook Marketplace only, these are the best practices I came up with that made me the most money. So I have steps in here for creating a new listing. Pretty straightforward, but if you haven't, you open up the Facebook app and go to Marketplace. Then you'll go to Sell, top left corner here, create a listing, select one item, and then obviously you fill in this listing here. So I have information about how to craft your listing properly as well. So photos are very important. You don't need to have some insane camera. Just use your iPhone camera and, just take quality pictures with decent lighting so people can see, especially if there's any damages, it should be taken so people can see that. So I put that as my first bullet point. If the device is damaged in any way, make sure to have a photo clearly showing it. You don't want to be doing any scammy or shady stuff where it's cracked on the back, but you only post pictures of the front of the phone. That just makes no sense. Your reputation is huge. Don't blow it, especially, Marketplace has a rating system. You're going to get bad ratings if you're trying to do stuff like that. So obviously just don't do that. No need for a world-class camera. Your phone camera works great. Most listings have poor quality photos. If you look on Marketplace, it's actually so easy to stand out. Literally just put in 30 seconds of effort and you will look better than 99% of listings on Marketplace, because people will literally just snap a photo like this, throw it up there, and it looks awful every time, which also helps you get more because most people are avoiding those and coming to yours. So just little tricks, use every little advantage you can. Two things, just use good lighting and a solid background. It's pretty much it. Again, you don't need to be some insane photographer genius. Just use those basics, clear, concise photos. So I like to use a countertop, a hardwood floor, like a table, desk, something like that, solid background. And I take 3 to 4 photos showing all angles and any accessories. I've pretty much done this same formula for years when it comes to posting phones. I don't put my hand in it really or anything like that. Now I will if sometimes on eBay if there's scratches and I have to get it at an angle, but I just lay it flat. You can see this example right here, right? So I've put some notes here. If the phone includes a box or case, I usually just throw away cases. Maybe if it's an OtterBox and you think you can get more, keep it, or it's like a really nice one. I generally just throw away all cases. They're just worthless most of the time. But if it comes with the original box, people like that. So you can arrange that nicely in the first photo, right? And if it's like an Apple brand case, sometimes people like those too, the MagSafe or whatever ones they make that go with the phone. Those are probably, worthwhile keeping. But just post, if there's accessory with it, I would just include that in the first photo. So you're showing everything that comes with it. So I'd always have the box open like this with the phone on. Now, if I didn't have any accessories, I would just post 3 photos that look like this, right? Your front view, your back view, and then a back angled view kind of, just so you can see more of the camera and maybe some edges as well. Just kind of a good thing as opposed to just having these front and back photos to add a little something to it. And also people want to look at the camera, right? Because there could be damages there. And if there's no accessories, you can just skip this arrange shot and start with the front view as the first photo. Now, title is very key because, outside of photos, you want your title to be very professional as well. A lot of people don't even title their stuff right or in a way that gives out a lot of information. So make sure to do that. The format for your title should be item, storage, carrier. Those are the big 3. And the point of your title is to be clear and concise in a few words. So here's this example right here, right? Item, storage, carrier. We've got iPhone 11. So that's the item. Storage is 64 gigabyte. And then carrier unlocked. So if it was locked to Verizon, you would include that. You'd say Verizon right here. And then description. This is the format I've used for my description, and it should be to restate the title, list issues or damages, put the iCloud unlocked message, and then your trade-in message. So the point of description is to list anything that will not fit in the title and to look professional as well. Just another thing to put you ahead of other people. And I've included this template here. So what I always did was you can go into the keyboard, text replacement in your phone and have like a little shortcut. So if I just typed like a few random letters, it would pop up the entire thing. And essentially I would just have to like edit a couple of things as opposed to typing this out every time, right? Or you could just have it in your notes app and copy and paste it in every time. That's easy as well. But you put iPhone, so put whatever type of iPhone it is here. So you would put iPhone 11 and then 128 gigabyte. And then in this case, it would be unlocked for any carrier. But if it was carrier locked, you would include that right here. Now, if the phone has any issues, it's just like bad battery health below 80%, cracked screen, Face ID isn't working, obviously you should list it right here. And then here's the message I use next. So I say phone is iCloud unlocked and ready to be used with your carrier. It has been completely reset to factory settings. So include that. And then I include this trade-in message, which has made me so much money. Trade in your current phone and or any old used/damaged phones you have for a discount on this phone. Message me your phone and any details. People will see this and love this. And I've got some key things with trade-ins here, which I'll go over, but we'll look at this example description right here, right? You can refer to this. This is about what it should look like. So in this instance, it was 71% battery health. So I said battery is listed as service, in parentheses, 71%, but still functions fine. And then I have this trade-in message. I actually threw some emojis in right here just to make it stand out. iCloud unlocked. And then just obviously the basic details up top. So just kind of restating the title, list issues, iCloud unlocked, and then trade-in. So that just kind of hammers home a lot of the annoying messages you'll get from people anyways. And so it saves you from answering a bunch of questions if you don't put it in the description that you're going to get asked. So there's many reasons, and it just looks professional as well to do this. And now with trade-ins, here's my rule for trade-ins. It's that you never want to break even on a trade-in. So remember your minimum profit, and we'll just say, it's $50 for this example, and make sure you get no less than that. A trade-in should essentially be you just buying another device immediately after selling one. So I've threw in this example here, right? You typically sell an unlocked iPhone 11 for $100. Your minimum profit is $50. So you would obviously pay no more than $50 for it. So in terms of trade-in value, you should give no more than $50 in trade-in value for the iPhone 11. So you're selling an iPhone 12 for $200. You're not, you're firm on price at $200, right? Someone comes to you and says, hey, I want this 12. I've got my iPhone 11 for trade-in. You can't, if you take $100 cash plus the iPhone 11 that sells for $100, you're breaking even on the iPhone 11. So you would need to get $150 cash. That way you're also profiting on the new phone. Because if you're not, there's just no point. You might as well just wait for cash and not have just another device you have to sell and go through that whole process again just to break even. Then it just goes down the line. If you're not profiting on the trade-in, you might as well just scrap the system because it's just going to be a huge waste of your time at that point. But if you do it the right way and you can use some of those negotiation tactics, right, for appraising these, you can actually make a lot of money doing this. And often you can get more than your minimum profit as well because people are, they don't use their old phone usually once they get a new one. So they're just happy to get almost anything for it sometimes. So be sure to remember that. And I also have a section here about avoiding scams. This is very important, obviously, with Facebook Marketplace. Counterfeit cash. I've been a victim of this. So crazy story. I won't get into the details, but basically there's people out there, obviously that'll try and give you counterfeit cash and then, peel off real quick. It happened to me. So always check the bills to make sure they're real. I attached a video here if you want to watch it. We won't watch it in this, but how to tell if money's real or counterfeit. Usually I feel like if you get a counterfeit, you will be able just to tell, like something will be off, but the counterfeits I got were terrible. I just didn't realize this guy ran off. So unfortunate situation, but I included this because I've learned from experience. And deposits. So a lot of people will be like, oh, well, it's just really far. If you could just give me a deposit for gas, even if it's like $10, don't send it because you're never going to see that money again. Don't ever pay a deposit. Don't pay people until you meet up. And of course, this goes for buying and selling. So if you're buying something, obviously don't send them money in advance for them to hold it or something like that. That's a definite scam. And on the flip side, it's the same thing. People are just going to always try and get a little bit out of you It's very common. Just never do it. And then shipping, while you can ship items on Marketplace, I don't recommend it. I've done it, not phones, but other things. I just think it's kind of not the best setup for shipping. So if you're going to ship, I would be selling on eBay or to a direct buyer. You will get messages from people asking you to ship. Don't accept those, especially if your listing does not offer shipping. And usually what it'll be is some sort of PayPal chargeback scam attempt. So it's pretty easy. Like, people have figured out pretty much how they can always get a chargeback on PayPal. And especially as the buyer, it's very simple. So just try to avoid these at all costs. And then step 4, of course, building reputation. This is super important. Once you mark your listing as sold, it's very important to get good reviews, as it will help you get more customers and enable you to charge more per device. People are already skeptical about meetups most of the time, so having good reviews can calm their nerves. And it really just helps you make sales as you build reputation. So don't mess this up, or you're going to screw yourself. So of course, just be honest. No point in asking for reviews if you're doing dishonest business. The reviews will happen and they will be negative. People do not hesitate to leave bad reviews if you screw up. So understand that and just be honest. Do good business. Do the right thing. If you miss something when checking and it becomes the burden of the buyer, offer a refund. And that's your fault. So you should take the fall for that. Be friendly, of course. Smile, ask people how their day is going. Answer all questions kindly. Be patient. And then ask for reviews. So after the buyer pays you, say, would you be able to leave a review by chance? I'll send you the review request. It takes 2 seconds and helps me a lot. Most of the time, people aren't going to be like, no, right? They may say yes and then not do it, but you can stack up reviews very quickly with this method. So just ask. Don't be afraid to ask for reviews. After you mark it as sold, you can text them on Messenger. A follow-up too. This is what I would do to quickly build my reputation. I would say, hey, say their name. Thanks again. If you don't mind leaving a review, it helps me a lot, and it takes only 2 seconds. Thanks. So I just say the same thing over and over. Well, just, twice. I say it in person, then I say it on Messenger, and then I follow up by sending the review request. So all in all, this really only takes 20 seconds or so. More options, request rating, and then overtime, right? So it takes time to build good reputation, but you can build negative reputation very quickly. So that's kind of the unfortunate balance of it. It takes a while to build good reputation, but it takes no time at all to get bad reviews. So make sure you're sticking to those principles. Facebook Marketplace now gives you reputation as a buyer as well. So on the flip side, make sure you're being a good buyer as well, being friendly and honest and not trying to pull too much on people. And eventually you should build a reputation that looks like this. Pretty solid, 4.8. We're working on it. We'll get the 5 one day, but there's always going to be people that leave you bad reviews or BS reviews, just because now on Facebook, they can leave you reputation as a buyer. So if I lowball someone and they just hate me for that, which some people do, they can just get super emotional and leave me a 1-star review. So, but 4.8, this is obviously very solid reviews. It's about as good as you're going to get for this many. I think I've got well over 300 now. Since I made this, obviously I've bought quite a few more phones. So it just continues to stack up, which is great. And once you build this base, this makes me it makes it very easy for me to sell stuff, because people see this and they're like, wow, he's done so many transactions. And so over time, it just gets better and better. It exponentially grows. And that's what's great about Facebook. Now, what we're going to do now is move on to eBay sales. So these kind of progress up, I'd say, from least advanced to most advanced, I would say. So this is how I would naturally progress. If you've never started, I would just work my way up in this order, obviously. So eBay would be next. Once you're getting to the point where you're just selling a bunch and you don't really have the time to be going out and sitting on stuff, once that cons list starts to make sense to you with Facebook Marketplace, it's probably time to start switching to eBay. And you could start with just half and half of your inventory and then work your way up to 100% of it. So some pros of eBay are fast sales. You can list a device and have it sold within minutes of listing, especially a lot of that broken stuff I talked about. There's so many buyers overseas on eBay that will actually just send offers to you or just buy your stuff if it's well priced right away. So I can't tell you how many times I'll list an item and it's just gone within seconds, especially a lot of the broken stuff. I actually love buying it. It's my favorite things to flip, devices with multiple issues, because my margins on those are incredible. because the street value is very low, but for some reason the eBay value is sky high, and they also sell so fast. And like I said, I have anxiety if I don't move things quickly, so that's just such a net win for me. I just like getting those gone. Huge pro of eBay. Convenience, no more messaging, simply list it and adjust the price until it's sold. Yes, you will get some messages on eBay, but it's so much lower than Facebook. And it's usually people who are very serious buyers having a couple questions, and then you typically make a sale off of those. So way less messages than Facebook, which is super convenient. Quick deposits, you can set up the daily deposits, which means you get paid before you even ship the item sometimes, which is crazy. And I think with a new account, if you've never sold on eBay, it may take a while to get to this point, building up your reputation. But nonetheless, you can get up to this point. This is where I'm at now. I think I probably see my money within 48 hours or so of selling a device. So that's pretty quick. Obviously, it's a little more tied than Facebook, but still very quick. Compared to direct buyer, it can be a little slower. So that's a huge benefit. You can get paid before you even ship the item, which I love about eBay. And then global. So there's way more buyers in your local area, obviously, which means you can sell devices that are broken, do not even turn on. There's pretty much a buyer for everything, believe it or not. So obviously there's some stuff you can't sell on eBay, like iCloud locks. They're like super strict on that. But regardless, a lot of your broken stuff doesn't turn on. As long as there's no iCloud, you can sell it, and you can actually make pretty good margins on those. Now some cons. Obviously the fees. If you've sold on eBay, you've probably heard of the whole Fee-bay thing. That's what people call it. And it's kind of true. But over time, you start to really not care anymore because of how convenient and good a platform it is once you've just been on it for a while. So I personally love eBay. I know they take a big cut. They take about a 14% cut. If you get the basic store plan, which I recommend you do if you're going to take this seriously, then it's only 9%, which is just a huge savings. It's like one sale, you make your money back. I think it's like 21 a month or 22 a month if you pay for it annually. So that's a huge savings. And that's off the final sold price, which does include tax. So obviously the tax is significant. It ends up being about 10% since they throw the tax in there, which is annoying, but it's whatever, right? Shipping costs, it isn't much, but over time shipping supplies and label costs do add up. They definitely add up. I spend probably hundreds, if not, over $1,000 a month on shipping and shipping supplies, things of that nature. And I'll talk about some of that more in the next module, shipping and tracking. But yeah, it's not much on a per item basis, and I've tried to optimize it, get it down as cheap as possible, but it does add up. And so that's a con for sure, as opposed to Facebook Marketplace. And it is less profitable for your main devices, on a per device basis, just because of the aforementioned eBay profit margins are a lot lower per device, that being fees and shipping costs, of course. And then returns. Now these can be mitigated. I've got my return rates now very, very low. At the beginning, they were sky high just because I was screwing up, not doing things right. They're inevitable and also a huge pain, but you can get these very low. And now I'll go ahead and go over eBay sales a little more in depth. I do things a little bit differently than Facebook just because it's set up differently. So we're going to go ahead and start from the basics. If you've never sold on eBay, this document's going to be super helpful. It's phoneflippers.com/eBay-sales. And this guide will show you tips and tricks from years of selling on eBay. Simply copy and paste this formula for maximum success. Now, obviously, if you're starting from zero, you'll need to create an eBay seller account. And if you already have an eBay account, you can skip this step, but making an account is pretty straightforward. If you need help, this is a good video. So obviously, making an account, I think we all know how to do that. It's pretty much the same process for everything, but you might want to watch this video. I thought it was pretty helpful. And then I recommend just using a personal account as opposed to a business account. And I highly recommend using the basic store plan. So fees going from 14% to 9%, like I said, huge for your bottom line. That's literally one device a month. So why would you not? If you sell more than one device, you would make money by having the basic store plan. So just go ahead and get it if you're going to take this seriously. And if you decide to go with the store plan, you can customize your eBay store to look professional. And I highly recommend using your company name and logo, as it will appeal to a higher quantity and quality of buyers. Once you have a store, you can edit it here. So I've attached a link for you there. I do a whole segment on branding next week in the scale course. So that will be like covered in detail. But for now, I guess I wouldn't worry about it for now. Just set up your eBay account, be ready to go. Now, step 2, creating listings. I have this just step by step for you. So sell tab, list an item, type what you are selling. You can select the model, select network. If it's carrier locked, select storage capacity, select the color, condition, and then craft your listing. Alternatively, you can just look it up on eBay, go to the already sort by sold listings, and then select one, and then just sell similar. So that's an alternative method, but eBay's actually gotten really good at just this searching for what you want to sell. And they seem to be really good at just walking you through creating your own listing. So that's what I do most of the time, especially with these Apple products. It's made really well for listing these things. So, all right, now we'll talk about crafting the listing. So photos, very similar, pretty much verbatim the same as Facebook Marketplace. I post photos about the exact same way, so I won't go over all that again. But I said the only difference between Facebook Marketplace and eBay photos is to include photos of heavy scratching if there are any or is any. I guess I typed that in wrong, but you can shine a flashlight on the screen while it's powered off or put it under a light to show this. So here's an example of scratches, right? I've got it under a light. You can see the scratches on this phone. The reason for this is because there's so many people on eBay that are resellers or a lot more nitpicky about scratches. So you want to make sure that you include that. I noticed when I sold on Facebook Marketplace, about 95% of the time, no one actually cared. Even if it was really like deep scratches, people just buy phones. But when you get into more of this global market, it does become more of an issue, right? So make sure to include that. Pretty much a non-factor on Facebook, but eBay, it is a very big deal. People are going to be pissed if you don't mention it, and then they get their phone and they're looking at it and there's all these scratches on it. Like I said, there's so many people that are reselling overseas on eBay, and you're going to destroy their bottom line because that becomes a C grade phone, which we'll talk about here in direct buyers, the whole grade scale, but no good really. So make sure to include that. And then I title things just slightly different. So format should be item storage. I put carrier in parentheses, a little dash, color, and then I, in all caps, would throw in issues. So this is just the format. Point of the title is to be clear and concise in a few words. And also notable, there is an 80 character limit for eBay titles. So here's a good example here. iPhone 16, 128 gigabyte, parentheses, we show it's unlocked. Then I put a dash, color, and then so this one has an issue, right? So I put heavy scratching. So it'd be like this one you saw right here. I would include this photo, the typical photos, and then this one on the end of the scratching. And then I have it in the title as well. I also sell all carrier locks as parts only, just because I know there's a risk they could go blacklisted. Even if people tell me they're paid off, I just don't trust it. So I sell all of them as parts only. Believe it or not, you can still get just about the same amount for them because they end up going overseas. And all you have to do is just put parts only right here, and then in description just say like IMEI not guaranteed or something like that. So that's what I do. And the buyers will know how to respond to that, which is good. Now, if the issue is more than a couple words, it's often easier to just put read after the title. This lets buyers know they need to read the descriptions. This is, once you've been on eBay for a while, you'll start to pick up on this, right? So this would be like a parts only phone, and it has read in it. So I know, okay, read the description is what that means. Of course, if there's no issues with the device, then the title would end after the color. So you just wouldn't have anything here. And then description. So the format for your description should be to list issues / damages, IMEI, and battery health. So unlike Facebook Marketplace, we always include the IMEI and battery health, because if you don't, you actually will get a million messages of buyers asking you. So just go ahead and save yourself that headache and just throw it in there, right? I'll show you in these tracking sheets. We put this log of this information in for every device anyways. It's like the two things we need for iPhones. So you're going to have it in your sheet. You just copy and paste it over. Pretty easy to do. And then the point of the description is to list anything that will not fit in the title and include the IMEI and battery health percentage. So pretty straightforward. If you do not do this, you will get a million messages of people asking you those two things. I have an example here. So this would have been a read one, right? I would have put read in the title and then description. I list immediately what that issues was that I couldn't fit in the title. So I say phone has had a screen replacement with an aftermarket screen, which does devalue it. So I include that. And that's why I say this is why there is an error message in settings saying non-genuine part. Screen works great. Face ID still works and the device has no issues. Just very clear and concise, descriptive as possible right there. I'll throw the IMEI in there, throw the battery health in there, and I'm good to go. Now pricing, you will have to edit your pricing. So I've made like a little diagram here, three red letters with 3 black arrows. Arrow 1 here points to a graph icon. And so this will show you what recent similar listings have sold for to help you price your item. Alternatively, you can look it up beforehand, as I think it's just a little better of a view than this graph because it goes based on your title and tries to locate it, as opposed to the general search, which is a little bit better. So this is like if you're just last second comparing, but I would also look up beforehand what it's going for on eBay just by looking up what you have and then filtering it by sold. Arrow 2 then points to the price. So eBay sets a price automatically. Make sure to adjust this to what you want to sell it for. They'll give you like some random price based on what past ones have sold for, but it's not very accurate. So edit it to what you want. And then arrow 3 points to the offers tab, which I recommend you allow offers. Offers are a huge part of eBay. It helps you sell more devices faster. And I recommend setting your minimum offer to whatever your minimum profit is. Just because you get offered your minimum profit doesn't mean you have to take it right away. Let it sit out for a while, see what you can get. You may get an offer right away, which, hits that $50 margin or whatever it is for you that you would want. But why not let it ride? Because maybe someone will come in an hour later, but pay full price for it. So that's kind of my methodology there. I do always turn on offers. I've had a ton of success with them. Also, offers are great because people can come in and you can almost choose your buyer. So you'll be able to see how much feedback they have. And you'll start to see on eBay, there is a fair amount of scams. And so if someone has no feedback, high scam risk, especially if you're selling a high value item, I like to make sure that I have a little bit of control sometimes where I can get it. So that's why I do that. And shipping. So you'll learn in module 8, the next module, how to ship for cheaper than eBay rates. Always select free shipping. Always select free shipping. I don't care how expensive the shipping is. If you're selling like a big bulky item, even just do free shipping and then charge more. So shipping is a small cost anyways. Free shipping is very attractive to buyers. Just, it comes in the same way. So you might as well just charge more for the device and keep it free shipping. I just think it looks much better to do that. And then step 4, avoiding scams. It's super sad, honestly, but there are so many scams on eBay, especially when you're first starting off, you will be a target. So here's just a couple of the main ones that you can know so you can protect yourself. First one being strange messages. If it looks like a scam, it probably is. There's a million different ones I see now, so it's hard to say all the different ways that you could get a message, but just be careful. When you're starting off, you will have low seller feedback. It's basically just their review system, which means you'll be a target for scam attempts. They do prey on these new sellers, shipping to a different location, off-platform payment, or wanting extra photos. Those are all some sort of messages you might get. Basically anything that takes you off of eBay in terms of payment platform or messaging, if they want you to email them or something like that, just don't do it. There's plenty of messaging capability within the eBay Messenger, and they also have their own payment processor. So anything off of that, just obviously a scam at that point. Never click any links. That's pretty straightforward. Zero feedback buyers. This is a big one. This is very difficult. The little number in parentheses next to an eBay account is the amount of feedback they have. If there is 0 or even 1 feedback, be very cautious to sell to these buyers, especially with more expensive items. It's pretty common. So, if you can avoid it, like accepting offers from these guys, while not always going to be bad, it's kind of a judgment call sometimes. I would try to avoid it. Now for cheaper items like, $300 and below, a lot of times you're going to be okay because these scammers are going for the more expensive stuff, which I recommend all that nicer, newer stuff you sell to direct buyers anyways when you can. So a lot of your, stuff that's 500 and below, the stuff that will typically go on eBay, you just have to be very cautious. And the problem is if a zero feedback buyer does buy your thing, they just buy it outright, not an offer, right? You don't really have much of a choice. And unfortunately, eBay's help system, in my opinion, is awful. Like, I've been scammed before on eBay and they just don't even help you. So what you can do is cancel orders. I know eBay hates that, but you have to be so careful here, because eBay has a system in place where if you cancel orders for out of stock, they'll put a ding on your account and you don't even know it until it's too late. So to make a long story short, I went through this absolute nightmare where basically my eBay fees went up to about 15% or so, or 14, and I couldn't even list phones anymore for like a month till I got my feedback up, or like certain, not feedback, but this hidden rating system, basically seller level is what they call it, because I had canceled orders from buyers that I knew were scammers for it being out of stock. So you can cancel it for another reason, but if you cancel for out of stock, they're going to put a little ding on your account. And if you do more than 2 in a calendar year, they'll just straight up almost shut down your account, like to the point where it's just not even usable. Obviously, like, you'd still have access to it, but it's basically not usable. I got to 2, but since the percentage was at a certain point, I had to go buy a pallet of video games, sell about 70 of them, 75 of them at a loss on each one, because they were only worth a couple bucks a piece, and shipping on each one was about $4 or $5. So that was an absolute nightmare. I may get into that in more detail at some other point on like a call or something, but basically just even do some research to that on your own, because there's a whole system there. You can even just go to your account on eBay on the desktop version and see the requirements, see what they might do to knock your seller level below standard. Because if you fall below standard, you're absolutely screwed. So that's like one of the big nuances that I learned the brutally hard way. And just don't make that same mistake. Make sure you at least research what I'm saying if you don't understand what I mean. Somewhere down the line, this could come back to bite you. So just be very careful if you're ever going to cancel an order. What the reason you select, very important. And also, if you're not handling return requests the way you should, because there can be scams with that, right? Fake returns, that's usually how they get you. And so you have to be super cautious. If you do get a return, film yourself opening it and make sure it is the correct item. And then you can forward this to eBay if it is a scam. I had someone buy a gaming computer from me and they sent me back these little bow ties. And I literally sent it to eBay support and they just decided to side with the buyer, even though it was zero feedback buyer. So for whatever reason, they just don't help you as the seller. So I think that means you just got to take it on you to help yourself. And over time, you'll figure out how to pretty much mitigate all of this, because it can be a nightmare. I've gone through it. I literally just learned the worst way possible. And I just hope you don't have to do that, which is why I bring these things up. Some buyers will send fake tracking. Got through that. So yeah, fake tracking is another one. I've had one. So sent me back the wrong item, obviously. And then another one was fake tracking. And I actually just filmed myself opening my mailbox, and eBay support was able to help me with that one, since the tracking doesn't quite go to the right spot. But that's one to look out for as well. Really weird how they're even able to do that. I don't know, but there's so many scams out there. Over time, you'll understand how to avoid all of them. I'm sure there's YouTube videos you could watch that go into more specifics as well, but it sucks, but that's just the way it is. It is a very scammy platform, and their help and support team is just not that helpful with sellers. So you got to protect yourself by knowing these things. Step 5, building reputation. Feedback is everything with eBay. Same with seller level. If you do a poor job, your account can be removed or screwed right away. You'll also be ineligible to be a top rated seller, which is where you can actually get lower fees even than the basic store plan. And it's nearly impossible to sell on eBay with a bad feedback rating. That's the biggest one. People just won't buy from you, which will obviously kill your business there as well. And then be honest. As always, there's no point asking for reviews if you're doing dishonest business. The reviews will happen and they will be negative. Do the right thing. If you miss something when checking and it becomes the burden of the buyer, offer a refund. I think there's people out there that try and like nitpick me all the time, but it's just not worth the negative feedback. So I'll just take a loss sometimes and offer partial refunds. It's just the easiest way to do it, in my opinion. I've tried both sides, like trying to fight tooth and nail. And usually when I offer a partial refund, it just makes everything way better and more simple for me. Ask for reviews. So after the buyer pays, you can send them the direct message saying, "Thanks for your order. I will get this shipped as quickly as possible. Hope you enjoy it. please consider leaving feedback when you get the item. That will increase your chance of getting feedback, especially when you first start. You're going to want to build up feedback quickly because it's very difficult to sell when you have almost no feedback. I almost recommend even warming up your account just by selling some household items or cheap things, that you can just do a good job on, ship quickly, and then build up your feedback before starting to ship these devices. It'll just take a little bit of that target off your back when it comes to scams. Now, you can also include a handwritten note thanking the buyer, asking them for feedback in your shipment, or offer a printed coupon offer that can be redeemed once feedback is given. It's probably a little overkill, but if you're really about it, you can do that. Buy stuff. Feedback is a collective of your eBay account as both a buyer and a seller, so you can buy cheap stuff from big companies, and that can help get your feedback up as well when you get the rating for that. And then, of course, grow over time. It does take time to build good reputation, but you can build negative reputation very quickly. It's the same as Marketplace. eBay gives you reputation as a buyer as well. And eventually you should build reputation that looks like this. This is my old account. Much higher reputation now. Obviously, I think over 100 or something, closing in maybe 130. So about double this. And of course, had that issue with eBay for the longest time. But we're back. Hopefully that makes sense. I know there's a lot jam-packed in there, but it's going to save you down the road because it was literally the most miserable experience for me going through what I did with the whole seller level thing. I mean, it was just an absolute nightmare. So don't want you to have to deal with that, of course. And finally, let's talk about direct buyer sales. So the pros for direct buyers, they're by far the easiest way to sell phones. You just pack them up and send them off. You don't have to do listings, which is so nice. You just throw them in a box, send them off, and then they'll pay you for it. Premiums as well, so they will pay a premium for good condition unlocked phones, sealed open box. All that stuff is fantastic. Send it to direct buyers every time, no hesitation. Price certainty, so price sheets are easy to follow. You know exactly what you will get when you sell the phone before you even buy it. Makes it very easy to quote and kind of reverse engineer, like I said, in the negotiating process to know how to send your offer properly. Now, some of the cons are cash tied. Typically, you do not get the payment until the item is received and inspected by the direct buyer. Then you wait even longer for the cash to settle in your bank account. This process can take over a week because you send it off, depending how far away you are. Shipping could take up to a week. And then, of course, it would take them a day or two maybe to even review it. And then another day or two for the payment to actually process into your account. So you got to factor that in. Your cash can be tied for a while. So if you don't have cash that can be tied or enough of a bankroll to buy more stuff, you might want to hold off on selling to direct buyers. Shipping costs, similar to eBay, it isn't much, but over time, shipping supplies and label costs do add up. And then select phones. So because of the device grading, only select conditions are worth the price, as is with a lot of carrier locked phones or even older phones. Just kind of understanding which is good for which, and then subject to grading. So every direct buyer can grade a little bit differently, which can affect your profits. So you want to just get used to using like one or two direct buyers, in my opinion. Know what they grade. As of right now, I actually only use one direct buyer. I've used multiple just throughout, the last few months, but I've settled on one. Just makes it a lot more simple. I already kind of know how they're going to do it. And I'll go over, of course, this sheet with you as well. So this document is about direct buyer sales. You can go to phoneflippers.com/direct-sales. Look over this anytime you want for yourself as well. And this guide shows tips and tricks for selling to direct buyers. You can copy and paste this formula for maximum success. If you want my list of 70 plus direct buyers, you do have to join the Phone Flippers Plus group. So that's phoneflippers.com/plus. This is going to be a game changer for you. You can make all your money back literally just with this direct buyer sheet because over time, it's just so convenient. Direct buyers list is great. I've put a bunch of contacts on there. Obviously, I only use one right now, but I know a fair amount of them. And there's a lot of contacts I have just that I know have been in the phone flipping game for a while. They may not be any more on that list, but all different parts of the world, different countries, a lot of different states. So you might find someone local to you. Maybe you have someone who can just pay you cash locally, and that's always a huge plus. So it's good to just have contacts. It may end up really benefiting you, and there's contact information for you to reach out. So step one, of course, is just to get in contact with these direct buyers. If you have the list, You can start contacting direct buyers from it. Usually it'll be through WhatsApp. And then you can ask them what their rates are. And remember, every direct buyer is different. So they will all have different customs, ways of payment, and prices. Getting in contact is the first step. So there's no like one size fits all perfect way for me to tell you how to do it. But you'll just have to talk to different direct buyers and they'll just give you their steps and should be pretty straightforward. If you've done eBay, this should be a breeze for you. So look at the price sheets. Again, every buyer is different, but generally they all have a price sheet that updates weekly. So make sure you stay up to date and understand the prices may drop from week to week. This is one of the downsides. A lot of times these prices will drop almost rapidly certain times of the year on a week to week basis. So it could be like a $40 to $60 swing in the span of 3 weeks for something, that, and you just haven't checked it. Well, all of a sudden you thought you were making $100 profit and it's only 40 or 20. So make sure to check those every week. And then a direct buyer sheet will look something like this. If you've never seen one, as you can see, you've got your swap, which is like the new in box replacement devices that we talked about in the IMEI checking section. Grade A, grade B, grade C, grade D, and dead on arrival. And I'll talk about what those mean. So I have this right here. There's different prices, obviously, for unlocked versus locked as well. Different storages have different prices, and the grade affects the price as well. There's also deductions for certain issues the device may have. All that can be on a obviously per direct buyer basis, but I'm going to give you like a general typical, this is your A, B, C, D grade right here. So obviously every buyer can be a little bit different, but generally speaking, this is how phones are graded. Over time, you'll get better at grading these devices as you send them in. It took me forever just because I was so stubborn about going from Facebook Marketplace where I could sell these scratch devices and it wouldn't be an issue at all. Then all of a sudden, they're docking me, as you can see, like a grade B 16 Pro Max, 905 versus grade C, 725. It's almost $200 off just for those heavy scratches that had cost me $1 before. So it's obviously a brutal adjustment there. I don't send C grades to direct buyer for that reason. I find I can just sell them on eBay for closer to a grade B price, which is what I typically do. But here's kind of how it goes. So I've put this table here. You can reference this. If you have direct buyers, they'll have their own version of this in some sort of Google sheet or something. So reference that. But this is just to give you an idea of what it typically looks like. HSO, this is within 30 days into warranty. I assume this is just basically open box or sealed. I actually have no idea what HSO is. I see these on the sheets, but I guess I've never ran into one. Swap, these are your replacement devices that are sealed, come in the little brown box. New/sealed is brand new, obviously unopened box. New/open is open box, got the film on it, all accessories sealed. Warranties within 30 days of activation. Grade A is literally like new mint. There's not a single scratch on it, not a single blemish, no imperfections. It is like new, literally mint condition. If there's even the smallest little scratch on the bottom of the phone, it'll go to grade B. So grade B is like your light use, typical marketplace pickup, no cracks, all original manufacturer parts, light use, fully functional. Grade C is basically wherever the screen needs to be replaced. So that's cracked glass. As long as the LCD is good, right? The screen still works, and heavy scratching. Grade D would be like bad screen. So has like, little black blots or like couple specks on the screen, touch issues, and fully functional phone just needs a new screen typically. Now, there'll typically be separate docks for cracked back, but then again, I don't recommend selling any grade C or below phones to direct buyers anyways, so it's kind of irrelevant here. You would just sell these on eBay and make much more money. And then dead on arrival is no power or signs of life, cracked, bad LCD. I mean, these are just like the worst phones ever. Literally don't turn on. You can actually sell these on eBay typically for more money as well. Significantly more money, that is. So sell these on eBay, your grade C's, your grade D's, your dead on arrivals. You'd be surprised how much money you can actually get from those. And one of the most difficult things to do if you're new to grading is understanding the difference between a phone that is grade B or grade C, because it's like a fine line, right? But I've put some examples below that should hopefully help explain it. You can reference these if needed. Here's your grade A, right? Absolutely perfect. Not a single blemish. Here's your grade B. A couple light scratches, light use, but overall not terrible. And then here's your grade C. So it could be like really extreme scratching on the edges, kind of how you see here, or just a lot of really small ones. So you might not even see any of these when the screen is on, but when you turn it off and shine a light on it, and there's all these little ones peppered throughout the screen, that will be a grade C device, which sucks and it's annoying, but it is going to go grade C. So I would, you get devices like this, sell them on eBay. And then grade D, black spots, color on the screen, just doesn't look quite right. Again, these would go eBay, but this is what your grade D is kind of going to look like here. Step 3, sell items to buyer. So once you have these items ready, you'll contact the buyer, arrange shipping details based on how they want it. Communication is everything. Just communicate like a normal person. You will learn in Module 8 how to ship items safely and for cheap. And once the buyer receives the items, they will grade them and give you a price for them. It's also important to be able to grade yourself so that you don't waste the buyer's time. I know when I first started shipping to my direct buyer that I use now, I really messed up like the first 2 or 3 times, grade B versus grade C. And I realized, okay, I need to get through my head what a grade B is, right? And so over time, I just got better at grading, because if you just keep sending and then asking for returns over and over, and especially if you're not doing that much volume in terms of, weekly phones that you ship them, they could just drop you if you're being a pain for them. So if you're a net negative for them, they could just drop you. Make sure you learn how to grade these. I'm sure if you screw up once or twice, it's not the end of the world, but just try and be as helpful as possible, because they have jobs too. They got to make money on those phones as well. It all ends up going overseas one way or another, right? And then, of course, building reputation. So build good relationships with direct buyers. Trying to pull one over on them or constantly disputing their grading, just a recipe for disaster. Be honest. Do not try to scam or pull anything on a direct buyer. You will lose business fast. And then grow over time. So do the right thing for a long enough time and only good things will happen. Good relationships are built over time. I know for me, I've been able to negotiate actually some higher prices with my buyer just by doing good business over a long period of time. They've gotten pretty negotiable with me on a few things, which is cool. Certain select items like MacBooks that they don't have necessarily a price listed for, stuff like that I'll pick up from time to time. They end up giving me, sometimes better prices and are willing to work with me if I don't like the grading as well. So all that happens over time. So just do good business as always. Same principles pretty much apply as the other two. It's just a little bit of a different formula. Now, where to sell what? I've already covered a lot of this, but I'm just going to break it all down here for you in this section. If you're a new flipper, I recommend starting here with Facebook Marketplace. So sell anything and everything here just to get a feel for it off rip. Unless you already have, like, for some reason, an eBay store that you're really experienced with eBay, by all means, just start selling on eBay. But if you haven't done that, I would just stick to Facebook to start because it's the most easy. Of course, as you become more advanced, I wouldn't even sell anything here unless you overpaid for something and think you can get your money back by selling it locally. That's the one time, right? Because if you need a little bit more margin, hey, throw one up on Facebook once in a blue moon. I'll do that now, because sometimes I'll overpay for something, or I actually just bought an iMac from one of my Google leads, because I will buy more than just phones now, and it's super bulky, so not really something I'd want to ship. And I just threw it up on Marketplace and was able to sell it there. So there's convenience in that aspect as well. Now, eBay is where I would sell most carrier lock devices, the newer ones. I would just send them to direct buyer because you're going to get good value. Some of the older ones, you can probably do a little bit better on eBay, just because I don't think the direct buyer rates are really all that great. And of course, I do sell those as parts only. Broken devices go on eBay. All your C grades and below on eBay, and then older devices, even some of the unlocked ones, they just don't pay great for on direct buyers anymore. I'll typically sell anything unlocked that's B grade to direct buyer, but it's just a judgment call for you. You could probably make a little bit more on eBay for those older devices. So up to you if you want the simplicity or maybe squeeze a little more profit. Kind of depends how much volume you're doing, honestly, which would be more effective for you. You'll just have to get in there and figure it out for yourself. And then direct buyer, A and B grade carrier locks, some of the newer ones as well, and then some newer carrier lock devices as well. Of course, all your sealed devices would go there, all your unlocked. I think I meant to put A and B grade carrier unlocked up top. So anything sealed, open box, B grade and above, and especially, probably like 2 generations back, I would say for the carrier locks. A lot of the older stuff, eBay, just because you'll be able to get a little bit more for it. And that's a lot of information, but hopefully it's enough for you to be able to go out there and start making the sale on a lot of these phones. Just go ahead and briefly summarize a lot of the stuff we went over today. Good, better, best. Remember how each of the places to sell work and what their place is. Follow the documents if you get stuck. These documents are going to be super helpful to you because a lot of this is me just like spilling stuff out of my brain super quick. But when I sat down and made those documents, it was a lot more methodical, thought through, as opposed to me trying to just talk over it. So I have a bunch of random thoughts that come in, but those are very collected thoughts of mine, and those can help you out in a pinch for sure. Of course, avoid scams at all costs. I've tried to cover the main ones. There's always going to be new ones that pop up. Just use your best judgment, especially on Facebook and eBay. As you begin, there will be a learning curve for that. And know where to sell what so you can get as much profit as you can per device in terms of the volume you're doing and, in terms of convenience for yourself as well. And if you're enjoying the course, go to phoneflippers.com/review. If you leave a testimonial, you can be eligible to win some special prizes. And with that said, let's get to work. So at this point, we've only got one module to go. Your business is launched up off the ground. You can start making some money. Next module, we'll talk about shipping and then tracking. But a lot of that's just some basic logistics stuff. You can now finally make some money. You know how to sell. So set up your eBay account, start selling on Facebook if you haven't done it before. Get into Phone Flippers Plus, check out the direct buyers list, start making contacts there, and you're going to be rolling. So with that said, let's go. All right, now here we are. We've made it. This is the final module of week 1, launch, shipping, and tracking, both very important. Once you've made the sale, how do you ship it off? How do you ensure that there's no damage when you do ship it? And then of course, tracking. How do you, track properly, make sure your finances are right? And it's also just fun to track. And I've got some cool resources that you guys are going to enjoy for sure in this module. So here's what we're going to cover. 1, how to pack a phone to ensure safety. I'll give you my complete shipping supplies list. These are the supplies that I personally use. You don't have to use them, but I would recommend it. I've tested a lot of different things. These have worked the best for me. Walkthrough of Pirate Ship. I use a third-party software called Pirate Ship to ship these. I actually get a discounted rate by using it, and it's very simple, very clean user interface, so I really love that. That's what I'm going to recommend to you. I'll talk about tracking your profits. I've created tracking sheets for you. I've literally spent hours creating them. And they're really fun just because I like to, go month by month, try and hit new PRs each month. I'm actually currently PRing this month at the time that I record this, so it's a ton of fun, and I'll show you how those work. Of course, you can go to phoneflippers.com/newsletter and get important updates regarding the course. And you can, of course, subscribe to my YouTube channel for exclusive content, which is @boston.miller. And please share the course with a friend or family member. Let's start a revolution and change people's lives together. This information can impact many. Of course, as always, another warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. So watch the entire video, don't fast forward, and don't skip. And a pro tip, watch the video in ×2 speed. Now I'm going to show you how to pack a phone. So I've actually pre-recorded a video of me doing exactly what I do, packing it up right in front of you and showing exactly how I do it. So they're ready to go. I've never had a phone break on me. And I'll just go ahead and cut to that video and show you exactly how I do it. All right, I will now be showing you how I ship my phones out. This is if you're shipping out one phone. This is what I recommend to do. I've never had any damages shipping phones, so you can trust this method. It's worked time and time again. Of course, you're welcome to try your own thing, but this is what I do and it works. So If you like it, you can just copy me. Plus all the supplies are going to be linked in a document that you can have direct links to and just buy these materials yourself. So first thing I always do when I go to ship a phone, make sure it's factory reset and then powered off. And then I always keep them in these scratch proof bags. These are an absolute game changer. I'll have a link for these as well. They're pretty cheap. I think it's like 16 bucks for 100. Obviously all this supplies does add up after a while. Probably cost me a little under $2 in supplies for each phone, maybe closer to $1. It does add up, but to ensure it arrives safely, it's well worth the cost. So throw it in one of these bags. And then what I'll do is I'll throw it in one of these bubble mailers. So I'll usually use 2 of these, throw it in the first one. Alternatively, I could just wrap it in some sort of bubble wrap here. Probably a better way to do this, but I've just done this time and time again. And I'll fold these up like this, right? And then since I actually am running low on these, I'm not gonna take this off, but you would take the seal off, put it right here. These little boxes right here, they fold up super easily. So I'm gonna try and do that now. It's a little difficult with the awkward angle of this camera, but I should be able to do it just fine. So these fold up kind of like this. These are super cheap as well. So it folds just like that. I would simply wrap this up, stuff it in this box, right? So there you go. Close the box around it. Just like that. No shake. There's nothing. And then you take your second one and you simply throw this box in here. Then what I do is I would take this off and then, it just automatically seals shut just like that. And there you go. And I know exactly how much it is. It's 12 inches by 11. And I know for certain phones, this will weigh probably about 14 ounces as it's a Pro Max. Your smaller phones will be about 12 ounces. So that's easy to input right into Pirate Ship, get your label, and then I tape it right on the front once I have the label. So it's really just that straightforward. And next up, based on that video, I'll now show you the exact supplies I use to ship these. So there's a lot of things I've tested and tried over the years, and I've pretty much boiled it down to these simple few supplies. So we'll go ahead and open this up. As always, there's a copy for you at phoneflippers.com/supplies. You can access this document yourself. And as I said here, below is a list of everything you need to ship phones. Feel free to price shop or choose other options. This is just what I personally use and recommend. So as you can, recall from the video, these were the exact materials I used. I use these bubble mailers. There's an Amazon link for all of this stuff, as you can see. The small shipping boxes, they're all very cheap. I think the bubble mailers actually just got bumped up a little bit, but none of these are more than about 40 to 50 cents a unit. The packing tape's a little different, of course, but packing tape is really cheap. It goes a long time. And then what's also really cool is USPS and UPS have free shipping supplies. So I'll actually open this up and just show it to you briefly. You can put in an order and it's completely free, but a full disclaimer, if you do use their stuff, you do have to send it with the correct service. So it ends up being a little more, but there's some instances where maybe it's worth it. So play around with this, see if it makes sense for you, because these are very easy and convenient to use. And of course, the same applies with UPS, but understand what those have to be sent with, right? Because there's an attached shipping thing for them. That's how they're able to give them away for free. So you would come here, order supplies. I think I'd probably have to log in, so I'm not going to do that, but you'd be able to do that on your own. Just test that out. I said, no, if you choose to order any of the free shipping supplies, understand it must be used with the correct service you ordered it for. So USPS priority boxes have to be sent priority mail, and they can't be sent as USPS ground shipping or any other service. Basically, USPS and UPS, they have different levels of shipping. So they've got like ground, which is your most basic, typically cheapest option. They've got priority, which is a little bit quicker. And of course, I think UPS calls it something a little bit different, but I usually just try and get the cheapest option when I go through Pirate Ship, and I'll show you exactly how I do that in a moment. But for now, here's some of the other supplies. So these anti-scratch bags, you saw these in the packing video as well. These are super helpful. And I actually just keep a few of these in my car at all times. So when I'm driving around picking up devices, I just throw it right in, because I used to just throw them in my glove box which was really dumb. And I would stack them on top of each other. And as I'm driving, sometimes they would get really scratched up, which obviously we now know, when it comes to direct buyers and selling on eBay, that can really devalue the device. So the last thing you want is to damage it more than you bought it at. It should always leave you better than you bought it. And so this is just a great way to ensure that. These are very cheap as well. Of course, once you buy all the supplies, it does start to add up over time, but relatively speaking, it's maybe $1 or $2 per order. So not bad at all. It's necessary. You're just going to have to bite the bullet and buy some of this stuff up front. Like a shipping scale, I think this is pretty cheap. This is the exact one I use. So we can see this one. Yeah, $22. A tape gun, this is dirt cheap. And the tape gun is such a lifesaver. So great. I tape my labels on. So $15, well worth it for that. And this is very reusable. You just throw a new roll of tape in there over and over. And then tape measure, I think I found one for like $1, I want to say, or $8. Okay, so not $1. But you could probably get one of these for $1 at Dollar Tree. If it came down to it, you're really trying to save money. You probably already have a tape measure laying around too, or some of this stuff, if you've sold anything online. So this stuff is just what I recommend. You don't have to use it, but I like to. And I've got obviously these corresponding images here just to help you. And anytime you want to go back and purchase some of these, I've tried to make it as easy as possible for you. Just go to phoneflippers.com/supplies and then click on whatever you want, and it'll take you to the corresponding items. So I hope that helps at least, a couple people. It can be pretty tricky trying to ship stuff when you first start, and hopefully that just clears the air on a lot of that because it can be confusing. Now, Pirate Ship walkthrough. We're going to go through Pirate Ship. So it's a software that I use to ship things. And so this is what it looks like when you go to pirateship.com. Kind of a cool name. You will have to create a free account. It's not one of those softwares that they charge you monthly or anything like that. I think they just get a cut of the labels. They're affiliates probably for USPS and UPS, if I had to imagine. Now, I'll have to blur out some of these labels that I've shipped just for the protection of my buyer's personal information. But as you can see, or not see because I've blurred this, there's just a whole bunch of labels right here that I've printed recently. And basically what I would do is, what's really cool is it connects to eBay. So anytime there's an eBay order, I can simply just import from eBay. Now, if you just made your account, you will have to go in settings or something to actually connect this integration. But it's super easy to connect your eBay and Pirate Ship account. And now anytime there's new orders, I can just go here. And I actually have 2 things to ship out. So I didn't even know I had sold these yet, but that's pretty sweet. So 2 things right here, and then I can just go to get rates. And of course, I'll have to blur some of their information here as well. But this is just super convenient, right? So loads right in here. Obviously, you can just do it straight from eBay as well, but I find this to be so much better, just to have everything in one place. And I would highly recommend you just use Pirate Ship. It's so much easier, and I do believe it is cheaper over time. Now, if I'm sending something to a direct buyer, what I would do is I would go to ship here and then single, and I would have to manually enter it. But the good thing is, if I've shipped to them once, then it's going to save their information forever. So I would just have to come in here and then type a couple letters, and it saves the contact name with the address, all the details. So you really only have to do it once. And that's the great thing about it. And I really could go ahead and demo some sort of shipping thing here, but basically I'd have to, put in a bunch of numbers here. So if you're, shipping something in a box, you would have to put in the length times width times height. That's what your tape measures for. And then you need to know pounds plus ounces. And I usually would put an extra couple ounces here just because you will be taping the label on. Not that it adds that much weight, but it could change it. So just to be safe, I like to do that. And then of course, obviously if you're using any of these UPS or USPS flat rate or, priority mail, whatever it is, the free shipping supplies, they have these rates built in, which is super helpful. So you can just go ahead and select these. But most of the time, you're probably going to be using this one if you're just shipping one phone, right? And so the way I already know mine is always 12 by 11 because I've just done it so many times with those items. Now, if you do different items, you'll have to measure it, but it's just easy. Like I already know what it is, what it weighs, but it is good to weigh stuff out. That's why you buy the scale, right? So you know the weight, tape measure for the length and the width. Pretty straightforward. I mean, put the address in here, and then you would go to get rates right here. And then what it's going to do is going to list up, a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not going to demo it just because I don't want to throw an address in here that I've used before, but essentially at that point, it'll give you the option to buy a label. I usually get the cheapest one. That makes the most sense, unless for some reason I would have to use a different service. Print it out, tape the label on, and then once it's paid for, you're able to just tape it on to the box and then drop it off at the post office. So very simple. Once you get the hang of it, I know shipping can be kind of daunting if you've never done it. I know for me, when I first shipped something, it was so confusing. Once you've shipped about 4 or 5 packages, you'll pretty much have it down pat. I would say it's really not complicated at all. It's more of just like a mental thing when you're starting out. And now let's go ahead and talk about tracking profits. So you've shipped it off. How do you know how much you're actually making from these phones without just trying to estimate in your head or write it down on paper, do something horrendous like that? What is the best way to track your profits? Well, I've spent hours creating these sheets for you, which I'm going to show you in a second, but why should you track? Well, it's practical. It's very helpful for taxes and inventory management. In week 3, Operate, I talk about financial management. I actually show some advanced tracking features that I don't show for these tracking sheets, but it's very practical, very helpful for taxes and inventory management. I would argue almost essential. And then of course, organization. It's key for every business. You cannot operate well with clutter. I like to keep things neat and organized as possible, especially if you start to build up where sometimes I'll have 15 devices in stock at once. Well, if I didn't know which one was which and have it logged, it would just be such a pain. For inventory-based business, you need to have it logged. It's just like 101 for inventory-based business. Has to be done. I think it's Alex Ramosi who says, if you don't track, you don't care. And I would say that's very true. Tracking is one of the most fun things, and that's exactly my third point. Compare your progress, make it a game to outperform yourself each month. This is the part of business that becomes fun. It's about just like one-upping yourself each and every month, or at least attempting to. And tracking allows you to know if you actually did that or not. And so what I've done is I have these profit tracking sheets. I'm going to show you what they look like, but a full disclaimer, these are exclusive to Phone Flippers Plus members just because of how much time I put into them. Probably, close to 10 hours or, maybe 5 hours. It was a multiple hours making these, believe it or not, because I started with so many different iterations, and then there was just so many different things on sheets because I had to have it perfect. But you can go to phoneflippers.com/plus if you're interested. Sign up for Phone Flippers Plus. You will get these sheets. You get the monthly sheet and the all-time sheet. I'm going to open these up and just demo them for you. So here's an example of your monthly sheet. So what I would do every month is go to File, make a copy, and then I would title it that month and that year. So I use these every month. As you can see, you can put an item. So I'll just go one line and just showcase this for you. So we'll say we bought an iPhone 13 Pro. And we'll say it's 128 gigabyte storage. Unlocked carrier. We'd put, IMEI in here. We can put battery health, and it automatically converts that to a percentage. Let's say we got this one. Well, so you got all these lead sources in here, right? Repeat, Google ad, Facebook ad, Google business profile, referral, other marketplace, OfferUp, Facebook, and other. We'll just say we got this one from Facebook Marketplace. Now you see this, my sources of lead generation. If we had another item right here, right? And I put this lead sources OfferUp, now it's split. So you know where you're making, or at least getting most of your devices from that, which is pretty cool. We'll say we paid $50 for it just for demonstration purposes. Put it as in stock for now. But when you go to sell it, let's say you sell it for $100 on eBay, selling fees, $10 for eBay fees, and then shipping fees were $5. Now you move this from in stock to sold, and it calculates it for you. And now, as you can see, you have your total profit per lead source, and then it'll also average your profit per lead source. So if this was Facebook and we sold something for 50 again, in stock for now, but we sell it for 120 with no other fees, we sold to direct buyer, let's say in a large package, that's 70. Now this averages it out again. So really handy tool. Shows you all your key numbers so you know, okay, which of my lead sources are really bringing home the bacon. And then you can, just hammer what's working. So for me, sometimes, I'll have 4 or 5 lead sources that make me over $1,000 in 1 month. I know that's how it's been this month. It's been crazy. So it's really cool to see all these different things pouring in together and working really well, bringing me devices. So I love tracking for that reason. I think it's really fun. And I also think it's just essential for your business. But we'll go ahead and clear that one. And we'll go over here to this all-time tracking sheet. Now the all-time one is great because I think the inventory one, even though there is about 1,000 rows, is perfect just for 1 month at a time. And then when you're done with the month, what I like to come in here and do is put like April 2025 or whatever. And then obviously you could put the devices sold because it does track up here, your total profit, total revenue, and then total devices sold. Just bring that over here, enter the data, and I'll actually show you in the Operate course how you can just integrate all this seamlessly and connect documents or sheets rather, so that you don't have to manually do this all the time. And it'll automatically just load it in. Put your ad spend in here, and then this will automatically calculate your profit after ad spend. And I'll actually just go ahead and go through and fill this out so we can visualize this. So we'll say we made 122,500 in revenue, 3,000 profit, not very good margins, $200 in ad spend. And then we'll just say, I'm not going to add all this up, but we'll just say it's, $200. Well, let's do a little more than that. And as you can see, you have your first point on the graph. There you go. Okay. So I made that way more challenging than it needs to be, but basically it works very seamlessly. So over time, this starts to really come together and it'll show you month by month how you're doing. So obviously you want your graph coming up like this, right? You don't want to be on a downward spiral. You want to be improving every month. My graph probably goes something like this. So just slowly going up, which is what you want over time. Obviously, as you get more repeats, things of that nature, that's what you want. And this is just a quick demo, but I do have ways for these sheets to connect. So I don't even really spend much time in these sheets at the end of every month. The only thing I have to put in is my ad spend, and I've got this, so it automatically calculates as well. Again, all things I'll go over in week 3, but for now, just to give you a general idea of how this works, this is it. And of course, you can get access to this as a Phone Flippers Plus member. Super handy, really good tracking sheets. Took me forever to make. So you might as well just save yourself some time and get your hands on those. They're absolutely great. And that brings us to the final summary here. So supplies, don't break the bank on supplies and order more when you get low. So you want to make sure you always have enough. This is something I actually still mess up frequently, so I need to be taking my own advice. Once you start to get low, or even before you get low, just order ahead because you don't want to run low on supplies. If you have to go a day or two sometimes, especially for me, I'm shipping stuff every day now on eBay. It just sucks to get behind on orders like that. Make sure to pack the device well. Having a phone damaged during shipping can be extremely costly. So make sure to take the time to pack it well. Make sure it's secure, give it the shake test. Organize, keep your things in certain places and create a system for the shipping process. Clutter will slow you down. I've got a drawer where I keep all my devices and I keep all my shipping supplies in a very neat and organized fashion. I find that to work very well for me. I would highly recommend it. I know when it wasn't the case, it was just a lot more cluttered and it just slows you down. And of course, track. So stay on top of your inventory and lead sources so you know what's working, what you can double down on. If you don't track, you don't care. And this will help you make future adjustments if needed. So just remember that tracking is huge. And as we wrap up this week 1, I just want you to know that the largest gap is between $0 and $1. Literally everything else is downhill. I totally believe in you. I know this is a ton of information that you're processing right now, but you absolutely can make it work. You can turn this into literally a 10K a month plus business. You just have to start today and get in there, get the experience, because actually doing it and trying it is going to yield way more knowledge than sitting here and watching this course will. Because at the end of the day, If you sat here and you watched this course and you take zero action, you just wasted, 6-7 hours of your life. So don't be the guy that does that. Be the guy that takes the action and is the best person to ever have watched this course. Be the best success story there ever was. And I promise you, once you make that first flip, it's just momentum into the next one. And then the next one, it just progressively gets easier and easier. And next thing you know, you're making a killing flipping phones that you never thought you would until you found this video. So that's what it's all about. I really hope you guys can take this and go from zero and do way better than me. Honestly, that's what I want. I really hope everyone here succeeds. Of course, there will always be people who watch and don't put in the work. So for those of you that will, it'll just be that much more special that you were willing to do that. Now, of course, if this course was helpful to you, go to phoneflippers.com/review. A testimonial helps me a ton. You can also win special prizes, including access to Phone Flippers Plus, which you should definitely join, especially if you found this course helpful. That course is a lot more hands-on and tactical. It's literally like the nitty-gritty of what really brings in massive amounts of leads, gets your hands on 100 plus devices a month minimum. I'm literally teaching you the exact tactics I do. I help you get set up on the FlipBomb software, which is an absolute game changer. If you're trying to take this serious, that's what you need to do. There will be a link below for Phone Flippers Plus. I highly recommend you click it, check it out. It's a great community. There's a ton of resources in there. Obviously, I've given away all of these resources that you've seen in this video for free. There's so much more in Phone Flippers Plus. You've got the tracking sheets, you've got the direct buyers list, you've got the FlipBomb software, you've got the driven community, you've got video calls with me, and much, much more. So make sure to check it out. If you thought this was good, that's going to blow your mind. I can personally guarantee it. And with that being said, let's get to work. I have a ton of information in front of you. What's up next is for you to take massive action on it. And I know you can succeed with it. And so with that being said, that's going to wrap up week 1. And I hope to see you inside of Phone Flippers Plus for week 2 and week 3 to really get this thing going for you. Let's go.